Hello, Ghost of Lilacs here with the Joja Perfection Run. This series was recorded after the 1.6 update. I am playing on the Nintendo Switch with 0 mods. In this playthrough, I'll be catching all fish, cooking all foods, completing the museum, etc. I will not be completing the community center. This is not a speedrun or a seated playthrough. I'll be playing at my own pace while utilizing some traditional methods of money making. Let's get started. This is Ghost, who lives on Perfection Farm. Their favorite things are cats. I hadn't been to Grandpa's old farm in years, and nature had really reclaimed the land. I got to work right away chopping some trees, leaving the stumps so they could continue to drop seeds for field snacks or to propagate future saplings. I gathered enough wood to make my first chest. I hoed up the dirt and planted my seeds. I was going to keep to an ordinary pattern, one that would make things easier for when I'd eventually have sprinklers. I was determined to try to meet all my neighbors today, so I headed into town. I purchased seeds from the shifty-eyed looking owner of the general store, Pierre. I bought a little bit of everything. I wasn't following an exact plan for my farm. It wasn't as if I was only growing ingredients for pizza or something. I returned home and expanded my crop area. I had found some mixed seeds while clearing weeds, so those went into the ground as well. I headed south into the cindersap forest and found a patch of spring onions. I scooped them up and returned to town, introducing myself as the new farmer who had moved onto Grandpa's farm. I found more mixed seeds and planted those before heading to bed early. I had a big day ahead of me, and I would need as much energy as possible. I reached foraging level 1. On day 2, I watered my crops and noticed I had a letter. It was from Willie, the fisherman, who asked me to meet him at the beach. I gathered enough wood to craft a chest and left my farm. At the beach, Willie gave me his old fishing rod. I'm not bad at fishing, but I don't really enjoy it. Until my crops are ready to harvest, I'll need a way to make money, so fishing it is. I found some beach forage I sold to Willie before returning to town. Before I started fishing, I ran into Haley. I had met everyone in town and had to give someone a gift. I couldn't think of anyone more deserving of the daffodil I had picked than her. I fished for the rest of the morning into the afternoon. I stopped to gather spring onions and fished in the forest. I had picked up some horseradish while foraging and crafted some mixed spring seeds that I planted. I reached level 1 fishing. It was a cold and rainy morning on day 3. Clint was waiting on my porch and gave me blueprints for constructing a smelting furnace. I didn't have enough copper to make one now, but I'll be spending a lot of time in the mines once they are available. The rain handled the day's watering duties, so I foraged for spring onions. I went to the mountains and caught lake fish throughout the afternoon. That evening, I stopped by the saloon to deliver green algae to Dr. Harvey. This was the first of what would be dozens of fetch quests. I headed to the beach where I fished up a few eels before returning home. I gained 2 levels of fishing and was now at level 3. I had one goal on day 4, and that was to purchase a bigger backpack. As it turned out, enterprising shopkeeper Pierre was already on top of things and had sent me a flyer hawking his wares. I stopped by the cindersap forest to collect spring onions and delivered a sunfish to Granny Evelyn. I picked up my backpack upgrade and headed to the beach, where I spent most of the afternoon fishing. I delivered an anchovy to Willie and received a prize token. I sold my fish and went into town. I exchanged the token for 12 carrot seeds. I returned home and planted them. I still had some energy left, so I cleaned up the farm. I cleared a path to the south exit of the farm to make traveling a little easier. I reached level 2 foraging. On the morning of day 5, Marnie was on my porch with the cutest little kitten. It was a stray, and Marnie thought that my farm could use a good mouser. I agreed and named the cat Coconut. A letter from Joja informed me that the mines were open, which was perfect because my parsnips were ready to harvest. I was going to keep a few and save the rest to fuel my mining adventure. I stopped in town for more seeds when I saw Mayor Lewis outside of the community center. I picked up kale, potatoes, and parsnip seeds. I planted them and headed to the mountains. Marlin gave me a rusty sword and I was ready to get mining. It was a good luck day, but that really wasn't reflected in the state of the mines. Plenty of beasties with an average amount of copper. On floor 10, I obtained the leather boots, which will add some much-needed defense. I pushed and pushed to get to level 15. Rather than walk home, I made my way to the surface and passed out in the entrance. I reached level 1 farming and level 1 mining. On day 6, I awoke in my bed. It seemed someone had brought me home. A quick look in my mailbox confirmed that Dr. Harvey had taken care of me, and since I was as broke as a joke, he couldn't charge me. I crafted some furnaces and started smelting copper bars while I watered my crops. I brought my geodes into town for the blacksmith to smash and donated the minerals to the museum. I was awarded some cauliflower seeds. I had picked up a fetch quest the day before and delivered a parsnip to Sam. I returned to my farm and crafted a scarecrow before planting my cauliflower. I traveled to the mountains and delivered a leek to Linus, finishing another fetch quest. I mined the rest of the evening. I found quite a bit of copper and made it to level 20, where I found a magnet ring. I reached level 2 mining and level 1 combat. On day 7, I tuned into the local cooking program, Queen of Sauce, and learned how to make stir-fry. I had kale, potatoes, and carrots ready to harvest on my farm. I was going to hold on to the carrots for my visits to the mines. I stopped in the cindersap forest for a massive haul of spring onions. In town, I found the book Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick, and by reading it, I gained +1 defense. It was Mayor Lewis's birthday, and I gave him a daffodil. I moseyed up to the community center and started the quest so that I can start saving for that Joja membership. Gus had posted a request for a daffodil. When I delivered it, he gave me a prize token that I exchanged for a peach sapling. I'm not going to plant it right now. I will have a greenhouse soon enough, and then I can have peaches year-round. Millions of peaches, peaches for free. I headed back into the forest to clean up some of the debris. I found some mixed seeds I planted before heading to bed. That night, I heard an airplane circling above my farmhouse and the thud of little boxes hitting my roof. I wonder what that could mean. I had a letter from the wizard on day 8. I had other plans for the day, so I'd meet him another time. I watered my crops and headed to the carpenter's house, where I asked Robin to construct a silo for me. It might seem way too early to consider farm animals, but I would rather have the silo in place so I won't have to worry about it. In town, I purchased some parsnip seeds and planted them. I'm not trying to make a lot of money from these. They're more or less placeholders until the egg festival, where strawberry seeds will be available for purchase. The rest of my afternoon was spent fishing at the mountain lake, where I utilized several fish spawning spots. This continued well into the night. I was going to try to wait until reaching level 5 to sell my haul so I could make extra money. I reached level 4 fishing. Another letter was waiting for me on day 9. My dad sent me $500. I think he misses me as much as I miss him. My mixed spring seeds were ready, but I didn't harvest them. I'm using them as a placeholder for my future strawberries. I did have a parsnip ready, so I scooped it up. In town, Pierre posted a request asking for a Joja cola. Seriously? I dipped into the forest just long enough to grab some spring onions. I was going to need them. Today was a good luck day, and I was headed into the mines. There were some beasties, but nothing I couldn't handle. I collected a nice amount of copper and reached level 40 before returning home. I reached farming level 2. I woke up on day 10 to find my silo completed. I watered my crops and headed into town. I had the Joja Cola for Pierre's fetch quest, but forgotten his shop was closed on Wednesday. It was Vincent's birthday, and I gifted him a daffodil. I fished in town until I suspected I had reached level 5 fishing. I stopped in the cindersap forest for spring onions before meeting with the wizard. He gave me some forest juice that made me want to play hacky sack and made me feel in tune with the spirits of the woods, or something. I traveled to the mines and set up my furnaces. The rest of the day was spent grinding for iron ore and smelting bars. I returned to my farm very late and without shipping anything. I had just enough time before bed to craft a few basic sprinklers. I could work on their placement the next day. I reached fishing level 5 and chose the fisher profession. Fish are worth 25% more. I reached foraging level 3 and mining level 3. I had more mail on day 11. Robin had sent me a request to find her missing axe. I wasn't going into the cindersap forest, so it would have to wait. I cleaned up my farm a bit and added some more pathing. I never ever craft basic sprinklers, but I thought how nice it would be to not have to spend as much time watering my crops. I stopped at Pierre's to pick up 2 seeds, kale and blue jazz. I planted them, grabbed my furnaces, and returned to the mines. I followed the same plan as the day before, farmed for iron ore, smelt some bars, and so on. My luck was a little bit better today, and I made it down 5 floors before returning to floor 41 repeatedly. I killed my 10th slime and was admitted entrance to the Adventurers Guild, where I sold a pair of sneakers I had found. I left the mines a little earlier so I could return home and craft more basic sprinklers and set them up before bed. I reached level 4 mining. Day 12 was a different kind of day. Thanks to my sprinklers, I finished watering early. I had parsnips ready to harvest, but I left them alone. I'll be planting new seeds there tomorrow. I dropped by the cindersap forest for spring onions, and was so distracted by my favorite forageable that I forgot to pick up Robin's axe. Back at the farm, I cleaned up a bit. I scythed away grass to store in my silo and chopped down trees. I started another small area for crops. I crafted a few torches to set atop my sprinklers so it would be a bit easier to see in the darkness. I had a very busy morning on day 13. I harvested crops, watered, and mentally prepared myself for the egg festival. Once I arrived in town, I spent all of my money on strawberry seeds and purchased 60 of them. I talked to my neighbors and celebrated spring. It was time for the egg hunt. I won first place, and with it, the coveted straw hat. Once the festivities ended, I returned home, donned my hat, and felt like a real farmer for the first time since moving to the valley. I crafted and placed fertilizer before scattering strawberry seeds. I filled the extra spaces with mixed spring seeds. Thanks to my planning, I was in bed earlier than usual. I reached level 3 farming. I awoke to the soft pattering of raindrops on day 14. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce cooking show and learned how to make coleslaw. With no crops to water, I traveled to the beach, where although it was a neutral luck day, I found great fortune. I found a chest containing iridium and other goodies. I took a little break to sell some fish, and later fished up the book Jewels of the Sea. Upon reading it, I have a chance to find Roe in fishing chests. It was Haley's birthday, and I gifted her a daffodil. Back at the farm, I crafted a fishing chest. For some I'd be saving for cooking recipes in the far-off future. I headed to the mountains to mine for a bit when a carp frenzy started at the mountain lake. Talk about perfect timing. I fished for about 2 hours and caught 12 fish in 2 fish roe. I went into the mines for a little and didn't find any iron. I did find the leafy top, which I had to try on immediately. I stayed in the higher mine levels and farmed for copper and bugs to slay before I returned home. On day 15, I forgot to record my footage. So I'll tell you what happened. I crafted a recycling machine. I had parsnips ready to harvest, and I bought some potato seeds. It was salmonberry season, so I traveled to the cindersap forest where I gathered berries, spring onions, and Robin's lost axe. I returned Robin's axe and went to the beach, where I bought a trout soup and fiberglass rod from Willie. The fiberglass rod will allow me to use bait when fishing and will speed up the process greatly. I fished in town all afternoon and caught 3 catfish. That evening, I moved to the beach, where I fished up eel the rest of the night. I reached fishing level 6 and made around 3,900 gold from the fish I sold. My money was burning a hole in my pocket on day 16. After watering my crops, I asked Clint to crush open some geodes for me. I also ordered a pickaxe upgrade that would certainly help in the mines. I donated any new minerals to Gunther at the museum and utilized a fish spawning spot in town. I recalled a quest Willie had posted the day before, so I fished in the ocean for 4 sardines. I turned in the quest and headed to the forest, where I foraged for salmon berries before bed. I didn't feel very lucky on day 17 when I headed to the forest for salmon berries. To my surprise, I found the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And with some cash, a very lucky hat. I tried it on, and as cute as I looked, I thought it would be even cuter on coconut. My pickaxe was still in the shop, and I didn't have much to do but keep on earning money and raising my fishing skill. So I spent the rest of the day at the mountain lake where I fished until midnight. I reached level 7 fishing. I felt very motivated on day 18. I watered my crops and harvested cauliflower and a blue jazz flower. I stopped in Pierre's for some potato seeds, and Morris from Joja was handing out 50% off coupons. I know I'm supposed to feel bad for Pierre, but he's such a slime bucket that I couldn't help but laugh. It was Pam's birthday, and I gifted her a gold parsnip. At the blacksmith's, I picked up my copper pickaxe and had Clint upgrade my axe to copper and process a few geodes. It was a good luck day, and I wanted to try out my upgraded pickaxe, but there was a fish spawning spot on the way to the mines. I stopped and fished until the fish moved on. Right now, any extra money is going to help. I mined the rest of the evening. I was on the lookout for copper, geodes, and bugs. If I finish the monster eradication goal for bugs, I'll obtain the insect hand weapon. And right now, I'm still using the rinky-dink rusty sword Marlin gave me. I need an upgrade. I reached level 4 farming and level 2 combat. I had some mail waiting for me the morning of day 19. Pam had sent me a recipe for cheese cauliflower, and Jody had requested a cauliflower. I watered and harvested a few crops, one of which was a gold quality cauliflower I'm setting aside for the potluck ceremony at the beach luau this summer. I crafted my first preserve jar. I put in an ordinary cauliflower inside to pickle it. In town, I delivered the cauliflower to Jody, and I promised myself I wasn't going to think about cauliflower for the rest of the day. In the mines, I found a lot of copper and quite a few bugs. I found the wood club, which was already a step up from my rusty sword, but I wasn't willing to settle. I was here to bug bash, and I wasn't leaving until I obtained the insect head weapon. I fulfilled my goal and reported to Gil at the Adventurers Guild, and he gave me the weapon I so desired. For now, anyway. In my mining adventure, I had found a tie-dyed shirt, which I tried on. I'm ready to break out the hacky sack again. Do you think the wizard has any more of that forest juice left? Demetrius was waiting on my farmhouse porch on day 20. He wanted to observe local wildlife and offered to attract fruit bats or set up mushroom generators in my farm cave. I opted for mushrooms. Having access to a free dehydrator is going to be a nice perk. I picked up my copper axe from Clint and dropped off a salmonberry to Shane for his birthday. I stopped home to bust a few stumps. I spent the rest of the day in the mines. Now that I had an adequate weapon, I was flying through the floors. I picked up a glow ring and some thermal boots. At level 50, I found some combat boots that I equipped. I sold off my old equipment and continued down, reaching level 58. I reached level 4 foraging. And I reached level 5 mining. I chose the miner profession, plus 1 ore per vein. I also reached level 3 combat. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce on day 21 and learned how to make radish salad. My strawberries were ready to harvest. I had a feeling I'd be having a decent payday from the bounty of berries. I stopped in town to pick up potato seeds and headed into the mines. It was a good luck day, and I seemed to fly down the ladders. I found a cutlass I wasn't going to use, so I sold it, along with a pair of thermal boots. I picked up a bomb and coffee bean at some point. I put the explosives to good use on a massive group of iron. I left the mines, having reached floor 72 and with 115 pieces of iron ore. I reached level 5 farming and chose the tiller profession. I'll be selling crops for 10% more. On the morning of day 22, I had a letter from Linus teaching me how to make sashimi. The mushrooms in my cave were ready, and I dehydrated some salmon berries. I chopped down some trees and added tappers to each kind. I'll organize a tree farm sometime in the future. I went to Clint's and asked the blacksmith to upgrade my axe to steel. He processed some geodes for me, which I donated to the museum. I accepted the seeds Gunther offered as a reward. I planned on mining the rest of the day, but a fish spawning spot at the mountain lake lured me in. Once it disappeared, I entered the mines. I picked up a bone sword and cudgel. The bone sword is faster than the insect head. The cudgel is slow, but more powerful than both of them. I'll probably use the cudgel for power, but I'm not sure. I found a mushroom floor and gathered them up. I know I could get some foraging experience and some nice profit from them. I returned home with my pockets full of mushrooms. Kinda goes with the tie-dyed shirt, I guess. I had a letter from Mayor Lewis on day 23 informing me of the flower dance that was to take place the following day. After watering my crops, I headed to the mountains to mine when, once again, a fish spawning spot temporarily thwarted my plans. I moved on once the fish moved on. I really tried to get the cudgel to work for me, but it was far too slow. I was taking more damage than usual, and I went back to the bone sword. It might take more hits to finish off a beastie, but at least I could keep myself safe. I encountered an infested floor and was almost at floor 90 when I found myself surrounded by red slimes. It wasn't a waste, though. I reached level 4 combat and level 6 mining. Day 24 was the day of the flower dance. I watered my crops and headed for the cindersap forest. I bought a rare crow scarecrow and chatted with all of my neighbors. The eligible bachelors and bachelorettes did a special dance. The guys wore bow-legged blue prison jumpsuits, and the girls wore some serious midsummer cosplay, especially Haley. I didn't hate it. The festival ended and I checked my mushroom cave. I dehydrated some common mushrooms and went to bed. My strawberries were ready to harvest on day 25. This was going to be a great payday. I picked up my steel axe from Clint and had the blacksmith crush some geodes. I donated the new minerals and a dwarf scroll to the museum and was awarded a rare crow scarecrow. I headed to the forest, where I saw Jas and Vincent playing by the sewer. Jas was convinced she saw something moving around in there, and I think I saw it too. I foraged for spring onions and used my improved axe to demolish the large log that blocked the entrance to the secret woods. I busted some stumps and caught the wood skip fish. I returned home and spent the rest of the evening working to clean up my farm a bit. I reached level 6 farming and can now craft quality sprinklers. I just need to mine some more gold to craft them. I didn't have much to do around the farm on day 26 as the season was coming to an end. It was my buddy Pierre's birthday and I brought him a daffodil. Before I could give it to him, he was boo-hooing about Joja. You know, this always seems to happen. I completely forget that I'm going to sign up for a Joja membership, and then my good friend reminds me, "Happy birthday, big guy!" I bought the membership, and starting tomorrow, I can start paying to unlock things to make my life easier. I mean, enrich the community. Back at the farm, I crafted a few more furnaces and was off to the mines. I needed more gold ore, and I might as well progress a little further in the mines doing it. I left with 70 pieces of gold. Just about all of these were going to be turned into sprinklers for my summer crops. I awoke to potatoes ready to harvest on day 27. I had smelted enough gold bars to craft 9 sprinklers. A few more days of smelting and mining, and I'd have enough for my entire farm. I crafted an additional preserve jar and started processing some of my potatoes. I headed into the cindersap forest for a wee bit of foraging and stopped at a fish spawning spot. I visited Emily and gifted her a topaz for her birthday. I traveled to the mountains and stopped at Robin's, where I picked up the stone floor recipe and a calendar. Then it was off to the mines. I accomplished one of my goals for the season, to reach level 100 and obtain the star drop to permanently increase my maximum energy. I mined the rest of the evening and returned home with 51 pieces of gold ore. I reached level 7 mining. It was a rainy day 28. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce and learned how to make an omelet. I had a letter from Emily. She taught me how to make a salad. Gus sent me some bean hot pot in the mail, and I thought that was really nice. I crafted some stone flooring and organized a smelting station of sorts. This will most likely be changed around in the future, but for now, I have a designated area where I don't have to worry about debris spawning. I visited Robin and asked the carpenter to construct a chicken coop. I'm not going to be purchasing poultry immediately. This is another case of me attempting to plan ahead while I have some money and resources available. And Robin isn't jazzercising or whatever it is she does on Tuesdays. It was mine time. Sure, I could have dedicated the entire season to fishing and possibly caught the legendary fish aptly named the Legend today. But I didn't want to. I obtained a pair of space boots that increased my defense and immunity. I made it to floor 117 before returning home. I reached level 5 foraging and picked the forester profession. Trees drop 25% more wood. I reached level 5 combat. All attacks deal 10% more damage. The air was muggy and the sun was sunny on day 1. My crop area required very little cleanup, mostly just the removal of weeds, a little hoeing and watering. I added a row of pathing and was off to town to purchase seeds. I bought a little bit of everything, but mostly blueberries. I had collected some mixed seeds in the mines and put those down as well. When in town, I picked up a slime slaying request. Before heading into the mines, I did a little fishing and caught the sturgeon. Robin will build me a fish pond where I can keep it to farm roe that I can process into caviar. I sold some of my old gear to the Adventurers Guild and entered the mines. I slayed the slimes and would have to turn in the request the following day. While I was there, I reached the bottom of the mines where the skull key was waiting for me. I won't be able to utilize it until I unlock the bus to the Calico Desert, but it was something I could check off my list. I returned home and chopped down some trees on my farm before heading to bed. On day 2, I rushed to the mines first thing because I left my fishing rod in my mining chest. I fished a little at a spawning spot and headed into town. I turned in the slime slaying request to Mayor Lewis and did a little ocean fishing at the beach. I fished up the red mullet, tilapia, and tuna before returning home. I had some extra seeds to plant, so I crafted more sprinklers and rearranged my scarecrows. In town, I had picked up another monster slaying request, this time for a squid kid. I finished that fairly quickly. I'll turn it in tomorrow. I spent the rest of the evening farming for iron as my supply was dwindling. There was an earthquake during the night. I had a letter from Mayor Lewis on day 3. It seems he had lost his lucky purple shorts. I wonder where those could be. I couldn't fetch them now, but I knew where to find them when I could. I had some maple syrup ready from my tapper and crafted my first bee house. I headed to the secret woods to bust some stumps, forage, and slay some slimes. I was off to the wizard's tower, where I turned in the squid kid slaying quest. He gave me a prize token I could redeem at a later date. I fished up a rainbow trout before visiting Marnie. I saw Mayor Lewis there, and I'm not sure why he didn't just ask her where his shorts were. Oh well. I purchased a heater for my coop and 2 chickens. I named them Spicy and Crispy. I crafted a stone fence and played around with the placement of it. I cut down many trees, so many that I had enough wood to easily repair the beach bridge near the tide pools. I scooped up some new forage and found some artifacts I could donate to the museum. A muggy thunderstorm had rolled into the valley overnight on day 4. I said good morning to my chickens and was off to the mines. The wizard had requested another squid kid be slayed, so I did. I stopped by Marnie's and gave Jess a sweet pea for her birthday. I turned in the quest to the wizard and made my way into town. I fished a bit and exchanged the prize token for some mixed seeds. Clint opened some geodes and mystery boxes for me, and I donated goodies to the museum. I picked up a fetch quest for Robin, who wanted some wood. I turned that in and was off to the beach for some evening fishing. It paid off, and I reached fishing level 8. It was still raining on the morning of day 5. Mayor Lewis sent me a 500 gold prize for earning the Best Neighbor Award for all of those monster slaying and fetch quests. I stopped by Robin's and picked up the recipe for the big chest. My home inventory was getting a little cramped, and it didn't make sense for me to keep crafting little chests when I needed more storage. I headed to the beach and did some fishing in the ocean. I caught a red snapper and a flounder I would need for a cooking recipe. I had picked up a fetch quest for Clint. The blacksmith wanted 15 iron ore. I wasn't planning on mining today, but I needed more materials. After obtaining the iron, I moved up to the higher floors and mined for copper. Later that evening, I found the Monster Compendium, and upon reading it, monsters have a small chance to drop double loot. I returned to my farm and crafted my first big chest. I spent a little time reorganizing things before barely making it to bed. I reached level 8 mining. The sun was shining on day 6, and my hot peppers and wheat were ready to harvest. Spicy and crispy chickens had matured and produced their first small eggs. I headed to Joja Mart to pick up 48 hot pepper seeds. I planned on expanding my crop area, and hot peppers are one of my very favorite crops because they have multiple harvests and a relatively quick growing time. I headed to Clint's and turned in the iron ore fetch quest. While I was there, the blacksmith broke open some geodes and mystery boxes. Robin had another fetch quest for wood, and I turned that in. I was just getting ready to start my new crop area when there was a sturgeon frenzy at the mountain lake. I caught half a dozen and returned home to plant my hot peppers. Once I was finished, I worked on clearing more of my farm. I reached foraging level 6. I awoke on day 7 feeling fantastic. It all started when I learned how to make baked fish from the Queen of Sauce. I had some wild honey ready and some radishes to harvest. I had a lot of crafting to do. I made 2 mayo makers since my little chicks were all grown up and producing eggs. I made a crab pot that I set up in the little watering hole. This will most likely just catch crawfish, snails, and periwinkles, but what I'm really looking forward to is the trash. I won't have the need to create refined quartz, as this little crab pot will provide me with broken glasses and CDs that I can process in the recycling machine. I crafted a ton of lightning rods. I replaced a good chunk of my stone fence with these, as they will never deteriorate. Fences need replaced, but lightning rods don't. I also crafted a worm bin I placed next to my crab pot to make it easier to fill with bait. Having used up too many resources to count, I needed to mine today. A fish spawning spot at the mountain lake reeled me in, and I felt so drawn to it I just had to fish, at least until it disappeared. Not long after I started, I obtained a treasure chest. It contained, among other things, the ancient seed. The ancient seed can be donated to the museum to obtain a plantable ancient seed, which, after cultivated, will produce ancient fruit, which can be processed into ancient fruit wine, which will make me money. Lots and lots of money. I also fished up the bone flute and rare disc. On my way to donate these goodies to Gunther, I hoed up a prehistoric rib. What was going on with all the artifacts today? I donated them and picked up my plantable ancient seed. I returned home and set a little place aside for it. I had a burglar shank to sell to the Adventurers Guild when I found another diggy spot. And what did it produce? A prehistoric skull. I couldn't believe how many artifacts I found in one day. This had to be some kind of record. I mined for iron and farmed dust sprites for coal the rest of the evening. When I returned, I crafted a few more lightning rods before bed. I had some trash in my crab pot on day 8. This was great, as this broken CD could be transformed into refined quartz. I harvested my poppies and planted hot peppers in their place. After checking in on my chickens, I was off to town. I gave Gus a diamond for his birthday and had Clint break open some mystery boxes for me. I delivered the prehistoric skull to the museum and returned home. I put some deluxe speed grow from one of the mystery boxes on my ancient seed to help accelerate its growth rate, and grabbed a cave carrot from a chest. Robin had requested one, and I delivered it before heading into the mines. I needed copper for tappers and iron for, well, everything. I reached farming level 7. On day 9, I had some crops ready to harvest. Wheat, summer spangle flowers, and more hot peppers. I had a letter from Gus, and he had sent me the salmon dinner recipe. That morning, I started working on a tree farm. I would need a pickaxe upgrade to remove the large boulders at the bottom of my farm, but for now, I planted mahogany and oak seeds. I crafted tappers for them that I put on nearby trees for now. I stopped by Willie's that afternoon and bought some trout soup, an iridium rod, and a trap bobber. I fished in the ocean and decided to try for my first legendary fish, the crimson fish. I only just barely managed to catch it on my first try. I've only ever attempted to catch legendary fish once I hit level 10 fishing, but I'm glad I tried something different. My gamble paid off. I decided that was enough excitement for one day. I returned home and worked on cleaning up my farm for the rest of the evening. My farm was getting overgrown no matter how much I tried to clear it on day 10. I cleared a bit of trees creeping around my lightning rods, and I'm not sure if a rock spawned on one of the lightning rods, or I had not crafted a lightning rod for that spot, but I didn't want it to happen again. I put some stone pathing around the perimeter of the fence and moved my mayo makers. I traveled to Robin's, where I brought Maru a gold bar for her birthday. While I was there, I ordered a shipping bin from Robin that I can keep near my future greenhouse. I stopped at Clint's and ordered an upgrade from the blacksmith to turn my copper pickaxe into steel so I can break apart those pesky boulders. I stopped at Joja Mart and picked up some melon seeds. I returned home and harvested some summer spangle flowers and sunflowers. I planted my new melon seeds in their stead. I went back to the mountains and started clearing the branches and weeds away from the train station. From there, I went to the mines, where I fished for the rest of the evening. I caught the stonefish and ghostfish. I had wheat, radishes, and hot peppers ready to harvest on day 11. I'm not going to sell all of the regular quality hot peppers. I'm going to dehydrate them to sell them for a little more money. I chopped down some trees while I waited for the luau to start down at the beach. The whole town showed up for the shindig. I spoke to all my neighbors and added my gold star cauliflower to the hot tub masquerading as a soup cauldron. Mayor Lewis announced it was time for the potluck ceremony, and my cauliflower must have made all the difference because the governor himself raved about the tasty soup. The ceremony ended, and back on my farm I chopped down trees until it was time for bed. On day 12, I had a letter from my good friend Pierre, who gave me the blueberry tart recipe. Shane sent me a recipe for pepper poppers. Speaking of peppers, I had some ready to harvest, along with tomatoes and hops. Hops are an awesome crop because once they mature, you can harvest from them every day, and you can use them to brew pale ale. I used some maple syrup to craft another bee house. The bookseller was in town, and I had fished up an extra copy of Jewels of the Sea, so I exchanged it for 3 river jelly. While I was over there, I found a prize token behind the bookseller's balloon. My upgraded pickaxe was ready for pickup, and I had Clint smash some geodes and open some mystery boxes. The boxes yielded a variety of goods, including a warp totem, bombs, and a quality sprinkler. I delivered a quartz that Penny requested. And between the museum and blacksmith, I found the Alleyway Buffet book, and upon reading it, I have a greater chance to find items in the trash. I spent the rest of the day fishing at the beach until I ran out of bait. I returned home and used my improved pickaxe to blast the boulders at the bottom of my farm and added some more stone pathing to the beginnings of my tree farm. I awoke to the boom of thunder and sprinkling raindrops on day 13. It was a thunderstorm, which meant I'd be acquiring battery packs from my lightning rods tomorrow. My melons were finally ready to harvest, along with peppers and more hops. I saved one of the eggs from my chickens and went into town. I had acquired 2 prize tokens that I exchanged for Stardrop tea and a blue striped bed. It was Alex's birthday, and I gifted him the egg I had saved. He had posted a request for seaweed, so I turned that in. There were a lot of forageables at the beach, so I scooped them up and sold them to Willie before purchasing some bait and trout soups. The rest of the day and evening was spent in the secret woods. I busted the stumps, slayed the slimes, and fished. I was specifically farming catfish. There are other places to catch them, but I've always enjoyed the solitude of the forest. I was thinking about heading home for the night when a fish spawning spot appeared directly in front of me. I utilized it and fished up 2 wall plants I'll hang in my farmhouse once I have some room. I did not sell any of my fish because I was cutting it close returning home. I reached level 9 fishing. The skies had cleared on day 14. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce and learned how to make pancakes. My fields were a blend of blues and reds as my blueberries and hot peppers were ready to harvest. It was going to be a big payday. I saved about half of my regular quality blueberries to process in preserve jars and maybe add some to my future greenhouse. I still had some strawberries squirreled away for the same purpose. I stopped at Robin's, and Demetrius and Mara were working in the lab. When Mara went to get some soil samples, Demetrius started dropping not-so-subtle hints that he didn't want anyone distracting Maru from her great potential. Maru came back and asked what we were talking about, and I covered for my future father-in-law. See, I was planning on romancing Maru anyway, but after he suggested that I would be interfering with her bright future, you better believe I'm setting my cap at her. I fished in the mountain lake for a largemouth bass Emily had requested. I delivered it and headed to the cindersap forest. I bought a rare seed from the traveling cart lady. It was pricey, but it was an investment for my future. In the secret woods, I busted stumps and slayed slimes, then moseyed around the forest, cutting down a few trees here and there and picking up forage as I found it. When I returned to the farm, I cut down a few more trees before heading to bed. I reached farming level 8. There was a strange weather forecast on day 15, an anomalous weather reading. I wonder what that means. Hot peppers, blueberries, and corn were ready to harvest. I had some oak resin ready, and I used it to craft my first of many, many kegs. I put a hop inside to create pale ale. Pam had sent me a request for one a day or so ago, and I'd be able to fulfill it once the hop had processed. I worked on clearing the farm. If the weather tomorrow was a special rain, that meant trees on my farm would grow at an accelerated rate, and I wanted to have some space for them to spread. That afternoon, I fulfilled a fetch quest for Shane and brought him a frozen tear. He gave me a prize token, which I redeemed for 4 preserve jars. Wowza! I had been collecting a great amount of fish roe in treasure chests, so I had plenty of goodies to process. That evening, I ran into Maru and gave her a quartz. Later, Linus invited me to hang out around the fire pit. He said he was glad we were friends. Then he invited me into his tent, and things got weird. He made a special kind of wild bait, whatever that means. He gave me a recipe, and now I can craft it on my own. At the mountain lake, a fish spawning spot appeared, and I utilized it until it was time to return home. I wanted to be well rested for whatever anomalous weather event would greet me with the dawn. I reached foraging level 7. On day 16, a green rain had descended upon the valley. I tuned into my favorite show, Green Static, and headed outside. Gus sent a letter inviting everyone to the saloon to wait out the storm. But I had other plans. I crafted some mixed summer seeds and planted them in place of the poppies I harvested. I worked on cleaning up the farm for a bit and crafted 2 more kegs. I started processing juice and wine. These weren't going to be crafted for a big payday, rather just to ensure that I shipped them as part of completion. I wandered into town and picked up a fetch quest for Maru, who wanted a quartz. I guess she forgot about the quartz I gave her the day before, but no matter, I was happy to see her. I headed to the mountains and stopped to chop down a swirly fiddlehead fern tree. After dropping off the quartz, I headed to the cindersap forest where I scythed away weeds, obtaining moss, fiber, mixed seeds, and mixed flower seeds. I chopped down a few trees here and there. This continued into the night. Before heading to bed, my first pale ale was ready, so I started processing a jar of honey in the keg to craft mead. The weather was back to normal on day 17, and with it, a good luck fortune. That was great news, because I was in dire need of minerals. I was almost out of copper and iron, and I needed both of those to craft the kegs I'll need. I had a lot to harvest: flowers, summer squash, hot peppers, and more. The mead was finished processing, so I popped some wheat into the keg to craft beer. It was Sam's birthday, but I completely forgot, so no present for him this year. To be fair, once I get to the desert, I can pick up some cactus fruit to give him, and we will be very good pals. I was off to the mines, first for copper, then for iron. I found ladders easily, picked up a fair amount of ore and gems. I picked up an iron-edged sword that I wasn't going to need, so I sold that before rushing back home. Tomorrow was going to be a great day. I reached combat level 6. It was a muggy, rainy mess on day 18. But I couldn't let a little rain stop me. I had hot peppers and blueberries to harvest. Once I finished my farm chores, I had business in town. I delivered an amethyst to Mayor Lewis, and Jord had requested some wheat, and he gave me a prize token. I redeemed it for an apple sapling. I stopped by Willie's for some trout soup and was off to Joja Mart. I had finally saved up enough money for my greenhouse, and while I haven't unlocked the seed maker yet, today was the day I unlocked that community upgrade. I could always plant other things in the greenhouse until then, including my peach and apple saplings. I stopped by Marnie's and picked up Mayor Lewis's purple shorts, with gloves or tongs or something. I wouldn't touch those with my bare hands. I returned home and crafted a trap bobber for fishing and upgraded my worm bin so it will create deluxe fishing bait. I fished in the secret woods for the remainder of the night. I spent nearly all of my money today, and I'd need to earn it back. That night, my greenhouse was repaired. The rain continued throughout the night into day 19. Hot peppers, blueberries, corn, and summer squash were ready to harvest. Mayor Lewis sent me the recipe for spaghetti. I took some time to remove the temporary tappers and move them to my fully grown oak trees. I'm glad I started my tree farm before the green rain, because now most of them had fully matured. You see, during the green rain, every tree sapling of stage 1, that's the seed stage, has a 50% chance to grow to stage 4, nearly matured. So if you're ever wanting to start a tree farm, it's always better to start it in the spring or early summer so you can take advantage of the green rain growth spurt. My greenhouse was repaired, and I had found a decorative lantern in the mines, so I set it up so I'd have some light in the evenings. I planted my peach and apple saplings. I would get started planting crops another day. It was Demetrius's birthday, so I headed to the mountains and gave him a gold quality strawberry. I had been saving a second gold quality strawberry for Maru, and I gave it to her. Caroline had posted a request for refined quartz, and I delivered it. While I was at Pierre's, the stingy shopkeeper was boo-hooing and bemoaning his inevitable bankruptcy. I decided to toss some coins his way and picked up the backpack upgrade. I spent the rest of the afternoon chatting with my neighbors. That evening, I reeled in catfish in the secret woods. I reached level 9 farming and learned how to craft the seed maker. I can get started planting in my greenhouse. I woke up to a thunderstorm on day 20. This might be the rainiest summer ever. I had a lot of mail. Demetrius sent me a recipe for fried mushroom. My dad sent me some stone. George sent me some stone. And Demetrius requested a melon. I had hot peppers, tomatoes, and summer squash ready to harvest. I crafted a pair of seed makers and started turning some strawberries into seeds. I participated in the trout derby in the cindersap forest. I caught the dorado, a fish I hadn't yet encountered. I fished all day, finding artifacts, roe, and other goodies in treasure chests. I stored my fish away to sell the following day and returned to the derby, where I exchanged my trout tokens for prizes. Once home, I started planting a bit in my greenhouse. I used some speed grow on my rare seed and strawberries. I reached fishing level 10 and chose the angler profession. Fish are worth 50% more. The skies cleared on day 21. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce and learned how to make the maki roll. Granny Evelyn was on my porch that morning and gave me a garden pot. She also gave me the recipe so I can create more. I had hot peppers ready to harvest and a silly amount of battery packs ready from my lightning rods. I traveled to Clint's, where the blacksmith opened geodes and mystery boxes for me. I donated several artifacts and minerals to the museum. I went to say hi to Maru and requested a house upgrade from Robin. I would like to start cooking sooner than later, and for that, I would need a kitchen. I brought Alex a grape he requested. Then I was off to the mines. I had used up so much iron and coal crafting, lightning rods, sprinklers, kegs, bee houses, all of it, and I don't want to rely on buying materials from the blacksmith. I love mining, and it was a great opportunity to work on the monster eradication goals. I came across an infested floor, and while I didn't find any iron on it, I found many beasties to slay. I hoed up some of the dirt and found the last dwarf scroll I would need to obtain the Dwarfish Translation Guide. Once I have it, I will be able to make friends with the dwarf who lives in the entrance to the mines and purchase explosives from him. Gunther was waiting for me outside of my farmhouse on day 22. He thanked me for the mineral and artifact donations and gave me the rusty key. I'll have to check it out later. I finished my farm chores and headed into town, where I visited Caroline's tea room. We shared a cup of green tea, and she gave me some tea leaves. It's funny, it kind of reminds me of that forest juice the wizard gave me. I donated the last dwarf scroll to the museum and accepted the dwarfish translation guide and a rare crow scarecrow. I delivered the melon to Demetrius, finishing another fetch quest. I unlocked the sewer with the rusty key from Gunther and met Krobus, the merchant of rare and exotic goods. He was adorable, and I gave him a gold star horseradish. I headed to the mines. On the way, I saw Morrow, and I gave her some quartz. Penny was with her, and I gave her a poppy. I don't know what was going on with Abigail up at the mountain lake, but she was rushing around, and I admit I laughed. Real talk, it's possible the green rain spawned a tree that interfered with her pathing, and when villagers are stuck, like if you block their path, they speed up. Or maybe a bee was chasing her, I don't know. I bought the dwarfish safety manual from the dwarf. Bombs now deal 25% less damage. I also picked up the rare crow scarecrow and recipe for the weathered floor. I did some mining and picked up a fair amount of copper and iron ore. Later, I gave the dwarf an amethyst. It just so happened to be his birthday. I didn't know this, as his birthday does not show up on the calendar unless you've met him. It's the same for Krobus and Sandy at Calico Desert. It was just a happy coincidence it happened to be his special day. I had some letters from Caroline waiting for me on day 23. Mrs. Pierre sent me the crafting recipe for tea saplings, so I can cultivate green tea leaves. She also sent me the cooking recipe for parsnip soup. I stopped by her tea room and snagged a free tea leaf to process in my kegs to make some tea. I'll ship it as part of the shipped goods collection. I startled Maru at work, and she dropped a sample. I encouraged her to tell Dr. Harvey the truth, and he was fine with it. I'm not going to be a jerk and get all jealous about it. He's a good guy, but he isn't competition. It was a good luck day, so the rest of the afternoon and evening were spent mining iron. I returned home with 74 pieces of ore. On day 25, I had some summer forage, tomatoes, hot peppers, and melons to harvest. I said good morning to my chickens and was off to the beach. It was Willie's birthday, and I gifted the fisherman he had posted a request to catch 3 tuna, and while that would be easy enough, I still needed to catch the octopus and pufferfish. I had crafted some trap bobbers and chowed down on a trout soup. I fished up both fish and the tuna in the early afternoon. I turned in the request to Willie, who rewarded my efforts with a prize token. But I wasn't done there. I stopped in the sewers and fished up the mutant carp, another legendary fish. I traded in my prize token for the book, Friendship 101. I'll now become friends with everyone faster. I dropped some things off at home and headed to floor 100 of the mines. I fished up the lava eel and some cave jelly. I spent the rest of the evening on floor 60 trying to lure out the ice pip, but the frosty fish refused to show itself. I'll have to try another day. I awoke on day 25 in a slightly larger house. Now I can cook. I had some mail waiting for me. Willie had sent me a recipe for chowder, and George had sent me a request for a hot pepper. I cleaned up a few trees when a book fell from the branches. Woody's Secret. Upon reading it, felled trees have a 5% chance to yield double the wood. I finished up my farm chores and delivered the hot pepper to George. I stopped by Robin's and ordered a fish pond. I will probably be ordering a few of these in the future, but for now I really wanted to get my sturgeon pond going for some caviar. I spent the rest of the day mining for copper and iron ore to produce kegs. Kegs are the most obvious path to great riches, and for perfection, I was going to need an awful lot of money. It was a dark and stormy day 26. I had a letter from George with a recipe instructing how to make fried eel. I had hot peppers, blueberries, summer squash, and wheat ready to harvest. I did not harvest the wheat, as it is also a fall crop and will act as a placeholder until then. If I harvest it now, I'll have empty spots in my field that could potentially fill with weeds, stones, or branches when the season changes. I had more oak resin ready, so I crafted more kegs and filled them with hops. I stopped by the sewers and purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus. He sells them every Friday, and I'll make a point to try to buy one each week. I could craft my own, but if I have the money, I'll buy them. It was a good luck day, so I was heading to the mines. On the way, I dropped off a gold bar for Maru, because I like her. I had specific goals to work on in the mines: monster eradication, iron, and coal. I wanted to focus on floors 40 to 75. On floor 51, I found an infested floor which didn't provide any iron but provided monsters to slay, specifically dust sprites that drop coal. It paid off, and I reached level 7 combat. My fish pond was ready on day 27. I placed a sturgeon inside, and soon I'll have some roe that I can process into caviar. I harvested hot peppers, corn, and blueberries. I had a silly amount of battery packs again, but I was happy to gather them. My first strawberries were ready to harvest in my greenhouse. I plan to fill the greenhouse with crops by the end of fall, but for now, I cleared some space for more outdoor crops. I set up sprinklers and crafted more bee houses. I traveled to Robin's and ordered a barn. I didn't want my chickens to get lonely, and I would need milk and cheese for several cooking recipes. I spent the rest of the evening chopping down trees in the mountains and clearing stone at the train station. On my way home, Maru stopped me. She was looking through her telescope and invited me to look at the stars with her. She started to get kinda deep and changed the subject. I enjoyed our time together. I returned home with much on my mind. I reached level 10 farming and chose the artisan profession. Artisan goods sell for 40% more. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce on day 28 and learned how to make bread. Marnie sent me a letter informing me she had the auto petter in stock. I plan to purchase at least one by the end of the fall. Shane sent me a plate of pepper poppers. Demetrius wrote to inform me of the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies event taking place at the beach. The air felt cooler as I harvested my peppers and tomatoes. Fall had nearly descended on the valley, but I didn't feel ready for summer to end. There would be an overwhelming amount of new crops to plant in my field starting tomorrow. I wanted to bust some stumps in the secret woods. On my way, I stopped by the traveling cart lady and purchased another rare seed. I would need one to obtain a star drop, and the other was for shipping as part of the collection. I was still missing a fish, the goby, which can be found year-round in the waterfall. I caught it and spent the rest of the afternoon adding another section to my tree farm. I crafted more sprinklers and created more strawberry seeds for my greenhouse. My ancient fruit would be ready to harvest soon, and I planned to fill up my greenhouse with them. Until then, strawberries would be a great way to earn some money. It was time for the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies. I talked to my neighbors and purchased a pretty banner to celebrate my first summer in the valley. It was time for the jellies to arrive. I reached foraging level 8. On day 1, the last memory of summer had faded, and fall had arrived in the valley. My farm required minimal cleanup, and my first ancient fruit was ready to harvest. I processed it in the seed maker. I spent nearly all my money on a variety of seeds. Most of them I planted today, and the rest to replace some after they were harvested. A lot of them were cranberry seeds. The rest of the afternoon was spent crafting fertilizer and planting. I planted the ancient fruit seeds, the rare seed, and my strawberry seeds in the greenhouse. I added speed grow to the rare seed and the ancient fruit seeds. It was already late when I arrived at the mountain lake to fish. A spawning spot appeared, and I caught one of several midnight carp. I finished up my farm chores early on day 2 and went into town. There, Mayor Lewis and Robin were putting up a special order board. I will be accepting many of these requests, as upon completion you can obtain crafting recipes. Part of achieving perfection is crafting everything. I accepted a request of Robin's asking for 80 pieces of hardwood. I don't care about the reward in this case. Robin ends up selling a hardwood bed. I do care about working to level up my foraging skill, and chopping hardwood is a step in the right direction. I gave Penny a poppy for her birthday. I had Clint crush some geodes and mystery boxes for me. One of the mystery boxes contained an apple sapling I would plant in my greenhouse. I spent the rest of the day fishing. In the ocean, I caught a sea cucumber, and in the river, salmon and tiger trout. That evening in town, I caught the angler, a legendary fish. I caught an albacore in the ocean. I put up a mystery box themed wallpaper before bed. Gus was waiting on my farmhouse porch on day 3. He thought of me as a good friend and gave me a mini jukebox. He also gave me the crafting recipe to make more. Willie sent me a recipe for escargot, and Marnie requested an amaranth. The sturgeon in my fish pond requested a diamond, and I gave them one. The strawberries in my greenhouse were ready to harvest. I sold the silver and gold quality and turned the regular quality into seeds, which I replanted. I visited the secret woods to work on Robin's hardwood special order. I slayed slimes and busted stumps. While there, I utilized a fish spawning spot. I fished for a bit in the mountains and mined for iron the rest of the evening. I reached level 9 mining. I finished my farm chores early on day 4 and headed into town. I spoke to Maru, and our relationship as friends was maxed out, so I took the next step. I bought a bouquet from my best bud Pierre and offered it to Maru. She said she'd break the news to her dad. Now, I just thought this was a throwaway line, but I would learn later that she would indeed tell Demetrius. I dropped off my pickaxe to Clint for a gold upgrade. I chopped down some trees in the cindersap forest and traveled to the secret woods to work on Robin's hardwood quest. I found some blueberries in one of my chests and sold them. I'm not sure why I had been holding on to so many of them. I'm guessing for preserve jars, but I don't need 100 of them just sitting there. I visited Maru that evening, and in her room she showed me one of her inventions. That killed me. No, not really. It just burned a little. I could tell she already felt terrible, so I played it off like it wasn't a big deal. I ran into Demetrius on my way out, and he is such a jerk. It seems that he thinks Maru is too good for me. Maybe I'll prove him wrong? Get out of here with that. I was good enough to conduct your dumb cave experiment, and I was good enough to bring you a melon, and next year I'll be good enough to bring you a pufferfish when you ask for it, so I don't want to hear it. At least Robin's cool. I spent the rest of the evening trying to catch an ice pip on floor 60 of the mines. Instead, I left with a pocket full of ghost fish and intense hatred from my future father-in-law. I had some bok choy ready to harvest on day 5. I planted more in their stead. Dum-Dum Pierre forgot that I had purchased a bouquet off of him the day before and sent me a letter explaining how courting works in Pelican Town. I filled Coconut's water bowl and felt her love for me. I visited Maru, and she confessed she was having a hard time focusing on her work. She is adorable. While I was there, I ordered a fish pond from Robin. I want to start farming lava eel for several reasons. The roe is worth a fair amount of money, and they sometimes give you gold ore, magma geodes, and the spicy eel dish. It was Elliot's birthday, and I didn't have any of his expensive gift tastes, so he got a summer squash. He didn't seem to mind. While I was refilling my crab pot, an anchovy frenzy spawned right in front of me. I utilized it until the fishies moved on and sold my haul to Willie. I purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus and spent the rest of the afternoon in town chatting with my neighbors. I ran into Penny in the cindersap forest, and she told me that she heard about Maru and me. I thought that was super cute. I slayed slimes and busted stumps in the secret woods. When I returned home, I noticed my hardwood trees had matured, and I cut down a few. I had finished Robin's quest. I just needed to drop off the wood the next day. I had mead and fish roe ready, and I refilled the preserve jars and kegs with some of the blueberries I saved. Buying seeds and paying for my pickaxe upgrade had drained my wallet, but I was hopeful that I'd be having a nice payday soon. The air was cool as a breeze tore through the valley on day 6. Jody had sent me a letter with a recipe for fried calamari. I had eggplant ready to harvest, and fortunately, they won't require replanting. After checking on my chickens, I went to Clint's to pick up my new and improved pickaxe. I utilized a fish spawning spot at the mountain lake before turning in the hardwood for Robin's special order. I obtained 2,000 gold. I spent the rest of the day in the mines working on slaying slimes and dust sprites. I obtained a fair amount of iron ore and coal for my trouble. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce on day 7 and learned how to make tortillas. My fish pond was ready, and I added a lava eel. I had corn ready to harvest outside and some strawberries inside the greenhouse. I crafted more kegs and processed honey and strawberries. In town, I redeemed a prize token for 12 bombs. I was holding on to these for my trips to the Skull Cavern in the desert. Right now, I was attempting to save up enough money to unlock the bus repair by the 14th day of fall. I'm sure that seems like a silly plan, but I'd like to get there before Sandy's birthday, so I can give her a gift that day and get a jump start to our relationship. Plus, I love mining and the danger that awaits me in those mines. I fished in the ocean most of the afternoon, sold my haul to Willie, purchased some trout soup and more bait, and utilized another ocean fishing spot. I returned home and crafted some wild fall seeds. I traveled to the mountains to possibly fish for the ice pip when a spawning spot appeared. I utilized that until it disappeared. I crafted and planted more wild fall seeds before turning in for the night. I had a letter from Linus on day 8. It was blackberry season, and his basket was missing. I knew where it was, but I won't spoil it for you if you haven't found it yourself. I had ancient fruit, cranberries, and amaranth ready to harvest. I processed the ancient fruit into seeds and planted them in my greenhouse with some speed grow. I had my first batch of lava eel roe. This was going to be a great way to make some money with minimal effort. In town, I delivered some amaranth to Marnie. I picked up a special order from Clint, Cave Patrol, slay 50 dust sprites. This could not be better. I was about 150 slays away from completing the monster eradication goal for them, so this would help me get to 500. I traveled all over the valley, harvesting every blackberry I could find, focusing on the cindersap forest and secret woods. I don't really care about the blackberries. I care about the foraging skill points I'm earning with the shake of each bush. I returned Linus's basket and headed into the mines to start slaying dust sprites. It was a good luck day, and the dust sprites were everywhere. I didn't have much time in the mines, but I made a nice dent in the quest. There was a windstorm during the night. Marnie was on my farmhouse porch on day 9. She wanted me to deliver a cave carrot to her shop. That wouldn't be a problem, as I had one stored away for this very fetch quest. She had also sent me a letter with a pale broth recipe. Mayor Lewis had also sent me a letter informing me of the upcoming Stardew Valley fair. I had to prepare a grange display, and I had been setting a few things aside, so I wasn't terribly worried. I had bok choy, broccoli, and artichoke ready to harvest. Artichoke seeds are typically not available in year 1, but sometimes, if you're lucky, you'll get some from mixed seeds. I had strawberries ready in my greenhouse. Eventually, I will get all of them on a schedule, so I won't have to check for them every day. I had more lava eel roe, and I created more preserve jars to process it. Once finished around the farm, I traveled to the cindersap forest with 100 pieces of hardwood to repair the stump. I foraged for blackberries and headed to Marnie's to drop off the cave carrot. I had enough money to unlock the bus to Calico Desert, so I was off to Joja Mart. The bus will be fixed overnight, and tomorrow I can take a trip. I spent the rest of the evening in the mines and slayed 37 of the 50 dust sprites required to complete Clint's quest. Morris and the Joja boys fixed up the bus. I didn't have much to do around the farm on day 10. I was going to the desert, so I crafted a chest and packed my jade, rubies, and some quartz for the desert trader. I had some time before Pam would be ready to drive the bus, so I went to Joja Mart, where I unlocked the mine carts. It would make traveling around town much easier. I took the bus to the desert and met Sandy, proprietor of the Oasis. I bought some beet seeds from her. I would need them for cooking and a quest to get a rare crow scarecrow. I exchanged my rubies for spicy eel and quartz for bombs. I wouldn't be able to exchange my jade for staircases until Friday. I tried my skull key in the door, and it opened. On my way to Joja Mart earlier, I had picked up a request to slay red slimes. The purple slimes I encountered also counted toward this goal. I'm assuming because they are even more difficult to slay. I planned to finish the quest in the regular mines the following day. Although it was a good luck day, I didn't come across anything spectacular in the mines. I picked up some iridium ore from slime slaying, but it was just an okay dive. I reached level 32 before returning home. I planted my beet seeds and tried on the tunneler's jersey I found. It was okay, but I prefer my tie-dye for now. The mine carts were fixed overnight. On day 11, I had a letter from Mr. Key, who challenged me to make it to level 25 of the Skull Cavern and promised a mountain of cash if I succeeded. I had eggplant, yams, and corn ready to harvest. I crafted some quality sprinklers and planted more strawberries in my greenhouse. I had some ready to harvest, and also the sweet gemberry. I saved one of the eggs from my chickens and stopped into town to buy some flour. At home, I made pancakes. I delivered them to Jody for her birthday. In the secret woods, I presented Master Cannoli with the sweet gemberry, and the statue presented me with a star drop, permanently increasing my energy. I checked the tree I repaired, and a raccoon was there. He requested some fish, a smoked chub, and 5 cockles. This was going to be a huge pain. I needed to purchase the smoker recipe from Willie and make or buy some crab pots for the cockles. I headed to the mines. I had picked up another red slime slaying request on top of the one from the day before that wasn't finished. I found them and slayed them quickly, and then turned the requests in to Mayor Lewis. I caught a chub at a fish spawning spot in the mountains before working on Clint's special order. I left with only 4 dust sprites left to slay. Plenty of mail was waiting for me on day 12. Mr. Key awarded me 10,000 gold for reaching level 25 of the Skull Caverns. Demetrius sent me the recipe for Autumn's Bounty, and Jody sent me some fertilizer. I crafted some crab pots and headed into town. I purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus and set up my crab pots at the beach. I purchased the crafting recipe for the fish smoker from Willie and headed to Clint's. I asked the blacksmith to crush some geodes for me and update my watering can to copper. I dropped off goodies to the museum and headed to Joja Mart, where I purchased a staggering 500 wheat seeds. These would be used to fill in any gaps left behind by my one-time crops like bok choy, yams, etc. Plus, I could use the wheat to craft beer. I made a very silly mistake and went to the desert, thinking I would be trading jade for staircases. That's a Sunday thing, not a Friday thing. I made the most of my time, though, and purchased rhubarb and starfruit seeds. I'll need both for cooking recipes, and some starfruit wine would make some very nice money. At home, I crafted 2 fish smokers and smoked the chub I caught the day before. I planted the rhubarb and starfruit in the greenhouse and headed to the mines. I had picked up a monster slaying request from the wizard for 2 ghosts, and I wanted to finish Clint's quest today. I struck gold when I arrived on floor 50, an infested floor. 2 rounds there, and the quests were finished. Clint awarded me 6,000 gold. Once home, I picked up the smoked fish and delivered it to the raccoon. I turned in the request to the wizard and earned a prize token. I noticed that I had some oak resin ready to collect, so I crafted it into kegs and added strawberries to make some wine. I awoke to a chilly rain pattering on my farmhouse roof on day 13. For completing his special order request, Clint sent me the recipe for a geode crusher. I crafted one, and now I'll crush geodes here and there as I obtain them. If I find a whole bunch, I'll just take them into town. I had bok choy and a red sea of cranberries to harvest. My fairy rose flowers were ready, but I didn't pick them. I'm leaving them in the ground to create fairy rose honey from my bee houses. This will make me a lot of money, and it's also part of the shipping collection. I headed into town. It was Abigail's birthday, and I brought her an amethyst. I exchanged 2 prize tokens and obtained a sports cap and another fish smoker. I'm not planning on crafting any more smokers, as I don't plan on doing a lot of fishing, but a 3rd one is nice to have. At the beach, I checked my crab pots and had obtained 1 cockle. It was going to be slow work farming these for the raccoon, but I was slowly making progress. At the mountain lake, I fished up the walleye, who only makes its appearance on rainy fall and rainy winter days. In town, I had picked up a monster slaying request for red slimes. I quickly slayed them and turned in the request to Mayor Lewis. At the saloon, I bought a bunch of salads for the Skull Caverns. I spent the rest of the evening in the secret woods. After stump busting and slime slaying, I caught some fish I would process in the smoker overnight. I reached combat level 8. It was another rainy morning on day 14. I learned how to make trout soup from the Queen of Sauce. This will cut down on the amount of times I'll need to buy some from Willie. I had pumpkins ready to harvest and a few pumpkin seeds to plant in their stead. In my kitchen, I cooked up a fried egg, and I crafted some warp totems that would teleport me home in a jiffy. I had some extra money from selling cranberries, so I stopped by Marnie's, where I purchased a heater, an auto grabber, and 2 cows. I named them Ice Cream and Sunday. I hurried home to say hello to my new barnyard buddies and set up their home. The auto grabber will save me time and energy. I don't need to milk my cows. The auto grabber will do that for me. It was Sunday, so I took the bus to the desert. I purchased a pretty pink shirt from Sandy and traded my jade for staircases. I took a dive into the caverns. It was a good luck day, and I had eaten some spicy eel, which increased my luck just a little bit. I found treasure chest floors, and my rewards included 4 quality sprinklers, mystery boxes, and a red slime egg. I only found a little iridium, but I was really looking for a prismatic shard I could use to get the galaxy sword. I never found one. I left the mines around midnight, having reached level 56. Not bad at all. I woke up feeling very popular the morning of day 15. Jody was on my porch and invited me to have dinner with her family. I had to bring a largemouth bass with me. I could do this later today, but I'd rather wait until next year when her husband Kent is home from military service. Emily must have been waiting at the bus stop for Pam to show up to drive her to the desert for Sandy's birthday, because she also stopped by. She knew I had acquired some cloth, which I had from slaying mummies in the desert. She told me I could borrow her sewing machine whenever I wanted. My morning was very disorganized. I crafted a chest to store my goodies for my Grange display at the Stardew Valley Fair tomorrow. I had crafted an iridium bar I wanted to use, and I had an iridium quality chicken egg, but I was all over the place with my indecision. It was Sandy's birthday, so I gave her a sweet pea. I'm so glad I fixed the bus in time for her special day. In town, I stopped by Clint's to pick up my watering can. I had some geodes crushed, and I had my watering can upgraded to steel. I donated a few goodies to the museum. I checked out the special order board and accepted Biome Balance. My future father-in-law wanted someone to catch 20 riverfish. I accepted it before Willie could see. Maybe I could earn Demetrius's respect by completing this quest in one day. At the beach, I checked my crab pots and scooped up another cockle. I refilled them and utilized a tuna frenzy fish spawning spot until the fishies moved on. I gave Maru a fire quartz from one of my geodes, and she was pretty psyched. I stopped by Robin's and ordered a big barn upgrade. Barn upgrades and animals are pricey, so I'd like to get those out of the way early so I could collect lots of money from their products next year. I spent the rest of the evening working on Demetrius's special order. I didn't catch anything remarkable in the river, but I earned 1,500 gold from finishing the request. No bonus for finishing early, but I'd like to think maybe he'll like me a little bit more now. My mailbox was overflowing on day 16. Willie sent me the fish stew recipe. Lina sent me the fish taco recipe. My future father-in-law Demetrius sent me the crafting recipe for the farm computer. And Shane sent me a pizza. Pizza. Of course, I knew I had forgotten something from my Grange display. Cooked food. I was positive this pizza would propel me to first place in the Grange display. But first there were eggplants to harvest. It was time for the Stardew Valley Fair. I set up my Grange display and chatted with everyone while Mayor Lewis judged our displays. So, real talk, there's a ton of different items you can add to your Grange display. Just try to have every slot filled. I always diversify my items: fruit, veggies, animal products, fish, etc. I also try to use higher quality items. Well, would you look at that? Your favorite farmer won first place with a rating of 106. Aw, good friend Pierre didn't like that very much. I was awarded 1,000 star tokens to exchange for prizes. I decided to obtain all of the prizes this year, so in the future I wouldn't have to worry about it. I played the slingshot game, and messed around with the fish pond, and over the course of the day, I picked up the Star Drop, the Rare Crow Scarecrow, the light green rug, the dried sunflowers, a prize token, a fedora, milady, and a triple shot espresso. The fortune teller told me about my relationships, and Demetrius and I are apparently good friends. Wow, I was not expecting that. Maru and I are going strong, and that didn't surprise me. Soon the fair was over, and I returned home. I put my award-winning items back in their chest for next year and set out my new green rug. Clint sent me the recipe for algae soup on day 17. I had broccoli, beets, and bok choy to harvest. I planted wheat in their place. I worked on the Mr. Key quest. It all started when I put a battery pack in the fuse box thingy in the tunnel. I put a rainbow shell on the box on the train platform, and 10 beets in Mayor Lewis's fridge. I would finish the quest the next time I had to go to the desert, probably Sunday. I turned in prize tokens for artifact troves and a houseplant. I picked up my watering can from Clint, and he opened my artifact troves. I found the treasure appraisal guide. Upon reading it, I can fetch better prices for artifacts. I checked my crab pots at the beach, but no cockles today. I utilized a fish spawning spot and wandered around town chatting with my neighbors. That evening, I putzed around in the mines looking for dust sprites to slay. I acquired the Bobo shirt. Yeah, not a fan of that one. I'll be sticking with my cute pink one for now. I had a letter from Sandy on day 18. She had sent me a cactus fruit. My cranberries were ready to harvest, and I could not believe how much money I had saved. My mid-sized barn was fully upgraded, and I had big plans involving buying goats. But it was Marnie's birthday, and on her birthday she celebrates by going to the doctor. Yay. I gave her a diamond as a gift, but I'm still annoyed I couldn't buy my goats. I picked up a fetch quest in town for Granny Evelyn, and I delivered the emerald she had requested. I didn't have any plans for the day, and I wanted to gather some resources, so it was mine time. There were tons of dust sprites, but I didn't manage to complete the monster eradication goal for slaying 500 yet. I did leave the mines that evening with 112 pieces of iron, and I reached level 10 mining. I chose the prospector profession. My chance to find coal is doubled. On day 19, I had a letter from Marnie, who sent me the recipe for rhubarb pie. Caroline sent me a request for a pumpkin. I had wheat, broccoli, sunflowers, and corn ready to harvest. In my greenhouse, my first apples and peaches were ripe, and I was able to ship my sweet gemberry. My cows, Ice Cream and Sundae, were all grown up and had produced their first little milks. I sold one for the collection and processed the other into cheese. Marnie was open today, so I bought 2 goats, Billy and Nan. I stopped by the sewers and purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus before checking my crab pots at the beach. I had another cockle to add to the group for the raccoon. I only needed 1 more. I ran into Mayor Lewis, who congratulated me on my Grange display victory. He said Pierre needed a bowl of humble pudding, and I had to agree. I don't like Mayor Lewis, but I can appreciate a good jab. I stopped by Robin's for a horse stable and forgot that I needed 5 iron bars, so that would have to wait. I delivered an aquamarine to Linus and earned a prize token. I mined the rest of the day, and while I didn't finish any monster eradication goals, I had left with 86 pieces of iron ore, and every little bit helps. I didn't have much to do around the farm on day 20. I chopped some trees and headed into town. I requested a gold axe upgrade from Clint and had him open some mystery boxes for me. There was some hardwood, food, mixed seeds, and warp totems inside. There was also the Book of Mysteries, and after reading it, my chance to find mystery boxes has slightly increased. I turned in a prize token for Combat Quarterly, and I gained some combat experience from reading it. My crab pots didn't contain any cockles, but at home I crafted some trout soup. I was determined to catch the ice pip fish today. Hopefully it would make an appearance. My first batch of beer was ready. I collected it and added more wheat to my kegs. In the mountains, I ordered a stable from Robin. Soon I'd be galloping around Pelican Town in style. I used the minecarts to get to Joja Mart, where I unlocked the bridge repair. Tomorrow I'd be able to access the quarry. I fished on level 60 of the mines until the ice pip hooked onto my line. I caught it, and I've saved it in a chest. I might ask Robin to build a fish pond for it. Since the effects of the trout soup were still active, I tried fishing on floor 100 for some more lava eel, but all I found was trash. I worked on the dust sprite slaying goal and left just 4 sprites short. I sold some rings to the Adventurers Guild before returning home. The quarry bridge was fixed overnight. On day 21, I realized I had made a mistake. Today was Robin's birthday, and I couldn't give her a gift because she was building my stable. I learned the recipe for glazed yams from the Queen of Sauce. I had wheat, yams, broccoli, eggplants, and some fairy rose flowers ready to harvest. I needed to take the bus to the desert, but I had some time, so I delivered a frozen tear to Shane to complete a fetch quest I had picked up the day before. I arrived at the desert and popped into the oasis, where a pretty green shirt caught my eye. I had to have it. I traded my jade for staircases, rubies for spicy eels, and some extra quartz for bombs. It was a good luck day, and I ate some of my spicy eel to feel even luckier. But it was a pretty crappy day in the caverns. There were so many serpents, and if I had the galaxy sword, this wouldn't be a problem. But I was ridiculously underpowered and ended up utilizing about half of my staircases. I left with a little iridium, but it wasn't a great haul. But during the night, ice cream gave birth to a baby cow. I named her Parfait. Day 22 was one of the best days I've had since moving to the valley. My stable was ready, and with it, my horse. I named her Maple. I had ancient fruit seeds ready in my greenhouse and on the farm. I processed them in the seed maker and obtained 9 new seeds that I planted in the greenhouse with Speed Grow. I stopped by Robin's and gave her a peach to make up for missing her birthday. Gotta keep my future mother-in-law happy. I gave Mara a strawberry and our relationship is maxed out. All I need to do now is propose. In town, I picked up the special order request, Fragments of the Past. Gunther wanted 100 bone pieces, and this would be super easy. I picked up my gold axe from Clint and ordered a watering can upgrade. He processed my geodes, and would you look at that? A prismatic shard. This was a game changer. I stopped by the beach and collected the last cockle needed for the raccoon's quest. Then I was off to the desert, where I held the prismatic shard to the heavens, and the rainbow gem transformed into the galaxy sword, the most powerful weapon. Remembering Mr. Key's quest, I gave the sand dragon his last meal, a solar essence. I was instructed to check the woodpile by my house. I returned home and gave the cockles to the raccoon, who gave me 25 powder melon seeds. I will plant those in the winter. I checked my woodpile and found the club card. I will now have access to gambling at the Calico Desert and will have access to a rare crow scarecrow that I need. I brought Linus a piece of corn, completing a fetch quest. I ran to the mines and slayed the 4 dust sprites needed to complete the monster eradication goal. I collected the burglar ring. I was going to utilize it while slaying skeletons, as I will obtain more bone fragments. I worked on the special order the rest of the evening and left with 37 pieces of bone. I had a letter from Mayor Lewis on day 23. He explained that I needed a mermaid pendant to propose marriage. I would need a rainy day to purchase one from the old mariner at the tide pools. I had wheat, corn, and cranberries ready to harvest. I checked in on my barnyard buddies and was off to the mines. I finished Gunther's bone fragment special order and cleared the monster eradication goal for slaying skeletons. I turned in the bones and received 3,500 gold. I traveled back to the Adventurers Guild and obtained the skeleton mask. I had acquired a silly amount of bone swords while working on the quest, so I sold those. I crafted some bombs and blew up some of the rocks in the quarry. I chopped down the trees there with my new and improved gold axe. I foolishly attempted the quarry cave, and I don't recommend it, unless you have a higher combat level or at least some salads and maybe even a warp totem in case things get hairy. I had 2 little winter roots that didn't help restore much health. I went for broke and ran for it, grabbing the gold scythe and warping to safety. I really shouldn't be so reckless. I returned home, grateful that I hadn't succumbed to certain death. I reached foraging level 9. I had a letter from Gunther on day 24. He included the crafting recipe for the bone mill. I didn't have any crops ready to harvest, but my little goats were all grown up and had started producing little milks. I shipped one for the collection and processed the other into goat cheese. In town, I fulfilled a fetch quest for Granny Evelyn, who had requested a midnight carp. While I was there, I gifted George a leek for his birthday. I exchanged 2 prize tokens for Stardrop Tea and a cow decal. I picked up my gold watering can from Clint and requested a hoe upgrade. At the beach, I utilized a fish spawning spot. Once the fish moved on, I returned home and smoked some of them. I also started crafting winter mixed seeds. I had been saving winter roots that I found in the snowy levels of the mines. If you process them in the seed maker, they produced mixed winter seeds. I wanted as many of these as possible to plant next season, so I spent some time feeding them into the seed maker. I spent the rest of the evening in the lower levels of the mines, working on monster eradication goals and earning combat experience. I would be heading to Ginger Island soon, and my combat skill wasn't anywhere near where I wanted it to be for the volcano mines. Sure, I had the Galaxy Sword, but I needed my attack power increased. I would also like to find Mr. Key's secret note, inviting me to join him on floor 100 of the Skull Caverns. I drink the iridium snake milk and permanently increase my health. The earliest I'd find the note was the first day of winter. Until then, I had to keep on grinding. I returned home and found a bunch of catfish I had stored away in a chest, presumably for when I had a fish smoker. I started the smoking process so they'd be ready in the morning. George sent me the recipe for spicy eel on day 26. I had wheat and broccoli ready to harvest and rhubarb in the greenhouse. In town, I realized that I never bought any grapes, so I bought 3 grape trellises I would set up in the greenhouse. I also bought cherry, apricot, orange, and pomegranate saplings. There was an anchovy frenzy at the beach, and I fished until they moved on. I headed to Robin's, where Mara wanted me to go into the basement with her so she could show me her secret project. Creepy Demetrius was standing by the door spying on us. Mara had made a robot named Marilda to help her parents when she moved out. I'm not going to show the whole scene, but I jotted down some notes. Oh my goodness, I hate Demetrius so much. Please stop talking. Marilda doesn't want to help Demetrius because he sucks. Marilda blasted off to find intelligent life because she wasn't going to find it in Pelican Town. Anyway, I told Mara I was impressed with her inventions, and she kissed me. That's all that matters. After that ordeal, I ordered a barn upgrade from Robin. I delivered an earth crystal to Linus, completing a fetch quest. I returned to my farm and planted the grapes and saplings in my greenhouse. I cut down some trees in the cindersap forest, busted stumps in the secret woods, and worked on cleaning up my farm before bed. I awoke to a chilly rain on day 26. Mayor Lewis sent me a letter reminding me of the Spirits' Eve festival in town the following day. I had wheat and eggplants ready to harvest. I stopped by the sewers and purchased an iridium sprinkler, the recipes for the wicked statue and crystal floor, and a star drop from Krobus. I picked up my copper hoe from Clint before stopping by the beach. I purchased the mermaid pendant from the old mariner. I was off to propose to Maru. She accepted and was super adorable about the whole thing. We'd be married in 3 days. I stopped by Joja Mart and unlocked panning. I spent the rest of the day in the lower level of the mines, slaying baddies, collecting stone and gold ore. I found 2 squire helmets. The glittering boulder was removed overnight. I reached combat level 9. I did a lot of busy work around the farm on day 27. Pam sent me the recipe for stuffing, and Clint sent me a copper bar. I had a bunch of artisan goods ready throughout the day: wine, preserves, pickles, and beer. My star fruit were ready to harvest in my greenhouse. I sold the gold and silver quality and will process some of the regular quality into wine. I crafted more kegs and would soon need a shed for them as they were seriously taking over my farm. I went to the secret woods to collect hardwood, then journeyed to the mines. At combat level 9, I unlocked the iridium band, but I didn't have enough solar essence to craft it. Once I had enough, I returned home. I used up nearly all of my iridium bars, but this would be a huge help, especially in the Skull Caverns where I could find more iridium. You see, the iridium band glows, attracts items, and increases my attack damage by 10%. It was time for the Spirits' Eve festival. I purchased a rare crow scarecrow and the jack-o'-lantern recipe. Demetrius said Maru was gone for hours, but it didn't seem like he was terribly worried about her. I found her in the maze, somewhat confused. I finished the maze myself and obtained the gold pumpkin. After the festival, I sold it and headed to bed. There was a cold chill in the air the morning of day 28. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce and learned how to make artichoke dip. Willie sent me a letter informing me he had unlocked the back room of his shop. This was to say that I could visit Ginger Island once I had all of the materials needed to repair his boat. My last group of cranberries were ready to harvest. I had 189 regular quality ones that I held onto for processing. I took the bus to the desert, and at Sandy's Oasis I bought 20 more starfruit seeds. I exchanged my jade for staircases and rubies for spicy eel before heading into the cavern. I had a much easier time slaying monsters, thanks to my galaxy sword and iridium band. I left with 25 pieces of iridium that I could use to craft the bars needed for Billy's boat repair. I married Maru on day 1. We had a beautiful winter wedding, and the whole town was invited. I thought my bride looked especially pretty in her cute wedding dress. When we returned home, I gave her a diamond. I wouldn't always be able to afford to give her the nicest gifts, so I wanted to make sure that she had something special so she could remember this day. My sturgeon had asked for some omni geodes, so I hooked them up. I spent most of the day setting up iridium sprinklers and reworking my farm layout. I planted my mixed winter seeds and powder melons. Once finished, I headed to the mountains. Willie gave me a copper pan. It has limited uses, but it will be necessary at Ginger Island. I stopped in to see my in-laws. Robin said she'd miss Maru, but acknowledged that she'd see her often. Demetrius, just stop it. It's a little late to give your blessing after I've already married your daughter. I ordered a big coupe upgrade. I felt bad for my brother-in-law Sebastian, who said Demetrius was all wound up about the wedding. In town, Morris of Joja held a huge celebration in my honor, because I single-handedly restored the town to its former glory. Who needs the community center anyway? He gave me a Joja cola machine, and I think I'll keep it at my house as a reminder of how much I've achieved this year. I picked up a special order in town, Robin's Resource Rush. The carpenter wanted 1,000 pieces of wood gathered in a week. Easy peasy. My farm needed cleaned up anyway. It was Krobus's birthday, and I stopped in the sewer to give him a horseradish. I spent the rest of the evening clearing the trees on my farm. On day 2, I woke up with my quartz queen, who wanted to know how I planned to make money this winter. That was a good question. I had mail waiting for me. Krobus sent me a crafting recipe for a dark sign, Robin was selling a wood chipper, Marnie sent me some hay, and Willie wanted a squid. I chopped down more trees on my farm and finished Robin's special order. I received 2,500 gold. I headed into town when a shadowy figure was headed toward me. I chased him down, and he gave me the magnifying glass. Now I can read secret notes. I exchanged a prize token for some omni geodes and brought a fire quartz to Demetrius to finish a fetch quest. I headed into the cindersap forest where the raccoon and his wife wanted some dried crystal fruit and cactus fruit jelly. That wouldn't be too difficult. From there, I busted stumps in the secret woods. I was determined to catch most, if not all, of the winter fish. I started with the legendary glacier fish, then the perch, the lingcod, and a squid. I actually caught 2 squid, and I gave one to Willie to complete his quest. I had a bunch of mail on day 3. Robin sent me the blueprints for the stone chest. Mayor Lewis sent me 2,500 gold for completing so many fetch quests. Lina sent me a largemouth bass, and Robin informed me of the incubator she had added to my upgraded coop. I intended to utilize it later that day. My first batch of caviar was ready, and I added a cactus fruit to the preserve jar to create the jelly for the raccoons. I traveled to the mountains and ordered the deluxe coop upgrade from Robin. At the train station, the wizard asked me to retrieve his magic ink from his ex-wife, who's a witch. First, I needed to talk to Krobus. Before that, I gave Linus a cactus fruit for his birthday and maxed out our relationship. In the sewer, Krobus opened a tunnel so I could get a dark talisman I needed to get to the witch's house. While I was there, I purchased a void egg. I entered the tunnel, obtained the void talisman, and fished up the slimejack fish. At my farm, I incubated the void egg so I would have a void chicken of my very own. Back at the train station, I put the void talisman in the stone and entered the swamp. I fished up a void salmon. I also fished up a void mayonnaise and gave it to the goblin henchman. Inside the witch's hut, I retrieved the magic ink and warped back to the wizard's tower. He thanked me and gave me access to magic buildings. These cost a lot of money and resources, but with them I can create Jumino huts, warp obelisks, and the golden clock I'd need to achieve perfection. I traveled to the mine where I purchased the big stone chest recipe from the dwarf. I fished a little before returning home. Day 4 was a good luck day, which was music to my ears. I had a letter from Jody. She sent me some fertilizer. I checked in on my barnyard buddies, and I shipped my first big goat milk for the collection. I stopped by Clint's for some geode crushing and donated some goodies to the museum. I claimed the crystallarium reward and started farming jade for staircases. I took the minecarts to see the dwarf and bought 25 bombs. I traveled to the desert, and after stopping in to say hi to Sandy, I headed into the mines. I had a few goals. I wanted to work on the monster eradication goals, which include serpents, mummies, and Pepper-Rex dinosaurs. Doing so would also raise my combat level that I needed to max out. I was also on the hunt for iridium, and lots of it. I wanted to make the transition from quality sprinklers to iridium sprinklers by the 1st of spring. This was a ridiculous goal, but I felt fairly confident I could at least craft a dozen by strawberry season. I took my time, slaying slimes and serpents. Some of the slimes were dropping iridium bars in addition to the little bits of ore. In the afternoon, a Pepper-Rex dropped a dinosaur egg when I slayed it. I would incubate it, and once it was producing eggs of its own, I could donate the artifact to the museum. Not long after my dino discovery, I found a chest with 3 iridium bars. It was a gift. I decided to spend every good luck day at the caverns this season. Ginger Island could wait. I wanted my farm set up so that everything would fall into place once I had my sprinklers set up and my farm redesigned. I left the desert a little after midnight, having reached floor 35 with 6 iridium bars and 36 pieces of iridium ore. On day 5, I had a letter from Sandy. She had sent me the recipe for Tom Ka's soup. I crafted a whopping 15 iridium sprinklers. I would wait for a bad luck day to set them up. It was Friday, so I purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus. And I headed to Marnie's, where I purchased a duck I named Dandelion. I also purchased a rabbit I named Christine. And an auto grabber from my fully upgraded coop. As it was a good luck day, I was back at the desert. It was a rather uneventful trip in the Skull Caverns, but that evening I found a lucky ring. And later, I found a houseplant. I was just about to leave when I hit level 50 and found a chest containing a purple slime egg. I am not interested in slime farming, so I sold it. I left with 33 pieces of iridium. Day 6 was not a good luck day, so I was determined to fix up my farm a bit. Clint wanted an amethyst delivered to Emily, and after my basic farm chores, I dropped it off. I delivered the cactus fruit jelly to the raccoons, and the pumpkin to Caroline. I had a ton of geodes and mystery boxes, so I took them to Clint for processing. I had 1 new mineral to donate to the museum, but nothing terribly interesting from the mystery boxes. The rest of the afternoon and late into the evening, I worked on setting up my sprinklers. I still had a ton to do, but I went to bed satisfied with what I had started. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce on day 7 and learned how to cook plum pudding. Pierre was waiting for me on my farmhouse porch to inform me his shoddy little shack of a store was going to be getting new seeds in the coming year. Mayor Lewis sent me a note reminding me of the Festival of Ice taking place in the Cindersap Forest the following day. Ice fishing. Yay. The strawberries in my greenhouse were ready to harvest. I sold the gold and silver quality and started processing the regular quality fruit into seeds for the spring. It was Caroline's birthday, and I delivered a summer spangle flower to Mrs. Pierre. I imagine he's the kind of husband who would give her a vacuum cleaner for her birthday, so I wanted to make sure I got her something she really liked. I found a secret note that directed me to the truck next to Joja Mart. I exchanged a rabbit's foot for a special charm that permanently increases luck. I traveled to the desert, where I exchanged jade for staircases and rubies for spicy eel. I returned home and worked on my farm layout. Most of my time was chopping down trees and clearing space for some pathing along the southwest corner of my farm. I don't know if I'll finish my layout by spring, but that's my goal. On day 8, Caroline sent me the recipe for a vegetable medley. I had powder melons and winter forage ready to harvest. I took some of my crystal fruit and put them in the dehydrator to fulfill the raccoon's request. I spent the rest of the morning working on my farm until I had to run to the Festival of Ice. There, I chatted with everyone and bought some souvenirs, including a rare crow scarecrow, a pretty ice banner, and some snacks: pumpkin soup, cranberry sauce, and stuffing. I won the ice fishing tournament and continued working on my layout before bed. I rushed through my farm chores on day 9. The dried crystal fruit was ready, and I delivered it to the raccoons. They gave me the Raccoon Journal, and after reading it, weeds have a greater chance to yield mixed seeds. In town, I picked up the special order, Gus's famous omelet. The proprietor of the Stardrop Saloon wanted 24 eggs. Easy enough. I just had to ignore the auto-grabber in the coop for the next 2 weeks. It was a good luck day, so I rushed to the desert. I found an iridium bar, some omni geodes, and gemstones I would sell for cash. I was done for the evening and stopped into Sandy's Oasis and presented my club card to the bouncer. I met the mysterious Mr. Key and bought some tokens so I could start gambling. I had eaten spicy eel earlier, so that increased my luck, on top of the special charm and it being a lucky day. I suppose I could have also worn the lucky ring, but I don't know at what point the luck stat is capped. It didn't matter. I scored big on the slots and picked up the final rare crow scarecrow from my collection, a top hat, and some warp totems back to my farm. It was a pretty awesome day. I reached combat level 10 and chose the brute profession. I will now deal 15% more damage. On day 10, my strawberry sweetheart gave me a star drop as a symbol of her love. For collecting all the rare crow scarecrows, I obtained the deluxe scarecrow recipe. My void egg had hatched into a void chicken. I named him Sebastian, after my brother-in-law. Speaking of Sebastian, it was his birthday, so I brought him a frozen tear. I ordered my first of possibly several sheds. I am not happy with the current placement. I will be adjusting its location in the future. I have checked the beach daily for the nautilus shell that only appears in winter, and so far, I haven't found one. I ordered a hoe upgrade from Clint and asked him to open some geodes and mystery boxes. I donated a new mineral to the museum. I traveled to the secret woods to slime slay and stump bust. I returned home and crafted the bone mill and the farm computer. I can place bone fragments into the mill and they will transform into various speed grows and fertilizers. I won't really use it, but I needed to craft it for completion, and I had some extra fossils and dino bones I had collected in the Skull Cavern. I spent the rest of the evening clearing trees on my farm. I had a letter from Robin on day 11. She sent me the pumpkin soup recipe. Strawberries were ready in my greenhouse, and my little bunny had produced its first bundle of wool, which I shipped for the collection. I headed to the wizard's tower to move around some buildings using his special book thingy where you build magic buildings. I chopped some trees in the cindersap forest, and I found a secret note asking me to bring maple syrup to the secret woods. While grabbing some from my chest, I came across my dinosaur egg, so I put that in the incubator in my coop. I met a bear in the secret woods who seemed to want to get wasted on maple syrup. He had something special to show me, and I swear I had flashbacks to Linus and his tent. Anyway, he gave me special knowledge, and now salmon berries and blackberries are worth 3 times as much gold. My farm was an absolute disaster at this point, but I was determined to clean it up some more. I crafted a deluxe scarecrow and added some more crop growing areas before turning in for the night. I awoke to a very snowy day 12. The wizard had sent me a letter requesting a void essence. I'd drop that off the next time I was headed to the secret woods. It was the day of the Squid Festival, so I rushed around trying to finish up my farm chores. I stopped by the sewer and purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus, then headed to the beach. I still couldn't find a nautilus shell, but right away I spied a spawning spot. I utilized it and moved on to the dock when the fish moved on. I fished up a chest that afternoon that contained an ancient seed. That evening, I finished catching the 8 squid required for all of the first day's prizes. I didn't intend on returning tomorrow, so I was glad to obtain a book today, The Art o' Crabbing. After reading it, crab pots have a 25% chance to yield double. I returned home and smoked some fish, processed some geodes, and processed strawberries into seeds. I awoke to the smell of seafood on day 13. Morrow had found some crab cakes in her scrap pile and gave them to me. That was interesting and thoughtful. Emily sent me the cooking recipe for the red plate. I had so much to get done before spring, and although it wasn't even halfway through the season, I was panicking a little. I set up my shed with preserve jars and kegs. This is temporary. I'm going to upgrade my shed and have another one just for preserve jars, a separate one for kegs, but for now this was fine. In my coop, I had a duck egg and a void chicken egg. My little buddies are growing up so fast. I know I should be saving some eggs for Gus's special order, but I really don't care if I finish it or not. All I get from it is a little bit of money and a mini fridge, so it's not like I'd be missing out on a major crafting recipe. I delivered the void essence to the wizard, and while I was there, I moved my buildings around. I like this setup a lot better. I'd still have some more moving around, but I felt like I was making progress. I stopped by Marnie's and purchased 2 pigs. I named them Snow and Mist. They will be old enough to hunt for truffles by spring. I crafted more kegs and filled them with cranberries before heading to Robin's. I ordered another silo and purchased a workbench and all of the crafting recipes Robin had to offer. I dislike that I need to craft all items for perfection because I'm not going to use most of them, but hey, what are you going to do? I spent the rest of the day fixing up my farm. I had moved my coop over to the far right and added some stone fencing for it. This left the barn by itself with lots of room for potentially more barns in the future. On day 14, I tuned into the Queen of Sauce and learned how to make chocolate cake. Mayor Lewis sent me a note reminding me the night market starts tomorrow. I finished up my chores and headed to the beach, where I finally found a nautilus shell. I really hoped I'd find 2, one for shipping and one for my sturgeon who had requested one, but I was happy to ship the one I found. I stopped by Clint's and requested a hoe upgrade. I brought Dr. Harvey a coffee for his birthday, and I bought 10 bombs from the dwarf. I headed to the desert. I traded jade for staircases and headed into the caverns. It was a good luck day, and I found several floors with chests. Among them, goodies included omni geodes, a peach sapling, and cactus seeds. I left with only a little bit of iridium, but a fair amount of gems, cloth, plus I had worked on those monster eradication goals. The air was full of promise and excitement on day 15. My powder melon and winter forage were ready to harvest. I made more seeds from both. I crafted 2 looms and more mayo makers to process goodies from my coop critters. Strawberries and ancient fruit were ready in the greenhouse, and I processed both into more seeds. I realized I needed a ton more seed makers, so I temporarily arranged them near my smelting station. While they were processing, I crafted a bunch of lightning rods for my new and improved crop growing area. I currently have over 130 strawberry seeds for spring, and I think that's a good place to stop for now. It was time for the night market. I picked up a special order request on the way. Prismatic jelly. This is one of my favorite special orders because the wizard gives you the crafting recipe for monster musk upon its completion. Monster musk lures out baddies and makes the eradication goals much easier to finish. At the market, I purchased 100 cauliflower seeds as a head start for spring. I took the deep sea fishing tour and fished up 3 fish I still needed: the midnight squid, the spookfish, and the blobfish. I had more winter forage ready on day 16. I finished my farm chores and dropped off eggs at the saloon. I only needed a few more to complete Gus's special order. I went to pick up my hoe from Clint and remembered he had his doctor appointment, so I couldn't. So I headed to the mines to work on the wizard's prismatic jelly quest. I took a break to visit the night market and purchased the mermaid painting. I had forgotten to watch the mermaid show, so I took in some theater and played the melody on the shells to obtain a pearl. I putzed around slaying baddies when I found the prismatic slime. It was a good luck day, and luck plays a part in finding it, but I was so excited that I found it so easily and so quickly. I delivered the jelly to the wizard the following day. I had a letter from Clint on day 17, requesting an iron bar. I had to pick up my hoe today, so I would drop it off later. I finished up my farm chores and headed to the wizard's tower. But on the way, I noticed the raccoons had a little baby raccoon hanging out of the tree stump. They had another request: dried purple mushrooms and 5 white algae. I had already had the purple mushrooms, I just needed to dehydrate them. I was pretty sure I had the algae too. It was the wizard's birthday, and I brought him a void essence. I also brought him the prismatic jelly, completing the special order. I picked up my gold hoe and brought Clint the iron bar. I dropped off the battery packs and iridium bars to fix Willie's boat, but I was short some of the hardwood I needed, so I would just have to keep stump busting. I returned to Clint and requested an iridium upgrade to my pickaxe. I started dehydrating the purple mushrooms and took the bus to the desert, where I caught the scorpion carp and the sandfish. Back home, I scythed up some grass for my new silo and planted some powder melon and winter seeds. It was another snowy morning on day 18. The wizard sent me the recipe for monster musk, and Mayor Lewis informed me of the Feast of the Winter Star. I had to bring a gift to exchange with a secret friend. Oh, let it be Pierre, please, please. It was just Marnie. My purple mushrooms were dehydrated, so I packed them up with the white algae to deliver to the raccoons. They gave me a raccoon hat, and I don't know how to feel about that. I wish it said it was an artificial fur hat, at least. Yuck. I was off to the secret woods to slay slimes and bust stumps. I headed to the mountains and ordered a shed upgrade from my mother-in-law. I wish there was some kind of family discount. I wandered around town the rest of the day, hoeing up lots of diggy spots. One produced Woodcutters Weekly. I read it and gained some foraging experience. I chatted with my neighbors and dropped off some goodies to the museum. I didn't feel like fishing, my pickaxe was at Clint's, and my farm design was satisfactory for now. So I went to bed a little early. Willie sent me the recipe for lobster bisque on day 19. I had a greenhouse full of strawberries. I turned the regular quality into seeds and sold the rest. I have nearly 250 strawberry seeds for spring. That is ridiculous. In town, I purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus and stopped by the beach, where I finally found a nautilus shell to give to my sturgeon fish pond. I picked up my iridium pickaxe from Clint and headed to the cindersap forest. I stopped by the traveling cart lady and purchased Maru's portrait and a walnut dresser. I have found so many hats and shirts in the mines, I was running out of room in my chests for all of it, and the dresser would help. I busted stumps and slayed slimes in the secret woods. I dropped off the nautilus shell in my fish pond and found 77 regular quality strawberries in a chest, which I sold for some quick cash. I placed the last eggs in Gus's fridge and completed his special order. I earned 3,000 gold. I headed to the mines. Earlier, I had crafted some monster musk. I doused myself in it and worked on monster eradication goals for the remainder of the evening. I felt super lucky on day 20. I had a letter from Gus with a mini fridge. This would be very helpful in organizing some of my cooking ingredients. My shed was fully upgraded, and I had some cranberry wine ready to ship. My chores finished, I headed into town to give Granny Evelyn a stuffing for her birthday. I had purchased it at the Festival of Ice and had been holding on to it just for this occasion. I purchased some bombs from the dwarf and headed to the desert. I bought more starfruit seeds from Sandy and headed into the caverns. I found a few ladders, but I found tons of holes that allowed me to drop down several floors at once. I was annoyed that I hadn't found Mr. Key's secret note inviting me to meet him on floor 100. I could have possibly tried to make a run for it today if I had. As it was, I reached floor 86. I was on a bit of a special mission today. I only had one mineral left to donate to the museum. A prismatic shard. If I could find one in an iridium node, I could have the museum finished tomorrow. And would you look at that? The last iridium node I hit before leaving had the prismatic shard. I left with it and 79 pieces of iridium. On day 21, I tuned into the Queen of Sauce and learned how to cook pumpkin pie. I had a letter from Granny Evelyn, and she taught me how to make rice pudding. Robin had sent me a request for 10 pieces of hardwood. I checked in on my coop critters and barnyard buddies. Then I was off to town. I donated the prismatic shard to the museum and finished the mineral collection. It was a good luck day, and I traveled to the desert, where I traded jade for staircases and 10 iridium bars for the desert warp totem recipe. I entered the caverns. I didn't apply any monster musk. There were so many serpents, it was a little silly. It was a very slow day, but 2 iridium slimes dropped iridium bars, so that was helpful. That evening, I found 2 more iridium bars in a chest. So technically, it was like I had only traded 6 bars for the recipe rather than 10. I only reached level 37, and with 12 iridium ore. It's hard to imagine both the previous day and today were good luck days, when today had such a poor showing. On day 22, I was surprised to discover that I had earned 1,000,000 gold since moving to the valley. That was fantastic, but I still had a long way to go. I spent much of my morning harvesting my winter forage and turning it back into seeds that I replanted. These will more than likely not be harvestable, I'm just creating placeholders. I crafted more furnaces and rearranged my smelting area a bit before heading to the secret woods. I only started stump busting when I found the secret note I had been searching for. Mr. Key was waiting for me on floor 100 of the Skull Caverns. The next good luck day, I would take a deep dive. I headed into town and had Clint open some artifact troves and mystery boxes. I donated an artifact to the museum and was headed to Joja Mart when I hooked up a bridal shirt. I thought it was pretty, so I was going to wear it for a while. At Joja Mart, I purchased sugar, flour, and rice. I noticed there wasn't any vinegar or oil for sale. I could craft my own vinegar by processing rice in kegs, and I could process sunflowers or corn in the oil maker to make oil, but I would just buy them from Pierre another day. I picked up the special order Juicy Bugs Wanted. Willie wanted 100 pieces of bug guts. I turned in a prize token for several diamonds I would sell. I picked up a request from the wizard to slay a squid kid, so I mined the rest of the evening. After I slayed the necessary beastie, I worked on the bug guts request. I finally reached foraging level 10 and chose the lumberjack profession. All trees have a chance to drop hardwood. I sensed a new way was open on day 23. I'd have to figure out what that meant later. A baby dinosaur hatched. I named them Leah since it was her birthday too. I cooked up a pumpkin pie for Marnie's Feast of the Winter Star gift. I had strawberries and ancient fruit ready in the greenhouse, and I crafted more seeds from them. I ran into town to buy some oil and vinegar from Pierre and did a little cooking. I made a salad, omelet, bread, chocolate cake, and rice pudding. I delivered the salad to Leah for her birthday and rushed to Willie's to supply the hardwood needed to repair his boat. Back in the Cindersap Forest, I hoed up an ancient seed. I turned in the Squid Kid request to the wizard and checked out Grandpa's secret room. It had the best tools and crafting recipes. Once I leveled up some more, I have to pick something to expand upon. I stopped in the bug lair to collect bug guts, then moved on to the mines. I was able to work on some monster eradication goals while I bug hunted. The boat was fixed overnight. Leah was on my porch on day 24. She made a sculpture called How I Feel About Ghost and wanted me to have it. Aw! Lou sent me a note reminding me about the festival tomorrow, and Willie sent me a note informing me that his shop would now be open at 8 in the morning so I could get an early start to Ginger Island. I checked on my barnyard buddies and was happy to see my pigs were all grown up. I did a lot of cooking before heading to Ginger Island. It's not very fun watching me run back and forth, so here's some footage of my rescue cats, Coconut and Ophelia. I made cookies, cheese cauliflower, parsnip soup, rhubarb pie, spaghetti, blueberry tart, fried mushroom, autumn's bounty, pumpkin soup, stuffing, artichoke dip, survival burger, miner's treat, radish salad, glazed yams, fried calamari, fried eel, lobster bisque, sashimi, plum pudding, pale broth, algae soup, and tomka soup. I have a ton of fish saved for dishes I didn't have time to make, and some I don't have the recipes for yet. It was time to head to Ginger Island, and I was grateful for the food I brought with me. Once we docked, I headed to the eastern side of the island where I collected a golden walnut. I met a quiet boy and figured if I made friends with a parrot, I'd befriend him too. I headed to the volcano dungeon, and I hate it. I did pick up a cute tiger hat a slime dropped. Halfway in, I purchased the warp totem and ginger ale recipes. This dwarf was ripping me off. Everything was so pricey. I did pick up some bombs to get through the mine a little easier. At the top of the volcano, I found a prismatic shard and used it to enchant my sword. To Haymaker. More fiber is earned when collecting weeds. It also has a chance to collect hay. This is completely useless. I needed to find another shard to get something better. I had enough cinder shards to fuse my iridium band and burglar ring together. Maybe I'll wear my lucky ring now. I put my stuff in a chest I had packed and warped home. Day 25 was the Feast of the Winter Star. I spent most of the morning harvesting powder melon and turning them back into seeds. Oh, and a lot of cooking. Lots and lots of cooking. Don't worry, at the end of the year, I'll show off what I've cooked, so I won't be listing everything right now. I headed into town for the festivities and chatted with all of my neighbors. Pierre wondered if he could invent some holidays to boost his sales. Hey, you know what? I'm all for it. I propose a Joja Member Appreciation Day. You can start by appreciating me. I bought a pretty winter banner to celebrate the season. I gave Marnie her pumpkin pie, and it was time for me to get my gift. And would you look at that? My secret gift-giving friend is my good pal Demetrius. Wait, what? The tea set? The tea set? Now, if you aren't aware, the tea set is pretty freaking rare. Real talk, I have over 2,000 hours on the PC version of Stardew, and I've only received it once. Maybe Demetrius isn't that bad. I mean, he's not as bad as Pierre, or Mayor Lewis. I'll have to think about this one. Later that evening, I hung up my banner, set up my tea set, and headed to bed. I was determined to finish up Willie's special order on day 26, but first I had some mail. Shane sent me a pizza, and Gus requested an albacore. My first fruit trees were blooming in my greenhouse, so I shipped one of everything for the collection. In town, I dropped off the albacore to Gus and purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus. Clint had requested some coal, so I took the minecarts to the quarry and turned it in. It was the blacksmith's birthday, and I brought him an amethyst. I doused myself in monster musk and headed into the mines for bug slaying. I finished the quest and would turn in the bug guts the following day. I sold an ossified blade weapon I had found a while ago. I cleared the Duggies and rock crab monster eradication goals and obtained a hard hat and crab shell ring. In the mines, I had picked up an ancient seed I would plant at my island farm. Winter was coming to an end on day 27. I had a letter from Clint with the bean hot pot recipe. I had strawberries ready in the greenhouse. I sold the higher quality ones and kept the regular quality for wine and jelly. I cooked some food and headed to the beach. I dropped off the bug guts, completing Willie's special order. He awarded me 3,000 gold. I headed to Ginger Island and met Leo. I have a feeling I'll be seeing him around a lot. I bribed the parrots with golden walnuts, and they moved the sleepy turtle. I got to work clearing the debris and planting my ancient fruit seeds. I also planted some melon and wheat seeds I'd need a little bit later. I planted extra wheat as placeholders until I have more ancient fruit seeds. I picked up a few golden walnuts before warping home. On day 28, my cheese cauliflower cutie was excited to tackle the next year together. Aw, me too. I tuned into Queen of Sauce and learned how to cook cranberry candy. I spent the morning crafting more kegs, preserve jars, and a dehydrator. A secret note directed me to the bush behind the playground at noon on the last day of the season, and I found a Jimino plush. I spent some money to buy a stack of wood from Robin. Prices increase next year, so I may as well have a head start for more crafting. I stopped at the Desert Trader to trade jade for staircases and some omni geodes for artifact troves. I headed to the mines and slayed one bat to complete its monster eradication goal. I'm going to show off my first year's progress at the end of the video, but here's my progress for working on those goals. Not too shabby. I turned in a coal request for Clint and bought myself a cold one to celebrate my first year in the valley. I returned home to review my progress. First up, relationships. I definitely spent a good amount of time building relationships this year and gave everyone but Sam and Robin birthday gifts. Oh, and I just met Leo yesterday, so he doesn't count. The shipped collections. I have shipped most items available. I shipped a duck feather this morning, so it won't show up until the next day. Certain crops won't be available until next year. Fishing. All I have left is the legend and the 3 fish on Ginger Island. Museum stuff. Minerals are done, and I need about half a dozen artifacts. Cooking. Half of the recipes and ingredients won't be available until next year. I'm not going to bother showing what I've crafted and what I haven't crafted because I am missing a lot of crafting ingredients still, so there's no point in showing my progress for that. Winter's chill had passed over and spring had returned to the valley on day 1. Jodi's husband Kent had returned from military service and introduced himself. I'm sure I'll see him around. Gus sent me the recipe for cranberry sauce, and I was notified the cost of materials at Robbins and Clint's had increased. My morning was spent clearing weeds and debris from my farm. I really wish I had more winter seeds to plant last year because the hoeing and watering for the remainder of my crop field would be a pain. Ah well, I planted my 100 cauliflower and many strawberry seeds. I stopped in town and bought a variety of seeds, including the garlic seeds that were new this year. I picked up the special order, a curious substance. The wizard wanted an ectoplasm, a ghost drop. I planned on stopping by the desert this week, and hopefully I would find it in the Skull Caverns. I traded a prize token for some mystery boxes and was back to the farm. I need more iridium to upgrade my tools. This gold quality stuff isn't cutting it anymore. Hopefully a trip to the desert would mean more iridium for tool upgrades. I managed to get everything planted and most of my farm cleaned up before heading to bed. My strawberry sweetheart asked a great question on day 2. She wanted to know my strategy for optimizing the farm this year. Well, I wanted to upgrade all my tools to iridium quality and get my island farm fully up and running. Maybe add some more buildings around the farm. My pig started truffle hunting the previous day, but I hadn't time to craft any oil makers. I was running low on hardwood, so I could only craft 2. I sold 1 truffle for the collection and processed the other into oil. It was a good luck day, and I crafted some explosives for a desert trip. I wanted to get to floor 100 and needed plenty of time, so I warped over. It was a great day. Ladders were fairly easy to find. I reached the monster eradication goal for mummies, and I reached a new level of understanding. That meant I'd be able to choose an ability from Grandpa's secret room. I found a white turban, and that evening, 2 prismatic shards from iridium nodes. Around 10:30, I reached floor 100. Mr. Key was waiting for me. He was proud of me and still disappointed because I used too many staircases. Whatever. He gave me the iridium snake milk, and my health was permanently increased by 25. I continued in the mines for the rest of the evening. I reached level 107 and left with 2 prismatic shards and 151 pieces of iridium. That was wild. I traded my Omni Geodes for artifact troves before heading home. I did not find an ectoplasm for the wizard's quest, but that could wait. On day 3, Sandy sent me some tom kha soup. I wish I would have stopped to say hi to her yesterday. I started my farm tours and realized I hadn't visited Grandpa's secret room. I chose the farming mastery and obtained the iridium scythe. I tested it on my beloved spring onions. Ah, so satisfying. I stopped by the raccoons, who had another baby. They wanted carrot juice and pickled kale. No prob, I have kale growing right now, and I had carrot seeds to put in the greenhouse. Speaking of, I made quick work with my iridium scythe as my greenhouse was full of produce ready to harvest. I planted carrot seeds and it was time to leave the farm. I dropped off some artifacts at the museum and had Clint open the artifact troves and mystery boxes. Just a lot of different stuff, but nothing as useful as the ancient seed I obtained. I stopped in my farmhouse and Morrow invited me to watch a comet with her at midnight tomorrow. That would be exciting. I sold a bunch of rings I had obtained and headed to the mines. It was monster musk time. I wanted to get that ghost's ectoplasm. After a few hours, I found it. I wasn't going to let the musk go to waste. I worked on shadow brute eradication until it was midnight. I left the mines, and Mara was waiting by her telescope. She invited me to check out how beautiful it was. It was very pretty. She asked me to make a wish, and I wished for us to grow old together. Would you look who was lighting up the night sky? Good old Marilda, still searching for intelligent life outside of the valley. And who could blame her? I awoke to the patter of raindrops on my farmhouse roof on day 4. Emily had sent me some wool I processed into cloth. I finished my farm chores and headed to the secret woods for stump busting. I really wanted to upgrade my house and craft more oil makers, but I wouldn't be able to do either without more hardwood. I delivered the ectoplasm to the wizard, and he awarded me 2,500 gold. It was Kent's birthday, and I gifted him a maple bar. I had found a strange bun in the mines yesterday and placed it in Vincent's toy box to acquire the Frogman statue. It's weird, but it's kinda cool. I headed to the mountains and ordered a fish pond from Robin. I thought about maybe having a fish pond for each legendary fish I had caught. I was just missing one. So I went to catch it. The legend is only available in the mountain lake on a rainy spring day. I had some trout soup and a trap bobber and was able to fish her up. I went to the train station and hoed around for a treasure chest. I fished up the ornate necklace and cleared the debris. I went to give the necklace to Abigail or Caroline, and it disappeared, along with a request to give it to one of them. I think there's a bug. I spent the rest of the evening clearing rocks, weeds, and branches from the cinder sap forest. After a kiss from Mario, I was ready to work on day 5. The wizard sent me the crafting recipe for the mini obelisks, and Kent sent me the recipe for crispy bass. My garlic was ready to harvest. I crafted garlic oil and cooked up some escargot. My honey was ready, and I processed it in kegs to make mead. In town, I picked up my iridium watering can and gave Clint my axe to upgrade. I purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus and headed to Ginger Island. I traveled to the volcano dungeon and up to the forge, when I realized I didn't have any cinder shards to reforge my galaxy sword. Ugh! I'd have to go through the dungeon to obtain more. Thoroughly annoyed, I worked on my island farm where I had wheat ready to harvest. I planted some ancient fruit in its place and replanted some more of the wheat. I started Birdie's quest to find her late husband's keepsake. I stuck around the island a while and caught the lionfish. Only 2 fish to go. I returned to Pelican Town where I completed 2 parts of Birdie's quest before returning home. Once there, the mead had already processed, so I started some beer from my island wheat. I ran all over Pelican Town on day 6. Gus sent me a fish taco and Emily requested an apricot. My fish pond was ready and I added the legend. I had some ancient fruit, star fruit, and carrots ready in my greenhouse. I took some gold coconuts to Clint's for him to open, and I hit the jackpot with a banana sapling. I visited Sandy at the Oasis and continued Birdie's quest. At my in-laws, I ordered another fish pond. I made a few more stops for Birdie's quest and ended up at Willie, who gave me the pirate's locket. I also delivered some seaweed to him, and he gave me a prize token. I exchanged the prize tokens for magic rock candy and Stardrop tea. I stopped in the forest for spring onions for old time's sake. I delivered the apricot to Emily and bought 50 salads from Gus. What a day! On day 7, I tuned into the Queen of Sauce and learned how to make pizza. I hurried to make one. Jody sent me the ice cream recipe, and Shane sent me another pizza. This was getting out of hand. Now there were 2 of them. I had kale and tulips ready to harvest. In town, I brought Mayor Lewis a frozen tear for his birthday. My iridium axe was ready, and I dropped off my hoe for an iridium upgrade. I bought the grass starter recipe from Pierre and more kale seeds. I headed to Ginger Island and went to the volcano dungeon. I was determined to collect enough cinder shards to get rid of this horrible haymaker enchantment. On floor 5, I traded 10 diamonds for the Diamond Hunter book. Upon reading it, all stones have a chance to drop a diamond when mined by hand. I went a little further into the volcano, just enough to gather enough cinder shards to redo the enchantment. I unlocked the exit shortcut from the parrots. And reforged my galaxy sword. Now it has the Crusader enchantment. I don't need bombs to kill mummies, plus 50% damage to mummies, ghosts, skeletons, and void spirits. Awesome! I had a letter from Mayor Lewis on day 8. He had sent me the recipe for eggplant parmesan. I had strawberries ready in my greenhouse. I was determined to obtain enough hardwood for a house upgrade, so I chopped down some of my hardwood and stumps in the secret woods. In town, I picked up the crop order to cultivate and ship 100 potatoes. I wasn't going to get a crafting recipe from this, but I may as well do it. I headed to my in-laws and ordered a house upgrade. A little later, I delivered a kale to Robin and a copper bar to Willie, completing some fetch quests. I spent the rest of the evening organizing my chests and cleaning up around the farm. I almost forgot about my finished fish pond. I put my glacier fish in before heading to bed. I hummed a little tune as I harvested my field of strawberries on day 9. It was going to be a fantastic payday. I wasn't saving any berries this time. I was selling them all. I still have hot peppers from last summer. I'm not going to run out of produce to process. And I wanted the cash. My lava eels requested an iridium bar, and who was I to turn them down? I stopped at Joja Mart to purchase the 100 potato seeds I would need for the special order. Then I was off to Clint's to pick up my iridium hoe. I could upgrade my trash can and copper panning pot, but I wasn't pressed. I had really wanted my main tools upgraded to iridium this season, and that was one more thing I could check off my list. Back at my farm, I planted some of my potato seeds where there had been some parsnips from mixed seeds and kale. Then I crafted a few iridium sprinklers and headed to Ginger Island. I gave Bertie the pirate locket, and she taught me the crafting recipe for fairy dust and gave me some golden walnuts. I set up my sprinklers and planted potatoes and wheat. I slayed some tiger slimes, and one of them dropped a red shirt. I'll wear this for a while, why not? I headed back home and went to bed a little earlier than usual. I awoke to a dreary, soggy morning on day 10. I had ancient fruit in the greenhouse I processed into seeds. Using Bertie's recipe, I crafted some fairy dust to speed up the process of carrot juice needed for the raccoons. The pickled kale was ready, so I just needed the juice. And presto, it was done. I rearranged the kegs in my shed, and after my house upgrade, I need to get moving on a second shed for preserve jars. It was Vincent's birthday, and I brought him a grape. I was goofing off in the cindersap forest. I grabbed some spring onions, foraged here and there without a care in the world, until I remembered I wanted to purchase 2 more pigs from Marnie. I rushed to get there and immediately bought the animal catalog. That way, it won't matter if Marnie keeps banker's hours or screws around all day Monday, jazzercises on Tuesday, goes to the doctor on her birthday, or spends half of her day staring at the microwave. I could shop without her. As soon as I read the book, she closed for the day. But it didn't matter because I bought my pigs without her. I had no idea what to name them, so I called them Wax On and Wax Off. I wanted names that kind of went together, so a Karate Kid reference. Anyway, I went to the raccoons and dropped off their goodies, and they gave me 5 fairy dusts. Robin had requested a largemouth bass, and she was working right outside of my house, so that was easily delivered. She gave me a prize token. Alex wanted a seaweed, so I dropped that off. I exchanged 2 prize tokens, one for a treasure chest and another for an iridium sprinkler. I had a free evening and some monster eradication goals to work on, so I slathered myself in monster musk and headed into the mines. Well, it got a little dicey in there, but I was able to take out some baddies before heading home. I awoke to the crash of thunder on day 11. My house was renovated, and I had a little extra room. I had some potatoes ready to harvest, and I planted some kale. At Robin's, I rearranged my fish ponds and ordered another shed. The bookseller was in town, and I had a bunch of books I needed to exchange. I picked up the price catalog, so now I can see how much money items are worth, and The Way of the Wind Volume 1. I can now run around a little faster. I headed to Ginger Island and worked on slaying monsters in the volcano dungeon. I found a prismatic shard and used it to upgrade my axe to powerful. It takes 1 less hit to chop stuff. I had some time before warping home, so I used my watering can to go around the other side of the volcano. I picked up 2 golden walnuts and fished up the discus. I only have the stingray left to catch. There wasn't a trace of sunshine on day 12. Mayor Lewis sent me a note to remind me of the egg festival the next day. I had strawberries ready to harvest in my greenhouse. I held on to some for processing. In town, I bought an iridium sprinkler from Krobus and headed to my island farm. I planted more ancient fruit seeds and wheat. I headed into the volcano mine. I hadn't made it to the first floor when I reached the monster eradication goal for slime slaying. I returned to the valley to claim my slime charmer ring. Wearing it prevents damage from slimes. I sprayed on some monster musk and spent the rest of the evening taking out shadow brutes. The loot drops were primarily metal bars, including a pair of iridium bars. I wanted to keep going, but I knew I'd have a big harvest tomorrow, so I returned home. My cauliflower, strawberries, and kale were ready to harvest on day 13. I saved the regular quality goods for processing. If I was going to have sheds full of both kegs and preserve jars, it would make more sense to have an excess of goods to process after all. I had reached a new level of understanding, but I wouldn't have time to visit Grandpa's secret room until the next day. It was time for the egg festival. I bought the flamingo, plush bunny, some plants, and a pastel banner. Oh yeah, and 200 strawberry seeds. I chatted with my neighbors and participated in the egg hunt. I won a prize token for finding the most eggs. When the festival ended, I planted some of my new strawberry seeds and saved the rest for next year. Sure, I could keep turning mine into seeds, or I could just make it easy on myself and buy some. I was confident I was going to have an excellent payday, so I wasn't pressed at spending some of that money. On day 14, I tuned in to the Queen of Sauce and learned how to cook hash browns. Mayor Lewis sent me a note informing me of the upcoming Calico Desert Festival, and I was kind of excited for it. At Grandpa's secret room, I chose the Combat Mastery, as I'd really like to obtain the Fairy Box Trinket to help me recover some health in the volcano dungeon. It was Haley's birthday, and I brought her a coconut. I went to Robin's and rearranged my buildings again. I swapped my shed so the empty shed was close to my farmhouse and the keg and preserve shed was near my greenhouse and fish ponds. I still need another shed, but this was a good start. I traveled to the desert to exchange jade for staircases. I returned home and moved my smelting station into my new shed. I wasn't thrilled about this setup, but I wanted to try it at least for now. I added a chest with crafting essentials and connected them with my workbench. I got to work crafting all the stuff I had been putting off. I ran out of hardwood, so I didn't get to craft everything I wanted to, but I had put in a really good dent into what I needed for completion. It was getting late, so I stopped for the evening. I could always pick it up another time. The first day of the Calico Desert Festival was day 15. Before heading out for the fun, I checked the special order board. And I don't want to do either one of these. If I get leeks for Granny Evelyn, she gives me a coffee maker. If I grow more potatoes and brew them for Pam, I get access to a fishing television station. I'm just not interested. I wanted to take in all of the sights and sounds of the festival, but I really wanted to get into the Skull Cavern. First, I picked up my free cactus. And then I foolishly let Emily plan an outfit for me. She's supposedly super into fashion, but this is a yabba dabba don't. Ignoring my Fred Flintstone cosplay for a moment, I took the trivia challenge and answered all the questions correctly. I hit up a garbage can, literally, and calico eggs flew out. I chose the Deep Dive Spelunking Challenge. I just had to reach level 30, and I'd acquire a bunch of calico eggs, the currency at this festival. There are weird guidelines about the mine challenges, like every 5 levels your egg rating increases. If you interact with the Calico Kitty statues, good things can happen, or bad things. It's a whole thing. All you need to know is that eggs are good. I was super excited to test out my enchanted sword. Those mummies didn't stand a chance. I didn't need to blast them away. My sword did the heavy lifting. One of the kitty cat statues increased the amount of serpents, which was awesome, because that was a monster eradication goal I hadn't finished. That afternoon, I found 2 iridium sprinklers in a chest. Yes, please! I would set these up on my island farm for sure. I reached level 30 that evening and pressed on. I was glad, too, because I found a seed maker I would also send to the island. I left the cave very late with an egg rating of 23. Not too shabby. My greenhouse was full of strawberries on day 16. I had a little time before leaving for the desert festival, so I crafted a variety of things. Some pathing, light sources, rings, and fish bobbers. Then I showed off my sweet, sweet dance moves to my loyal steed Maple instead of getting on the dang bus to the desert. Finally, I arrived, and I just had to see what the fashionista with the lista Emily had for me. Some sort of skeleton outfit with a ball cap. I didn't hate it. I accepted the deep dive quest again. I wanted to see what the shops were selling, and I purchased a cute chicken decal with some calico eggs. I went into the caverns, and it was a pretty good day. I found my first trinket, the basilisk paw, immune to debuffs. That was fine, but not what I was looking for. I found an auto petter, and generally speaking, I'm not a fan of them. I'd rather pet my animals. But on days where I wanted an early start to work on the volcano dungeon, I would definitely be glad to have one in my barn just in case. I finished up the challenge and stayed in the mines. I found a chest with some warp totems that would send me back to my farm in a jiffy, but it was pretty uneventful. I left with another egg rating of 23. Before I left the festival, I exchanged some of my Omni Geodes for artifact troves I could have Clint open sometime after the festival. I had strawberries, kale, cauliflower, and potatoes ready to harvest on day 17. It was the last day of the festival, so I hurried to finish my farm chores. I made a quick stop by Joja Mart to pick up 100 kale seeds to fill in some empty spaces. I had a boatload of calico eggs, so I perused Pierre's wares, where I purchased a version of his store's sign. I imagined the day once I reached perfection, maybe I would buy out the general store from underneath him and hang the real sign up in my home. Until then, I'd have to settle for the knockoff. Emily hooked me up with some Shane cosplay, a tunneler's jersey, and some relaxed fit shorts. Not bad, I'd definitely rock the shorts. I accepted the deep dive challenge and headed into the cavern. I picked up some explosives in a chest, but didn't have the best luck. Nearly every kitty statue I activated gave me eggs or monsters. More serpents, skeletons are after you, more bats. I had enough fun for one evening and headed out. My rating was only 18 today, but that was fine. I traded the rest of my eggs for strawberry seeds and headed home. I had to visit my island farm on day 18, but I had a lot to do around town first. I harvested ancient fruit in my greenhouse and reached a new level of understanding. I headed to Robin's to get my house upgraded. A cellar would be added and I could start aging my cheese and wine. I visited Grandpa's secret room and chose the mining mastery. Clint opened some artifact troves and I donated one to the museum. I only have 4 artifacts left to find. I traveled to Ginger Island and worked on my island farm. I harvested the potatoes I needed to complete the special crop order. I searched for some golden walnuts and unlocked the farmhouse, and more importantly, the shipping bin. I shipped the potatoes before visiting the frog who lived in the nearby cave. He wanted to see specific crops grown on the farm: melon, wheat, and garlic. I planted some garlic seeds today, so those would be ready soon. I obtained 10 walnuts for showing him those crops and used them to repair the bridge and free Professor Snail from the cave. I had been finding fossils around, so I donated those and completed his island survey for more golden walnuts. I returned to my farm very late, but I felt very accomplished. I had a letter from Mayor Lewis on day 19. He had sent me a mini shipping bin, and I obtained 4,400 gold for completing the special crop order. I crafted the statue of the Dwarf King, and now I can choose from 2 mining-related powers each day. I finished a request Robin had sent me for hardwood, and set up a little mahogany farm where my smelting station was. My legend fish pond produced its first roe, and each one was worth 2,530 gold. This was going to be a great passive moneymaker. I stopped by the sewer to buy an iridium sprinkler from Krobus and delivered a leak that Granny Evelyn had requested. I headed to Ginger Island, and after setting up my new sprinkler and planting some ancient fruit, I was off to the volcano dungeon. I need to work on taking out the magma sprites for a monster eradication goal, so I definitely have to spend time here. I think I've been going about this dungeon all wrong. As long as I get halfway through, it might be okay. In the past, I was always of the mindset that I needed to get through the whole thing every time I entered. That's just not practical and left me feeling frustrated. I was rushing, but I did make it halfway through, and with 5 dragon teeth. I went to the forge and combined my lucky and slime charmer rings together. I also forged a ruby onto my galaxy sword, increasing the damage. I was going back to the island on day 20, but farm chores came first. Strawberries and fruit trees were ready in my greenhouse, along with a random red cabbage I grew from a seed a serpent had dropped in the Skull Caverns. My little pigs were all grown up and ready to truffle hunt. I would need more oil makers to process all of the truffles I would obtain from wax on and wax off. I crafted a mini forge. I won't need to travel to the island for any forging. I would put it to use later that night. I was off to Ginger Island to plant more ancient fruit seeds and look for golden walnuts in the volcano dungeon. I found a level 2 parrot egg. This is a useful trinket because there's a medium chance of finding gold when slaying monsters. I made it to level 9 of the dungeon before warping home. I utilized my mini forge and used 2 rubies on my galaxy sword to increase its attack power. It now does 78 to 104 damage. Beasties beware. I awoke with a feeling that day 21 was going to be a great day. George sent me some stone, and my good friend Pierre wanted some sashimi. Yeah, let me get right on that. I had a million strawberries to harvest, and I crafted 2 oil makers for my truffles. I zipped up to my in-laws to order another shed from Robin. Sure, I could be crafting preserve jars and kegs right now, but I wanted to have the building set up before I craft them so I don't have to move them twice. I headed to the desert and purchased 200 starfruit seeds from Sandy. Summer was right around the corner, and I didn't want to be scrambling around on the first day of summer trying to race to the desert for seeds. I forgot to bring my jade with me, so I did not trade any for staircases. That's okay. I tried out my beefed-up galaxy sword, and yowza, what an improvement. The Crusader enchantment already made me a beast against mummies, and now it only took about 2 swipes before they disappeared. That evening, I found a chest with 5 survival burgers, and then 2 iridium bars. I found so many bars in the mines, it's just silly. The real treat came about an hour later, when I found a level 4 fairy box. Yes, yes, yes! This was the trinket I was looking for. The fairy box summons a companion that heals you in combat situations. I found a prismatic shard a little later, and then a red cowboy hat in a chest. This matched my red shirt perfectly. I took out enough serpents to complete that monster eradication goal. Yippee! I left with 93 pieces of iridium, 2 iridium bars, a prismatic shard, and the trinket I wanted. What an awesome day. On day 22, my mother-in-law Robin sent me some wood, probably to encourage me to upgrade the shed she was currently working on. I worked around the farm and gathered the cheese I processed the previous day. I placed it in my basement casks to age. I'll be aging wine in here eventually. In town, I exchanged a prize token for a houseplant. I paid Clint to open some artifact troves. There wasn't anything new to donate to the museum. I visited the Adventurers Guild and sold rings and weapons I didn't need. I obtained the napalm ring for serpent slaying. I purchased 50 bombs from the dwarf and headed into the lower levels of the mines. I still had some void spirits to slay and crafted some monster musk to help them spawn. Unfortunately, not many showed themselves. I'd have to finish this another day. I spent day 23 working on my farm layout. I crafted some iridium sprinklers, oil makers, preserve jars, and heavy furnaces. I stopped by the wizard's tower to move some buildings around. In town, I bought some parsnip seeds and the catalog from Pierre. It wasn't until very, very late that I figured out how I wanted another area for crops set up. I didn't have time to finish it, but hopefully I would have it ready by the end of the season. The dizzying perfume of spring flowers wafted through the valley on day 24. It was the day of the flower festival. I had strawberries ready to harvest in my greenhouse, and after checking in on my coop critters and barnyard buddies, it was time to head to the forest. I purchased some seasonal plants and the tub of flowers crafting recipe. I asked Maru to dance with me. I appreciate that my strawberry sweetheart isn't really concerned about the dance, but she'd like to snuggle when we return home. Ah! After the dance, I had some time before bed, so I very quietly decorated the house while Maru slept. I tried my best not to wake her. I hope she likes what I've done with the place. It was dark and stormy on day 25 as a thunderstorm ripped through the valley. Shane sent me the recipe for a strange bun. My strawberries were ready to harvest, and I held on to the regular quality ones for processing. I had some preserve jars finished up in my original shed, so I moved them over to the preserve shed. I spent the rest of the afternoon into the evening redoing pathing and setting up an area for iridium sprinklers. I need more battery packs to craft them, but today's storm would help take care of that. I spent the rest of the evening in the lower levels of the mine, working on the Shadow Brute monster eradication goal. I only need to slay 4 more to complete it. I hurried through my farm chores on day 26. It was my good friend Pierre's birthday, so I gave him a fried calamari I cooked. I also gave him the sashimi that he requested. At Ginger Island, I showed the frog the garlic I cultivated, and he gave me some golden walnuts. I was really annoyed that weeds were messing with my crops on the island farm. I need to get this whole area filled in with ancient fruit, and then I won't have to worry about it. Hopefully. I used my golden walnuts to bribe the parrots to build a resort. This is so weird. I went into the pirate cove and fished up 2 gourmand statues before fishing up what I really came here for, the stingray. It was official. I had caught all the fish. That was a whole section of perfection I didn't have to worry about. I returned home and purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus before heading into the mines. I took out the 4 remaining void spirits and completed another monster eradication goal. Spring was reaching its end on day 27. I checked in on my quartz queen and saw I had a letter from Willie. He was so impressed with my fishing prowess, he had sent me a star drop that was passed down from father to son for generations. I love him. I had some parsnips ready to harvest. I planted some mixed spring seeds there as placeholders. I finished up my chores and headed to Ginger Island. I planted some ancient fruit and pineapple seeds in a very weird pattern. I just want the area filled up. I can always make it pretty later. Or not. It really doesn't matter. I spent the rest of the afternoon into the evening at the dig site. I found a new artifact to donate to the museum and panned up the fossilized tail, which I donated to the professor. I returned home and crafted more mixed spring seeds. I went to bed early that night. On day 28, I tuned in to the Queen of Sauce cooking program and learned how to make the Lucky Lunch. Mayor Lewis sent me 500 gold from the Stardew Valley Agricultural Fund, and I had strawberries ready to harvest in the greenhouse. I crafted a pair of mini obelisks and temporarily set them up near the tree farm at the bottom of the map and another inside the barn fence. I donated the last bone to the museum, only 3 artifacts left. I traveled to the desert where I traded jade for staircases before heading into the caverns. I still needed to slay Pepper Rex dinosaurs. I did not pack any monster musk, and that was a mistake. I did not find one dinosaur. I did find a prismatic shard and later some bombs. Before I left the desert, I traded my Omni Geodes for artifact troves. The thick humidity and unmistakable sunny sky meant one thing on day 1. Summer had returned to my farm. I got to work clearing the sad wilted remains of my once scarlet strawberries. I planted starfruit seeds and headed into town. I picked up the special order Pierre's Prime Produce. I had to give the skinflint 25 gold quality vegetables. The joke was on him. I was going to give him some of the gold star wheat from my island farm. I picked up summer seeds, a few melons, a couple tomatoes, some hops, a boatload of blueberries, and wheat. And also the new crop of the season, red cabbage. I would need this for several cooking recipes. I planted my seeds, and everything was going great, until I realized I had misaligned the new crop area. So I spent the rest of my evening crafting pathing, hoeing and watering the vast amount of blueberry seeds I planted. I had 2 letters from Caroline on day 2, both with parsnips. That was strange. There was so much I wanted to work on. My island farm, more kegs, maybe more sheds, but I just didn't have enough time for all of it. So I did what I could. I crafted more kegs for my shed and headed to the forest to see what the raccoons wanted. Mr. wanted a gift for the missus, 3 topaz and 3 magma geodes. I had those in my chest and would deliver them the following day. Back at my farm, I crafted a beach totem and headed to Ginger Island. Ugh, if I had to see Pierre in a swimsuit, so do you. My first group of ancient fruit were ready to harvest. I turned a few into seeds, but filled in most of the empty spaces and a few new ones with wheat. I took the fruit home with me and started processing them into more seeds. Maybe another batch after this and my island farm should be full. I crafted 18 kegs and that destroyed my lumber stockpile. No worries, I could always buy some from Robin. Plus, I had business in the Cindersap forest the next day, and I planned on giving my axe a workout. Leo sent me the recipe for poi on day 3. I finished up my farm chores and was off to Robin's to order a fish pond when I hoed up a sunset shirt. It was so pretty I had to try it on. I ordered the fish pond specifically for the stingray I caught. Stingray ponds can produce dragon teeth, battery packs, and cinder shards, all things I would be very happy to get my hands on. I dropped off the goodies for the raccoons, and they gave me a jungle fish tank. I chose the foraging mastery from Grandpa's secret room. Only one left, fishing. I was working my way through the forest, cutting down all the trees, when a green belted shirt fell out of one of them. It was okay, but I really love this sunset shirt. So much, in fact, that I purchased a pink cowgirl hat from the Hat Mouse to go with it. After I chopped down every tree in the forest and looked great doing it, plus the stumps in the secret wood, I returned home where I crafted a mystic seed. I cleaned up a little area to plant it and put some tree-growing fertilizer on it. I needed mystic syrup to craft the treasure totem and the bluegrass starter. I had strawberries and ancient fruit ready in my greenhouse on day 4. My farm chores finished, I headed to Marnie's. It was Jazz's birthday, and I gave her an apple. I dropped off the 25 Gold Star wheat for Pierre's prime produce. I headed to Ginger Island, where I finished harvesting the wheat. I completed the quest and received 2,500 gold. Cheapskate. I had crafted some iridium sprinklers before heading over, and I set them up and planted my ancient fruit seeds. That afternoon, I unlocked the trading hut. I traded mussels for a mango tree sapling. I headed to the dig site, where I found fossilized ribs I donated to Professor Snail, and the palm fossil I needed for the museum in Pelican Town. I played around in the volcano dungeon, hunting magmathrites, until it was time to return home. Before heading to bed, I planted the mango tree in my greenhouse. My fish pond was finished on day 5, and I hurried to put my stingray inside. I finished up my chores and crafted another mystic tree seed and added some tree fertilizer to it. In town, I brought some geodes to Clint. I knew I was missing the dwarvish helmet, and I hoped it would be revealed. It was! I donated it and the palm fossil to the museum. Now the only fossil I was missing was the ancient drum. It's most commonly found in frozen geodes, so I'd have to dedicate some time looking for it. I bought an iridium sprinkler from Krobus and headed to Ginger Island. I had ancient fruit and pineapples ready to harvest. I turned my pineapples into seeds and would turn the ancient fruit into seeds back at my farm. Very soon I would be dedicating my kegs to ancient fruit wine. Later that afternoon, I traded bone fragments for the banana pudding recipe at the Island Trader. I headed home, and a loud explosion woke me during the night. An anomalous weather reading was detected on the morning of day 6. That only meant one thing: green rain tomorrow. Demetrius sent me a letter requesting a pufferfish. He wanted to study its toxicity levels. I hope he isn't thinking of dabbling in poisoning me. I couldn't worry about that now. I had some hot peppers to harvest and some ancient fruit in the greenhouse. I turned them back into seeds and hoed up some of my strawberries to plant the ancient fruit. My banana tree had produced fruit, so I grabbed one to take with me to Ginger Island. At the island, I presented the banana on the banana shrine, and Totally Not Donkey Kong came out and gave me a few walnuts. I planted some ancient fruit seeds and put some hardwood fence around my farm to hopefully keep the weeds at bay. That evening, I heard strange music coming from the cove. I gate-crashed a pirate jamboree and played darts. I won all 3 rounds and a whopping 3 walnuts for my trouble. I headed home and crafted some things before heading to bed. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard the faint drum of raindrops. A green rain descended upon the valley on day 7. The rain had accelerated the growth rate and led to the cultivation of my mystic tree seed. It was full grown. I put a tapper on it, and in about a week it will produce the syrup I need for crafting. I cleared weeds on my farm and headed to the cindersap forest, when I realized the explosion I heard the other night was a meteor falling near my tree farm. It was so well hidden I had forgotten about it. It wasn't hurting anything, so I left it where it was. I spent the rest of the day in the forest clearing the weeds. I needed a ton of moss to craft the Statue of Blessings. I stopped in the secret woods for stump busting and continued my trek around the woods. I returned to my farm very late and crafted the statue before heading to bed. I awoke with a sinking feeling on day 8. I hadn't checked the Queen of Sauce the day before. I wasn't sure if the weekly cooking program would have even broadcast in such strange weather, but I was hopeful I could catch the carp surprise recipe on a Wednesday rerun. I had strawberries ready to harvest in my greenhouse, and after my farm chores, I went into town. I picked up the special order for Willie, tropical fish, which involves catching tropical fish. I was annoyed with myself, as I meant to select Caroline's special order where I ship pineapples, but I'm sure it will be back around another time. I exchanged 2 prize tokens and received bombs and mystery boxes. I had Clint open a gold mystery box, and inside were more regular mystery boxes. I ignored those and moved on to the Omni Geodes. The possibility of obtaining an ancient drum artifact from an Omni Geode was exactly 1%. Never tell me the odds, because it didn't matter. I got one. I stopped everything to deliver it to the museum, completing the artifact, completing the whole museum. I accepted the Star Drop reward and headed to Ginger Island. I worked on my island farm and played Simon Says. It took 2 tries, but I completed it for 3 stinking walnuts. I worked on Willie's fishing order where I fished up more walnuts before heading home. I awoke to rain and thunder on day 9. Clint sent me an iron bar, and I would never turn down that kind of present. After I finished my farm chores, I realized I had forgotten Gus's birthday, so I brought him an orange. I brought Robin some stone, completing a fetch quest. I headed to Ginger Island, where I had ancient fruit ready. I used golden walnuts to unlock the mailbox, and I spent some time digging around for more golden walnuts. That afternoon, I fished up a fossilized spine and turned it into Professor Snail, completing the mammal fossil. I earned some walnuts and another banana sapling. I fished for the rest of the evening and caught enough blue discus fish to finish that portion of Willie's special order. Just stingrays and lionfish remained. I tuned into a rerun of the Queen of Sauce on day 10. Not sure why I thought the recipe would be carp surprise, but I was surprised to learn the complete breakfast recipe. It was Mara's birthday, so I cooked it up and gave it to her. Clint sent me a gold bar, and Mayor Lewis wrote to remind me of the beach luau tomorrow. I had red cabbage ready to harvest. I planted more blueberry seeds and some mixed seeds. I had a bunch of kegs ready and started some ancient fruit wine. I had Clint open some gold mystery boxes, and I obtained a magic rock candy and golden pumpkin. At Ginger Island, I had 3 of the 4 gems needed for the gem bird puzzle, so I brought some with me, and with the power of elimination, I completed the puzzle and was awarded golden walnuts. I asked the birds to build a warp tower that would take me directly to my farm. Then I entered Mr. Key's walnut room. I accepted the Skull Cavern Invasion Challenge. I need to make it to floor 100 in 5 days. 4, I guess, since I'm attending the luau. I'm going to need to do a bunch of these challenges to unlock more crafting recipes. I checked out the perfection tracker, and I'm pretty pleased with my progress. I spent the rest of the evening working on Willie's special order. I fished up my first golden animal cracker. I'll give it to my legend fish pond to permanently double the rope produced. I finished Willie's quest and was awarded 2,500 gold. I returned home, fed the cracker to my fishies, and headed to bed. I had a letter printed on Joja stationery on day 11. It was from a Joja Special Services Division representative named Fizz, who wanted me to meet him at the island. I wasn't going to make that a priority. Willie sent me a deluxe fish tank for finishing his special order. After my farm chores, it was time for the luau. I talked to my neighbors, added my golden cauliflower, and it was time for the potluck ceremony. The governor loved it. The mayor loved it. Everybody loved it. I used the warp totem to stop by Ginger Island to grab some explosives I had chucked in a chest. I'd need them for the Skull Cavern run. On day 12, Kent sent me the recipe for the super meal, and Robin sent me 50 pieces of lumber. I had strawberries and ancient fruit ready in the greenhouse, and I crafted some kegs. I did not take the time to set them up because I was determined to do a deep dive into the Skull Cavern today. It was not a good luck day, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. The beasties were meaner and in abundance, but I pressed on. That afternoon, I found 10 bombs in a chest. I found 2 prehistoric floors, and I took the time to slay all of the Pepper Rex dinosaurs. I'm confident I put a nice dent in the monster eradication goal. It was getting late, and I was grateful for the staircases I had stockpiled. I reached level 100, and an auto-petter was waiting for me. I may as well put this in my coop. The challenge was complete, and I would travel to the island the next day to pick out some rewards. I had hops, melons, and peppers ready to harvest on day 13. I crafted 2 crystallariums to farm jade. There would be a few more walnut room challenges that required descending into mines, and I didn't want to face them without a fair amount of stairs. In town, I picked up a quest for Kent, who wanted seaweed. I wanted to increase our relationship, so I ran home to grab some and a star drop tea. He was not home. Annoyed, I went to Ginger Island and found him there. I dropped off the seaweed, gave him the star drop tea, and a sweet pea flower. We're pretty good friends now. I had ancient fruit and pineapples ready to harvest at my island farm. I checked the perfection tracker. Nice. I picked up some crafting recipes, deluxe fertilizer, and the heavy tapper. I processed more pineapples into seeds and planted them. Before returning home, I headed to the dig site. On the way, I hoed up the snakehead fossil and donated it. Only 2 left, the snake vertebrae. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce and learned how to make the maple bar on day 14. My mystic tree had produced syrup that I shipped for the collection. I had starfruit and blueberries ready to harvest. This was going to be an enormous payday. I crafted a crystallarium for rubies and headed to the desert trader to exchange jade for staircases. I traded in some prize tokens for some fairy dust and iridium bars. I arrived at Ginger Island and didn't have any crops to harvest. I spent the afternoon and evening hunting for golden walnuts. I unlocked the Parrot Express and later took the fast travel transport back to my island farm to warp home. That night, the wizard's ex-wife flew over my cuckoo's nest. My coop, rather. I guess she figured out who stole the magic ink. I woke up a millionaire on day 15. I was saving for the island obelisk and would need more dragon teeth for that to happen, so I held off on any big purchases. I had a request from Kent, who wanted to surprise his wife Jody with a starfruit for their anniversary. There was no sign a witch had hovered over my coop the night before, except for a lone void egg. After I finished my farm chores, I delivered the starfruit to Kent. I accepted the special order community cleanup posted by Linus. I had to fish up trash and put it in the recycling receptacle. I stopped by the raccoon family, and they wanted some dried purple mushrooms and 5 cave carrots. I have the cave carrots, but the mushrooms have to all be the same quality to dehydrate. I hate that. I can't do anything about it except check the mushroom cave on Ginger Island as well as my farm. I spent the rest of my evening fishing in the mines. I caught the trash needed to complete the special order and dropped it off. I was awarded 500 gold, but more importantly, tomorrow Linus will send me the crafting recipe for fiber seeds. So many crafting recipes. On day 16, Linus sent me the recipe for fiber seeds. I didn't waste any time. I finished up my farm chores and exchanged a prize token for a house plant, and then I was off to Ginger Island. I accepted Key's Hungry Challenge. I needed to get to floor 100 of the Skull Cavern without food or drink. I headed to the volcano dungeon and unlocked the entrance bridge. I took my time going through the floors, slaying magma sprites and lava lurks. Lava lurks have a 15% chance of dropping dragon teeth, and I needed those. I made it all the way to level 9 and obtained 2 dragon teeth. I returned home and crafted the fiber seeds. I awoke feeling lucky on day 17. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce and learned the carp surprise recipe. I knew I was missing that one. I had my first partial batch of ancient fruit wine ready, and it was going to sell for a tidy profit. I was in a rush this morning as I wanted to tackle the Hungry Challenge. I warped to the desert and chowed down on a spicy eel for the luck and speed boost. I left the rest of them in my chest. This challenge couldn't possibly be that bad. Could it? Ha! The joke was on me. It was actually a breeze. I thought it was going to be those horrible monsters from the last challenge, but these were just ordinary Skull Cavern baddies. Nothing me and my little fairy couldn't handle. I found a pomegranate sapling, mega bombs, 3 life elixirs, and a red slime egg. I also reached a new level of understanding, meaning I could unlock the fishing perks in Grandpa's secret room. It took all of my bombs and staircases, but I made it to floor 100 around 2:30 in the morning. An ice wand trinket was waiting for me. I'll stick with my fairy friend, thanks. I left with 101 iridium ore, a prismatic shard, 11 pieces of cloth, and more. I had picked up a random purple mushroom in the cave, and would you look at that? Now I had 5 silver quality, and I could dehydrate them for the raccoons. Tomorrow. I awoke on day 18 to a blanket of blue draped over my crop field. Another round of blueberries were ready. I sold all of them and checked my greenhouse, where I had some ancient fruit ready. I dehydrated the purple mushrooms for the raccoons. They'll be ready in the morning. I headed to Ginger Island and purchased the Hyper Speed Grow recipe from the Walnut Room and the Deluxe Retaining Soil recipe from the Island Trader. I stopped in the Mushroom Cave and met Joja representative Fizz, who was selling perfection waivers. Nah, that's okay. I returned home and worked on my crafting recipes. I remembered to unlock the fishing mastery from Grandpa's secret room. I knew somewhere he was proud of me. On day 19, Pierre sent me a mini shipping bin for finishing his prime produce special order. I didn't have much to do around the farm, and once I finished, I headed to Robin's, where I purchased enough stone and wood for a shed upgrade. I have more than enough money at this point that I'm not going to feel bad about spending money on materials. I brought the cave carrots and dried purple mushrooms to the raccoons, who gave me a Stardrop tea. I headed to my island farm, where I planted more ancient fruit seeds. I should have bought an iridium sprinkler from Krobus, but it slipped my mind. That's okay. I had enough iridium and battery packs to make more on my own. I spent the rest of the day in the volcano dungeon, slaying magma sprites and searching for dragon teeth. I found plenty of baddies, but no teefies. I had crops ready to harvest in the greenhouse on day 20. I felt lucky and breezed through my chores. I crafted some monster musk and some iridium sprinklers. I'd set up the sprinklers at my island farm another day. Today, I was headed back to the desert. I bought 10 bombs from the dwarf and headed out. I doused myself in monster musk and descended into the darkness. The early floors were crawling with mummies. I don't know if I've ever seen so many before. I was so grateful for my Crusader enchantment, eliminating the need for explosives to finish them off. I was really here for Pepper Rex dinosaurs. I found one. That was disappointing. I continued through the caverns the rest of the evening. I left with a gold animal cracker, an ice rod, and 2 golden spurs. I had been picking up trinkets everywhere, and I had amassed quite the collection. When I returned home, I sold them to the Adventurers Guild before checking my monster eradication goal status. I had slayed 37 of the 50 Pepper Rex dinosaurs and 85 of the 150 magma sprites. I would like to have these goals finished by the end of the year. I could probably do it too if I kept chipping away at them. I tuned into the Queen of Sauce on day 21 and saw that Haley had written in about the pink cake recipe. I learned the recipe myself and baked one up. Mayor Lewis sent me an urgent note regarding truffle oil that I promptly ignored. I still hadn't returned his purple shorts. He was not a priority. My pigs were digging up so many truffles that my oil makers were not cutting it, so I had to craft a few more. I presented the gold animal cracker to the glacier fish, so now it will produce more roe. I crafted more kegs and added them to my shed. I visited the desert trader and exchanged jade for staircases. That's when an idea hit me. I had enough money and the materials for a desert obelisk. Rather than just wait around for the dragon teeth, I might as well get one obelisk out of the way. On my way to the Wizards, I stopped by the traveling cart lady and picked up a purple office chair I thought Maru would like. I crafted the desert obelisk, and now I can fast travel to the desert whenever I want. This should make the Pepper Rex hunt more convenient. I decided to test it out with a Skull Cavern run. I found some bombs, a creepy doll shirt. Yeah, I will never wear this again. One chest had some Autumn's Bounty. I did not find one Pepper Rex. I had tons of blueberries ready to harvest on day 22. Once my farm tours were finished, I headed into town and picked up the Rock Rejuvenation special order for Emily. She just wanted a bunch of gemstones. At my island farm, I harvested the last of my wheat and planted ancient fruit and pineapple seeds. In the Walnut Room, I accepted the Danger in the Deep challenge. This one was going to be fun. I had to travel to the bottom of the regular mines, except now there were wild monsters and environments to face. I headed home right away to get started. I had a full week, but I wanted to collect a fair amount of radioactive ore while I was there. This was needed for smelting into bars, shipping for the collection, and more than a few crafting recipes. I took my time and made it to floor 13 before returning home. It was a dark and stormy morning on day 23. I had more blueberries to harvest. I had some ancient fruit wine ready, and I put some in casks in the basement to age. It won't be ready for 2 seasons, but I don't need the money immediately anyway. I delivered the gemstones to Emily and completed the rock rejuvenation special order. I was awarded 1,000 gold. I delivered an amethyst to Pam and was off to the mines. I ran into an infested floor, which is never pleasant, but thanks to the slime charmer ring, I wasn't taking any slime damage. I made it to floor 28 before heading home. I picked up an ancient seed, 6 radioactive ore, and 2 golden animal crackers. I gave the animal crackers to my lava eel pond and stingray pond before bed. I had mail on day 24. Emily had sent me a sewing machine to thank me for providing her with the gems for her special order. I had some peppers, tomatoes, and corn ready to harvest along with a bunch of lightning rods. I set up the sewing machine in my utility shed and decided to try it out on a piece of cloth and a diamond from my crystallarium to produce the pendant shirt. I'm not going to be wearing this one, but it is fun to play around with the sewing machine. I had more ancient fruit wine, which I sold. I was headed back into the dangerous mines today, and hopefully getting to floor 40. I would definitely need some bombs, so I picked up 50 from the dwarf. Pretty early into my run, a slime dropped an auto grabber, which was pretty wild. I am considering another barn for year 3, and it would be nice to already have the auto grabber. I'm going to show a very quick montage here of my time in the mines. Note, if you have issues with spiders, I advise you to look away now. I will let you know when it's okay to look back at your screen. The statue of the Dwarf King offered a blessing today to find ladders quickly, and I'm so glad that I took it. I have some anxiety around certain parts of the dangerous mines. I'm not a fan of spiders. Not to the extent that some folks do, where they're really bothered by them. But there's something about the way that these ones are animated that makes me feel super queasy. I can't explain it, it just makes me feel yucky. The one nice thing about these floors are the abundance of hardwood trees and stumps. I always bring an axe with me in case I see a really big stump. I'll take the time to break it down. There are also putrid ghosts on this floor. They can cast a spell that inflicts the nauseated debuff, so you can't eat food or drink for 2 minutes. Eating ginger or drinking ginger ale will cure it, but it's just annoying and they make this nasty pukey sound. Okay, I'm done showing yucky spiders. I promise the spiders are gone. You can look back at your screen, it's all good. I made so much progress today. I made it to floor 65. Only 55 floors left. My mystic tree was fully grown on day 25, so I added a tapper. I breezed through my farm chores, determined to get as close as possible to finishing the Danger in the Deep challenge. I headed to the mine and purchased 31 bombs from the dwarf. I raced through the 5 yucky forest levels. The next group of floors wasn't too bad. The Crusader enchantment on my Galaxy Sword made quick work of the skeletal monsters. In 3 hours and 20 minutes, I was off to the next section. The red floors. They really aren't that bad. There's just one thing I dislike. The Shadow Sniper. They hit you from a distance and inflict the darkness debuff. The darkness debuff makes the screen go almost completely dark, and it lasts for about 5 seconds. I dislike it more than the spiders or the putrid ghost. There's something unnerving about rushing through a mine full of dangerous monsters and then all the lights going out. I had one little experience early in on those floors, and then it was my worst nightmare a little later when I was completely surrounded. The trick is to move out of their way at an angle very quickly so they don't have a clear shot. I took a little break to purchase more explosives and made it to floor 105. Almost done! I woke on day 26 knowing I was going to be very busy. Pierre sent me 370 gold rebate for all of the seeds I purchased over the summer. I had a boatload of blueberries to harvest and some oak resin ready, so I crafted more kegs. In town, I delivered the truffle oil to Mayor Lewis, and he gave me 750 gold. Cheapskate. I exchanged a prize token for a star drop tea and bought an iridium sprinkler from Krobus. I knew there were some ancient fruit ready at my island farm, and imagine my surprise when I spied my beautiful wife hanging out at the beach. She looked super cute with her glasses and without. It was Leo's birthday, and I gave him a duck feather. Our relationship was maxed out, and with some help from Linus and Willie, he moved to Pelican Town. I got to work harvesting my ancient fruit and pineapple. I returned home and utilized my desert obelisk to pick up some explosives and spicy eel from my chest. I wanted to finish Danger in the Deep tonight. There was another perk to find ladders easier from my Dwarf King statue, and it was great. I zipped through the last 15 levels and was awarded 50 gems for completing the challenge. I found a shirt in the mines, but it didn't really speak to me. That night, the parrots converted an old tree into a tree house for Leo. I was in the mood to cook on day 27. It all started when Leo sent me the recipe for mango sticky rice. I had starfruit and blueberries, ready for their final harvest. I hurried into town and delivered a cave carrot to Caroline and picked up some wheat seeds to act as placeholders, as wheat is also grown in the fall. I had some extra battery packs, so I crafted 3 more crystallariums and set them up to start processing diamonds. I traveled to Ginger Island and purchased the tropical curry recipe from Gus. I was hoping he'd show up soon, as I knew that this is a very easy-to-miss recipe, and I did not want to forget about it. In the walnut room, I traded in my gems for the hopper recipe. Only one more recipe from this group, and I wouldn't have to worry about any more of these silly challenges, unless I wanted to. I planted some wheat seeds to fill in some gaps around my island farm. I returned home and visited the bookseller, where I picked up some books. The Way of the Wind Part 2, Horse the Book, and Old Slitherlegs all increase my, and Maple's, speed. I also picked up the Queen of Sauce cookbook, thus unlocking the rest of the cooking recipes. I returned home and cooked up a storm. I couldn't cook up the mango sticky rice as my mango sapling hadn't matured, and I needed to purchase the triple shot espresso recipe from Gus. That meant I only had 2 recipes left to cook. That felt really good. I had a final harvest of peppers, tomatoes, hops, and summer squash on day 28. After tonight's Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, summer would be a forgotten dream. I had more oak resin to gather, which I crafted into more kegs. I traveled to the desert to exchange jade for staircases. I purchased the triple shot espresso recipe from Gus. I visited the sewer to say hi to Krobus. Our relationship was maxed out. Only one remained to finish. The wizard. I spent the afternoon cutting down some trees for preserve jars. I visited the wizard and gave him a void essence, and checked in on my forest friends. The raccoons wanted some bok choy juice and pickled eggplant. I already had those veggies, so I started processing them. I crafted more preserve jars and filled them with roe. I almost forgot to cook up the triple shot espresso. So I did. Only one more recipe to cook. Once I get my hands on some mango, I'll be set. I also needed mango, an ostrich egg, and a battery pack to finish the shipping collection. It would be a while before I found the other 2 items, so I shipped the battery pack. It was time for the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies. I chatted with everyone, and Morrow and I watched as the green jelly greeted us. It had been a productive summer, and it was nice to spend a quiet moment like this together.
Hello, this is Coconut, and Coconut would like to remind you to stay hydrated. It's about halfway through the video, and you're probably getting a little thirsty, so don't forget to drink some water.
A cool breeze whipped through the valley on day 1. Fall had arrived, and with it, my field full of weeds. I didn't start clearing them yet. I wanted to see what special order and walnut room challenges were waiting for me before I spent any money. I found a special order from Caroline. She wanted me to harvest and ship 100 taro roots. This was like the pineapple request I accidentally did not select last time, so I made sure to grab it. I needed to finish this order to obtain the crafting recipe for the solar panel. I had been keeping a big supply of taro roots growing on my island farm just in case she requested them. I stopped at the walnut room and picked up Mr. Key's Prismatic Grange Challenge. I hated this, but I wanted those gems to unlock 2 crafting recipes. I know, I said I needed just 1, but I had forgotten about the bluegrass starter. I would need to ship 100 items of each color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. I wouldn't get paid any money, just gems. I accepted it and welcomed the challenge. And not really. I harvested and shipped the roots. I only needed a few more to complete it. I could trade some bone fragments to the island trader to get a few more another day. I returned to town and purchased a bunch of seeds, initially planning to cultivate them for the Rainbow Grange. After more thought, I would probably just see what I had lying around. It made for a nice variety, though. I picked up cranberries, bok choy, amaranth, and some fairy rose seeds for the honey. It took me the rest of the day to plant my crops. When I finished, I worked on crafting. I made a treasure totem and activated it. I found a T-shirt, as in green tea, T-E-A. It was pretty, but I was going to stick with my current look. I did change into my farmer pants because those night breezes were a little too chilly for my relaxed shorts. I made some foolish mistakes on day 2. I realized how empty my coop looked and decided to incubate another dino egg. Why not? I spent the rest of the morning figuring out what I wanted to take with me to the island to complete the Rainbow Grange display. I had a real goofball moment when I stopped at Clint's and started buying up a ton of copper ore. Somehow I had convinced myself that I needed 1,000 of something instead of 100. So, yeah, that happened. I wasted a bunch of money on copper ore. I could have restarted, but where was the fun in that? That was my first foolish mistake. I dropped off the goodies to complete the challenge. I could have used a bunch of different items, but I wanted to use mostly what I had on hand, except for, a whole mess of copper I didn't need to buy. I stopped at the island trader and exchanged bone fragments for taro tubers so I would have enough to complete Caroline's special order. I planted them and dug around the dig site for a while. I seriously considered paying the parrot to give me the rest of the golden walnuts, and used my slingshot to obtain a golden walnut. I really might just pay the parrot. I went the Joja route anyway. I found over 100 on my own. I even played the horrible Simon puzzle. We'll see. I headed into the volcano dungeon. My stingrays wanted a dragon tooth, which was grand because the whole reason I had them in a pond was to give me dragon teeth. They weren't getting one. I needed them for my obelisk. I found a gold animal cracker and took out magma sprites. I found an island warp totem, and once I was home, I accidentally activated it. That was my second foolish mistake. It was so late I couldn't make it back home safely, so I spent my first night away from Maru. I awoke to strange surroundings on day 3. I was in my island home. It would save me the time and money of traveling here later in the day, so I got to work. I gathered some tubers in the volcano dungeon, so I planted them before returning home. My wheat was ready to harvest, and I planted cranberries in their place. I crafted the heavy tapper and put it on one of my mystic trees. It will speed up the rate of producing mystic syrup, and that meant more money. I had given all my fish ponds gold animal crackers, so now all of them would produce double the row. I crafted more preserve jars to keep up. That led me to the mountains, where I cut down some trees and spent the evening clearing part of my quarry. Eventually, I will have to buy more wood, but I'll probably save that for winter. Day 4 was a very exciting day. My first mango was ready in the greenhouse. I could have shipped it, but instead I made some mango sticky rice. I was 100% done with cooking. I brought a void essence and Stardrop tea to the wizard, and I maxed out our friendship. I was 100% done with building relationships and would never talk to anyone ever again. Except Maru, of course. At my island farm, I had a bunch of ancient fruit ready to harvest, and I replanted some. I headed into the volcano dungeon. I still hadn't found some of the secret island notes, specifically the one for the ostrich egg. I slayed magma sprites and collected enough cinder shards to exchange 100 of them for the cinder clown shoes. I went to bed feeling proud of all I had accomplished. During the night, Wax On gave birth to a baby pig. I named Bubbles. The morning of day 5, I had bok choy ready to harvest. I gathered some oak resin and had a ridiculous amount of ancient fruit wine ready in my shed. I crafted more kegs from the oak resin, and soon my shed would be full. I stopped at good friend Pierre's for some cranberry and pumpkin seeds, and the slacker was off at Ginger Island. He had left a note saying, "No cheating." Unlike the shady shopkeeper, I was the pinnacle of honesty and integrity, and bought my seeds. I purchased an iridium sprinkler from Krobus and headed to my island farm. Seeing smug Pierre having so much fun while I toiled away inspired me to close down the resort permanently. I think it's kind of dumb to take over this deserted island and fill it with a resort anyway. What, is the tourism boom helping the parrots? Probably not. I spent the rest of the afternoon chopping down every tree on the island. I guess I'm kind of ruining the island too. I finally found the secret note I was looking for and used the map to obtain a golden walnut and ostrich egg. The ostrich egg is the only item I need to complete the shipping portion of perfection, but I need the incubator from Professor Snail, and I can't find the stupid snake vertebrae despite my best efforts. There's a 22.5% chance to find them on artifact spots on the west side of the island near my farm. There's a 2.5% chance from breaking the muscle nodes, and a 1% chance from breaking other rocks. I have been checking daily and still no dice. I want to complete the island museum by the end of the year. Fingers crossed. I woke up with a great idea on day 6. I saw that my mystic syrup was ready, and I used it to craft a treasure totem. I'd used the totem on the west side of the island, where there was that 22.5% chance to obtain snake vertebrae. I just had to get through my farm chores first. Gus wanted a lobster. No problem, I had caught a few with my crab pots last year. I just have to find time to deliver it. I did deliver the juice to my forest friends, and they gave me 7 fairy dusts. Okay, it was time to head to the island. It took me a while to find the best spot to utilize this totem, and I decided on the beach. And would you look at that, I found a total of 4 snake vertebrae. I donated them to Professor Snail and completed the island museum. He gave me the ostrich incubator crafting recipe. To celebrate, I paid 90 grand for the Joja parrot to find the rest of the golden walnuts for me. That was a steal. I'm sure it's unpopular to just pay for the rest. But I want to enjoy my time, and grinding around for golden walnuts is not my idea of fun. I returned home and crafted the incubator, set it up in my barn, and added the ostrich egg. As soon as it incubated and matured, I could ship an egg, and that would finish off the shipping collection. Before I headed to bed, I decided to start another crop growing area. This was getting into endgame territory. I needed to work on monster eradication goals, and aside from a few more crafting recipes, my big focus would be making money, and a lot of it. That night, Morris stopped by the island and enjoyed my cash, but I didn't feel bad about it at all, because I made more than enough money that day to cover it. I didn't have any crops ready on day 7, but I did clean up my preserve shed a bit. I would need to craft more preserve jars, but the kegs were the current priority. I traveled to the desert where I traded rubies for spicy eel and jade for staircases. I was off to Ginger Island. Again. My roots weren't ready to harvest, so I headed to the volcano mine. I had a few goals. I needed 2 more dragon teeth to construct the island obelisk. I would need to keep slaying magma sprites, and I wanted some cinder shards to enchant my farm tools. It was not a good luck day, so my expectations were low. But I did obtain the last 2 dragon teeth needed to construct my obelisk. I would visit the wizard the following day, and I'd never need to take Willie's boat again. I had amaranth and cranberries ready to harvest on day 8. I planted pumpkins where the amaranth had been. I crafted more kegs and set them up in my shed. I traveled through the cindersap forest to the wizard's tower where I obtained the island obelisk. I returned home and utilized it. I stopped in the walnut room and did not accept either challenge. I'd wait until next week to see if something better caught my eye. I returned home and traveled to the Adventurers Guild where I sold some weapons. I checked the monster eradication goals, and I was so close to finishing the magma sprites that I warped back to the island. I spent the rest of the evening slaying sprites. I didn't slay quite enough to complete the goal, but I came pretty close. I had asparagus ready to harvest on day 9. I planted broccoli and cranberry in their place. I purchased more cranberry seeds and headed to my island farm. The last of my roots were ready to harvest, and I shipped them. I was glad to see the end of this quest. I was more than likely not going to keep the pineapple on my island farm. I had only planted so many in the event Caroline would ask for 100 of them to be shipped. Now that the quest was over, I could put ancient fruit in their place. I headed to the volcano dungeon, where I finished the monster eradication goal for magma sprites. I need a dragon tooth for my stingray pond, but other than that, I never want to see the inside of this dungeon ever again. I had enough cinder shards to try an enchantment for my pickaxe, and I ended up with the efficient enchantment. No energy would be drained when I used it. That wasn't terrible. I'd keep it for now. I used my obelisk to travel to the desert. I braved the Skull Caverns the rest of the evening, hunting for Pepper Rex dinosaurs. I didn't find any, but would try again the following day. I completed the Island Ingredients special order on day 10. Caroline sent me 5,500 gold and the solar panel blueprints. I crafted one and set it up next to my utility shed. I had some cranberries ready to harvest and hurried to the desert. I doused myself in monster musk and descended into the deep. I found a prehistoric floor that evening and was glad the day's trip wasn't a waste. I left the Skull Caverns after reaching floor 81 with 2 prismatic shards, 1 iridium bar, and 151 pieces of iridium ore. I raced to the Adventurers Guild to check my status. 7 Pepper Rex remain. Aside from checking in on my coop critters and barnyard buddies, I didn't have much to do on day 11. I headed to my in-laws, where I asked Robin to build another shed. I had a great supply of ancient fruit and wine going, but I had some other things I'd like to process in kegs, like wheat and honey. I would need more kegs anyway, so why not get started now? I returned home and crafted more preserve jars. In addition to my fish pond row, I had some blueberries and strawberries I could process. I headed to the desert. It was not a good luck day, but I was determined to finish the monster eradication goal for Pepper Rex dinosaurs. I came across a lone dinosaur, then a prehistoric floor, then a lone dinosaur, then another prehistoric floor. I took out the last one and had finished all of the monster eradication goals. I stayed in the mines and collected a prismatic shard and a red buttoned vest. I traveled to the Adventurers Guild, and Gil gave me Marlin's phone number and a knight's helmet. I went into the back room and obtained the Mapping Cave Systems book. Upon reading it, I received 50% off item retrieval service. I haven't really lost anything in the mines so far, but that would still be really useful in case I did. I had some cranberries ready to harvest on day 12. As I was drifting off to Slumberland the night before, I had considered my stingray fish pond, and I decided to remove all of the fish. I kept 2 and smoked 3. I wanted a fish that would produce more expensive roe, so I dug the crimson fish out of my Grange display chest and added it to the pond instead. Sure, I had sacrificed a golden animal cracker, but this would be worth it in the long run. I had tons of ancient fruit wine ready. I refilled the kegs and headed to my island farm. I was going to limit my island harvesting to Fridays, and I wanted to start removing some pineapples. I harvested everything available and crafted a bunch of ancient fruit seeds that I would later plant. I was going to need to do this for my greenhouse, but replaced the strawberries. In the cindersap forest, I cut down more trees. I had more oak resin for kegs, but not enough wood to craft them. Once I had an acceptable amount of lumber, I crafted kegs and preserve jars and added them to the sheds. I created another crop area before heading to bed. I planted some cranberries there. With the amount of wine and fish roe I had gathered today, I knew it was going to be my biggest payday yet. Day 13 was a big cranberry harvest day. I shipped the gold and silver quality for some quick cash and stashed the regular ones away for preserve jars. My first batch of fairy rose honey was ready. I spent the greater part of the morning working on my greenhouse. Goodbye strawberries and pineapples. Hello, ancient fruit. I stopped to check on my barnyard buddies, and my ostrich had hatched. I named her Charlotte. Once she's grown and has laid her first egg, I will sell it to complete the shipping collection. I crafted more iridium sprinklers and some speed grow to help my greenhouse plants along. While crafting, I noticed I could craft another mystic seed. I chopped down a mahogany tree to plant it when a red cardigan fell from the branches. Who is hiding clothes around Pelican Town? Maybe the better question is, who is removing their clothes? I finished working on the greenhouse and headed to my island farm, where I removed some pineapples to plant more ancient fruit. I had been so caught up in cooking, crafting, and monster slaying goals that it was nice to get back to some good old-fashioned farm work. A baby lizard hatched on day 14. I named them Obi. You'll never believe it, but I had more cranberries ready to harvest. It seems I planted so many at different times that every day I'll have some ready to go. That's not terrible. I stopped by Robin's and purchased 700 pieces of lumber. It's going to be a regular occurrence now that I had the funds to do so. At home, I crafted more preserve jars. I stopped by the desert trader and exchanged jade for staircases. I headed into the Skull Caverns. It was a good luck day, and I was wondering if I could find a golden animal cracker for my crimson fish pond. And I did. I left with a bunch of diamonds, but nothing really interesting happened. I found some trinkets and sold them to the Adventurers Guild. I presented my gold animal cracker to my crimson fish and headed to bed. I harvested a few cranberries on day 15 before rushing to Ginger Island. Inside the Walnut Room, I accepted the prismatic range display challenge I just completed 2 weeks ago. I added the necessary items to the box and was awarded gems. I exchanged the gems for the magic bait recipe, the only crafting recipe I was missing. I also exchanged walnuts for a few gems and picked up the deconstructor. It destroys crafted items but salvages their most valuable materials. I headed home and crafted the magic bait. No more crafting recipes, no more crafting unnecessary things, and in an act of defiance, I tossed my slime incubator into the deconstructor as I will never use it. In town, it appeared my in-laws had monopolized the special order board for the week. That seems rather unfair, really. I had destroyed the cindersap forest, so there wasn't a point in gathering wood for Robin. I stopped to trade in a prize token for a treasure chest, and then I picked up my advanced iridium fishing rod and headed to the beach to work on Demetrius's aquatic overpopulation quest. It was one of the easier ones, to be honest. I only needed to catch up 10 of them. Albacore are an interesting fish, as they are available in the mornings and in the evenings. I had missed the early availability, so I fished the entire afternoon, biding my time. I hadn't really fished since unlocking the mastery from Grandpa's secret room. I found lots of gold treasure chests. I found not one, but 2 golden animal crackers. I was going to save these for hopefully future fish ponds. I also found an ancient seed and a bunch of artifacts. So many that my pockets were quite full and I had to run home to drop some things off. On the way, I put a super cucumber in the wooden box between Clint's and Joja's. I obtained a goofy-looking statue. There was one more to collect, but I'd need a day when I had a duck mayonnaise. While at my farm, I threw my slime egg press into the deconstructor. I returned to the beach and finished up Demetrius's quest. I was awarded 1,120 gold and the fish. I started smoking fish right away on day 16. I wanted to make some extra money from the fish I caught and crafted 3 more smokers. I had some cranberries ready to harvest and took care of my animals. I used my forge to enchant some tools. I added preserving to my fishing rod. I have 50% chance to retain the bait and tackle. I added swift to my iridium hoe. It's now 33% faster. And I added bottomless to my watering can. It has infinite water, meaning I'll never need to refill it. It was time for the Stardew Valley Fair. I spoke to everyone, and Maru hoped we would win the Grange display. I did. I traded in my star points for a prize token. I headed home, and that evening, my solar panel produced its first battery pack. I had cranberries and broccoli ready to harvest on day 17. I had figured out a schedule for myself so I could make better use of my time. I would check my greenhouse on Saturdays, the island farm on Fridays, and refill all of the kegs at the same time. I couldn't do the same for the preserve jars, as row processed at different times, and pickled veggies and jellies weren't on the same schedule either. So I ignored the kegs as much as it pained me and continued on. I did stop at my island farm for a moment just to check if there were any weeds that needed removing. There weren't, and thanks to my warp obelisks, I was in and out within the hour. I headed to the mountains to buy wood from Robin and request a second barn. This barn was going to be exclusively for pigs. Obviously, they can't truffle hunt in the winter, but it would give me ample time to have the barn fully upgraded, and I'd buy them early enough that they'd be fully grown by spring. I delivered a lobster to Gus and placed a duck mayo in a box in the back room of the saloon to obtain pinky lemon. Yeah, that's not the thing of nightmares. I took some artifact troves and gold mystery boxes to Clint. I sold most of the junk he unveiled, but I was happy to see another ancient seed. I traded some prize tokens for an iridium sprinkler and a pig picture. In town, I had accepted a slaying quest for 2 ghosts. I headed to the mines and finished it quickly. I would turn it into the wizard the next day. I sold off some gear to the Adventurers Guild and headed home. I rearranged some things around my farmhouse on day 18, before harvesting even more cranberries. I finally delivered the pufferfish to Demetrius, and while I was in the mountains, I utilized a fish spawning spot. On my way to turn in the ghost slaying request to the wizard, I checked in on my forest friends, who requested 5 periwinkle and a smoked tilapia. It was too late in the day for the fish, so that would have to wait. I turned in the wizard's request and he gave me a prize token. I returned to my farm to set up the crab pots for the periwinkle. In town, I brought the largemouth bass to Jody and Kent, and we had a nice dinner together. I exchanged the prize token for some mega bombs. I picked up a request to slay 8 red slimes, so I headed to the mines. I finished it in no time at all and spent the rest of my evening fishing at the mountain lake. I noticed a house plant I must have found in the mines, so I set it up before bed. Pam had sent me a letter requesting a battery pack on day 19. I had a pair of periwinkle ready in my crab pots, but I wouldn't get to the tilapia today. I crafted half a dozen more kegs, but held off on setting them up. At my island farm, a sea of blue ancient fruit and golden pineapples awaited me. I harvested everything available and decided against removing any more of the pineapple. I was still making money from them, and I would rather have that consistent money than waiting for ancient fruit to grow. I opened my keg shed, and it was quite the sight to behold. I planned on making this my ancient fruit wine shed. If I had hops or wheat or anything else to process, I could use my new shed. I added the new kegs to it and some wheat. This payday was going to be ridiculous. I took some time to organize my utility shed. I had crafted a hopper and hadn't used it. I decided to put my geodes inside, and they would be fed through automatically. Unfortunately, I would have to take out the previous item before it would continue to process, but at least they weren't taking up space in one of my chests. I crafted some fiber seeds and set up a little area for them. It was my first time using my hoe since enchanting it, and it was so speedy. I went to bed a little earlier that night. I awoke with more cranberries to harvest on day 20. I had 1 periwinkle in my crab pots and ancient fruit ready in my greenhouse. My little baby ostrich was all grown up and had produced her first egg, which I immediately shipped, completing the shipping portion of perfection. I brought Pam the battery pack she requested and received 400 gold. At the beach, I fished up the tilapia for my forest friends. Clint had requested some coal, so I headed to the quarry and turned in the request. I stopped at home to smoke the fish, then headed to Robin's. I purchased a bunch of wood and ordered a barn upgrade. I crafted more preserve jars and created the water and earth obelisks for my farm. There was only one thing standing in the way of perfection: the gold clock. On day 21, Morrow confessed that she had considered building a robotic wife. Wait, was that Marilda's true purpose? You know what? I'm glad it didn't come to that. I had pumpkins and cranberries ready to harvest. I replanted more cranberries, artichoke, broccoli, and eggplant where the pumpkins had been. I obtained my first periwinkle and finished the request from my forest friends. They gave me the Book of Stars, and if I read it, I would have gained experience in all skills, but I'm all maxed out. I stopped at Ginger Island to look at the perfection tracker. I was at 90%. I just needed 10 million gold for the gold clock. With my shed situation, greenhouse, and island farm set up with ancient fruit, I had it in the bag. I started thinking about something else I could work on. If I used 3 galaxy souls on my sword, it could become an infinity weapon. I would also need some cinder shards for this. I stopped at the mines and flipped the switch to make them dangerous, basically turning them into the danger in the deep mines all over again. I wanted radioactive ore to smelt into bars. Also, after slaying 50 dangerous monsters, on the last day of the month, the island trader would trade a galaxy soul for 10 radioactive bars. The dangerous monsters also had a chance of dropping galaxy souls. This was not a priority, but something to work on in my free time. I traded jade for staircases at the Desert Trader and spent the rest of the evening in the Skull Cavern. I found some iridium bars and sold some trinkets to the Adventurers Guild before returning home. Morrow had a gift for me on day 22, a gate for one of my fences. I didn't have an immediate use for it, but I thought it was very thoughtful. It was Monday, which meant a new set of challenges awaited my selection at the Walnut Room. I selected Danger in the Deep, which was funny, as I was planning on venturing into the dangerous mines anyway, so it was perfect. In town, I picked up Robin's Resource Rush, as I would be in the mines and would easily obtain the 1,000 stone needed to complete the request. I stopped by the desert to grab some explosives from my chest and was off to the mines. I took a great deal of time slaying most monsters I encountered. I collected all the radioactive ore I came across. That evening, I found a flat-topped hat, which gave me serious Puritan vibes. No, I wasn't feeling it. I left upon reaching floor 10 with 25 pieces of radioactive ore. I had lightning rods and cranberries together on day 23. My shed full of preserve jars had a mountain of jellies and fish roe to scoop up before heading to the quarry. I had picked up a fetch quest for Clint the day before to gather coal, so I mined up the last bit and turned it in. I headed to the mines, where I found a gold animal cracker, a prismatic shard, a hair bone, and an iridium band. The rest of the day was uneventful. I made it to floor 35 and sold weapons, trinkets, and the iridium band to the Adventurers Guild before returning home. I awoke to another cool and dreary morning on day 24. I had cranberries to harvest and sold them all. I had quite a few stored away for preserve jars, so I wasn't concerned about running out. Speaking of preserve jars, I had a bunch of aged legend roe ready, and I knew it was going to make for an excellent payday. I was back to the mines. I flew through the forest floors, past the skeleton floors, and left having reached floor 85. Like the previous day, I sold some trinkets before returning home. The clouds had cleared on day 25. I had cranberries and my last batch of fairy rose honey ready. I crafted some more kegs and filled them with wheat. I didn't have time to dawdle. I was determined that I could finish Danger in the Deep today. I had a blessing from the Dwarf King statue that would make it easier to find ladders. That afternoon, I found a cute green party hat. I also finished up Robin's Resource Rush and obtained 2,500 gold. I reached floor 120 with some help from staircases during the last 20 floors. I don't feel bad about it. At home, my kegs were ready to be refilled, but I would wait. Friday is the day for refilling kegs and harvesting ancient fruit from my island farm. As I drifted off to Slumberland, I realized that I had a bunch of starfruit in a chest that I had never processed into kegs. I was definitely going to do that in the morning. On day 26, I had cranberries and eggplant ready to harvest. I grabbed my starfruit and crafted a few kegs. I filled my wine kegs with starfruit and a few ancient fruit before setting up my new kegs for wheat. At Ginger Island, I harvested my ancient fruit and pineapples. In the Walnut Room, I traded my gems for 2 galaxy souls. I took my cinder shards to the Volcano Forge and added my first galaxy soul. I putzed around in the dungeon for a while, collecting enough cinder shards to add the second and third. I left the island and returned home, where I added the second galaxy soul. I wasn't going to obtain any more fairy rose honey this year, so I harvested my pretty flowers on day 27. I crafted several lightning rods and set them up in the southwest crop corner of my farm. I harvested the ancient fruit ready in my greenhouse. That afternoon, I traveled to the mountains, where I ordered a fish pond from Robin. I still had 2 legendary fish that I completely forgot to craft ponds for. Whoops! I utilized a fish spawning spot up in the mountains and smoked them when I returned home. I crafted some grass starters and set them up for my barnyard buddies. They wouldn't need it over the winter, but it was looking pretty sad over there. I attended the Spirits Eve festival and purchased a funky purple rug. Demetrius got all nerdy about music, and before he could say, "Did I do that?" I realized we could agree on one thing. Vanilla ice cream paired beautifully with berry cobbler. I went through the maze, which might be more annoying than frightening, to obtain a prize token. I bid farewell to my cranberries with a final harvest on day 28. The air had grown cold, and the elements were starting to do a number on my farm. I crafted a lightning rod to replace a bit of fence that had crumbled. I realized more would need replaced, but for now my oil makers were creating a makeshift fence. I headed to the island trader and offered 10 radioactive bars for the final galaxy soul. At home, I forged it on my galaxy sword and created the infinity blade. I wanted to test it out, so I headed to the desert. I traded jade for staircases and headed into the Skull Cavern. It wasn't a good luck day, but I refused to believe it. The infinity sword was no joke. The Crusader enchantment already made mummy bashing a breeze, but now it was 2 hits every time. Unless it was a crit, then it was just 1. It made quick work of serpents, and slimes? They never stood a chance. That afternoon, I found a prismatic shard in a chest. That's only a 3.8% chance. And that evening, a serpent dropped one later. That's a 0.1% chance. I returned home and crafted some strawberries into seeds. I wouldn't need them until spring, but I'd rather do it now than forget. Winter had arrived in the valley, and I couldn't help but feel nostalgic on day 1. It was our wedding anniversary, and although Maru didn't have anything special to say about it, in my heart I was glad we were both happy. I enjoyed that quiet moment before rushing around the rest of the morning. I added the anglerfish to my newly constructed fish pond. Then I headed to Ginger Island, where I did something I may come to regret. I headed to the walnut room and spied the crop quest. To those unfamiliar, I have to collect beans, cultivate them, harvest them, put them back into the seed maker, and grow them again until I had shipped 500 of them. They sold for 1 gold each, and I'd earn 100 gems for completing it. I didn't really need the gems, but I love being stressed out about something that has no relevance to reality, so I accepted it. I returned to my farm, where I ordered another fish pond from Robin. I grabbed a gold-quality horseradish and brought it to Krobus for his birthday. We're besties, but I was stopping by anyway. I made a 10,000 gold donation to the dog statue thingy, and when I sleep tonight, I can change my farming profession to make my crops grow faster, so I'll get this quest finished quickly. Maybe. Back at the farm, I remembered to add a gold animal cracker to my new pond before heading to the mines to buy a bunch of explosives. I was off to the Skull Caverns because I found it's the best place to find the beans that I need to plant. They're a monster drop, they show up in the crate thingies, and they can be mined randomly from rocks. Here's what they look like. They take 4 days to mature, but with the agriculturalist profession, that will be lessened. Plus, I planned on adding speed grow. In the meantime, I would not sell my ancient fruit wine or any other artisan good worth a substantial amount of money. That was going to hurt a little, but it would be really satisfying selling all of it at once after I finished the challenge. I'd just put it in a chest. I found 10 bombs in a chest, and later, a prismatic shard. I left around midnight with the prismatic shard, 14 diamonds, other goodies, and 30 beans. I rushed around at the last minute, planting and watering my beans and adding speed grow. I should have had the soil prepared before I went to the mines, but where was the fun in that? I had beans on the brain on day 2. I crafted a chest for artisan goods that would house my animal products, beverages, aged roe, and preserves until the challenge was complete. I crafted more lightning rods and set them up to replace my crumbling fence. My geode crusher revealed beans inside of geodes, and I wondered if the same was true for mystery boxes. I raced to Clint's, where I obtained explosives, food, fruit tree saplings, warp totems, speed grow, which was helpful, but no beans. I returned to the blacksmith with my Omni geodes. He crushed about 100 of them, and I obtained around 25 beans. I planted them and readied the crop area for the ones I hoped to find that night. I bought some trout soup from Willie and fished in the ocean. Sometimes a rogue bean would pop up, and other times they would be in chests. I returned home with a handful that I planted with speed grow. I did not sell my fish as I planned to smoke them for extra cash. I hoed up an animal cracker on day 3. This was extra exciting as my new fish pond was ready. I added my mutant carp and the cracker. By the train stop, I hoed up a bean, and in the quarry, I obtained some from chopping trees. With my recently obtained lumber, I headed to Robin's, where I ordered the final barn upgrade. I would be able to purchase my pigs soon, and then I'd be making a silly amount of money in the spring. I planted some beans I'd found and headed to the cindersap forest. In the secret woods, I stump busted in hopes of finding beans, and moved on to chopping regular trees. I checked in on my forest friends, who had a new demand, request: dried coconut and crystal fruit jelly. I had these items in chests. They just needed processed. I returned home and started processing them. I had preserves and beer ready, so I put them in my chest to sell after the challenge. On day 4, I awoke to creepy blue fruit ready to harvest. This is where the fun begins. I wasn't going to ship any of these little buggers. They were all going into the seed makers to produce more beans. This was going to be my reality until this challenge was over. Check for fruit, turn fruit into beans, replant beans, harvest fruit, and so on. I've seen a lot of criticism that this challenge is impossible. And I've completed it twice before, so I know it's doable, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily fun. I think the more important question is it worth the time? If it isn't winter, I wouldn't recommend it, as I wouldn't want it taking the valuable space of crops. But in the winter, why not? I crafted a few kegs and set them up at my little shed. I will need to upgrade it in the future. I headed to Ginger Island, where I shook the island trees for some beans. I had brought a treasure totem along and obtained artifact troves, omni geodes, a gold animal cracker, and of course, beans. I raced home and grabbed more gold coconuts and took them to Clint. You can obtain beans from these, but I left with a lot of junk, an ancient seed, and one lousy bean. I stopped at Joja's and bought an auto petter for my barn. I would attempt to pet all of the animals I planned on purchasing, but just in case I missed one, it was the next best thing. I dropped off the dried coconuts to the raccoons and stump busted in the secret woods, where I found a bean. I set up the auto petter and grabber in the barn. I just needed a heater. I added a little crop area at the very bottom of my farm. I would have to reposition the sprinklers in the morning. I started out my day harvesting fruit on day 5. I turned it into beans and replanted them. I headed to Ginger Island and activated another treasure totem and obtained 7 beans. I harvested my pineapples and ancient fruit. I returned home and then stopped at Pierre's, where I bought some speed grow. I had Clint smash some omni geodes, gold coconuts, etc., and I obtained 5 beans. I planted the beans and fertilized them with the speed grow. My preserve jars were ready, as was my starfruit wine. Oh, I can't tell you how much it hurt not to sell those right away. But once this challenge is complete and I was back to earning more money for artisan goods, it would be well worth it. I finally checked my mail, and the wizard had sent me a request for an iridium bar. I'd get that to him when I dropped off the crystal fruit jelly for my forest friends. I had a little time before bed and set up a little crop area I might use in the spring. On day 6, I was reminded that beans were neither fruit nor musical as I continued the pattern that would continue until 500 of the blue buggers were harvested and shipped. I ran out of speed grow, so some of these will take a little longer. I'd have to pick some up the next day. I needed a distraction, so I headed to Marnie's, and on the way I found the prismatic butterfly from the Statue of Blessings. The butterfly provides an amount of gold equal to 0.5% of my total earnings with a cap at 50,000, so it was a nice little boost. At Marnie's, I picked up a heater and a score of sows, a bevy of boars. In no particular order, I named my pigs Brutus, Pesto, Gertie, Fanta, Tarquin, Tawny, Sharp, Chocolate, Bart, Delicatessa, Luna, Ralph, and Tasha. That's right, I bought an extra that I put in my original barn. I was going to need a silly amount of oil makers, but that would be a problem for future Ghost. Maybe I'd upgrade my utility shed and have the oil makers in there. Then I was off to Robin's to request another silo. It was already late into the afternoon when I harvested the ancient fruit from my greenhouse. I headed into town and fished for the rest of the evening, catching a few beans before bed. I checked my basement casks on day 7 and had iridium quality wines ready. I definitely wasn't selling these, as they'd be worth 40% more once I restored the artisan profession. I was making steady progress on the bean challenge. I kept up the routine of harvesting, turning into seeds, and replanting. I crafted more seed makers to expedite the process, and I noticed the difference right away. I stopped at Pierre's for more speed grow, enough to finish the challenge so I wouldn't have to buy any more. I checked in on my little pigs and realized I had put the free auto grabber from the Skull Cavern in their barn. That's completely useless, as truffles are found outside. Oh well, I left it there as a reminder of my silliness. I headed to the desert trader to exchange rubies for spicy eel and jade for staircases. I chopped down all the trees, as I will always need more wood. Back at the farm, I crafted a bunch of oil makers. I would upgrade this shed, so the placement was temporary. I didn't want to stick them in a chest, forget where I had put them, and craft more. In town, I did a little bean fishing before bed. I can't wait for this challenge to be over so I can start raking in the cash again. The next few days, I worked on the Beanie Fruit Fruity Bean Challenge. This makes for very boring content, so here's the super condensed version. On day 8, I did not attend the Festival of the Ice, as I had far too much to do around the farm. I crafted a treasure totem and used it at Ginger Island to obtain a few more beans. One of the treasures was a trash shirt. A trash can shirt. I didn't want to wear that. On day 9, I worked on beans and fruit before replacing some of my stone fencing with hardwood and lightning rods before heading to bed. On day 10, I had 287 fruit, and I shipped 109 of them. The rest were turned back into fruit and replanted. I stopped by the island and chopped down the trees. I wanted a shed upgrade, and I was running low on lumber again. That night, Maru had seen a shooting star, and she said she liked to pretend it was Marilda checking on us. I love that. On day 11, I harvested 366 fruit. I had Robin upgrade my utility shed, I sold 172 fruit, and I planted fiber seeds at the bottom of my farm as placeholders for spring. I decided to skip Squidfest on day 12 and finish up this ridiculous challenge. I did. I sold 359 fruit. I probably could have finished it sooner, but I'd always rather be safe than sorry and plant probably too many beans. I headed to my island farm where I harvested my pineapples and ancient fruit. Back at my farm, I refilled my wine kegs with more ancient fruit. Also, on day 9, I had turned in the crystal fruit jelly to the raccoons, and they gave me a star drop tea, so their quest was currently completed. Sorry I forgot to show this sooner. In town, I picked up a fishing quest for Willie, who wanted 4 albacore. I headed to Squidfest and caught the albacore while I was there. I accepted my prizes, nothing too fancy, and turned in Willie's quest. I remembered the bookseller was in town, so I grabbed a bunch of old books I had and traded them in for a variety of prizes. There were no signs there had ever been a bean and fruit challenge on day 13. All remaining fruit had disappeared. I had a letter from Willie requesting a lingcod. I could fish that up this afternoon. Rather than waste all that speed grow I planted, I added some mixed winter seeds and powder melon to my crop field. My utility shed was upgraded. I arranged the oil makers and wondered if I would need more. Yeah, I probably would. In my greenhouse, all of my ancient fruit were on the same schedule, so I harvested all of them at once. Gold and silver were for selling, and the regular quality would be processed into wine. I headed to Robin's, where I requested my second keg shed to be upgraded. That pretty much drained the rest of my lumber supply. I would need to buy some to craft more kegs, but that could wait. I headed to the sewer, where I donated another 10,000 gold to the Dog of Uncertainty. I'll be able to sell all my artisan goods tomorrow for a wondrous payday. I fished up the lingcod and delivered it to Willie. Back at my farm, I organized my shed some more and crafted a bunch of fiber seeds that I planted. I also crafted a mystic seed and planted it with tree fertilizer. That night, I chose the artisan profession once more. I woke up in a great mood on day 14. Today I was going to empty my artisan chest and sell all my stuff to make tons of money. I headed to the desert to exchange jade for staircases. Then I was off to Ginger Island to pick out some goodies with my gems when I realized I hadn't picked up another request. Aha! Extended family was available. I had 3 days to fish up some legendary fish. I was going to try my best to finish this within the deadline, but if I didn't make it, no biggie. I exchanged my gems for the horse flute, which will allow me to summon Maple wherever I want, including Ginger Island. I also picked up Pierre's missing stock list. I summoned Maple and we rode to the warp obelisk. I summoned her again and we were off to Pierre's. I gave the stingy shopkeeper his missing stock list. Thanks to me, all seeds will be available year-round. Pierre should have given me a gift card or something to thank me, but of course he didn't. I was off to fish. I stopped by Willie's for some trout soup and caught the crimson fish, radioactive carp, and glacier fish junior. Brr, brr, brr. I fished the rest of the night for the legend too, but it stayed well hidden. I would try for it in Ms. Angler another day. I wanted to spend lots of money on day 15. I headed to Robin's and bought a stack of lumber for kegs and preserve jars. Then I ordered my first of several new fish ponds. I was going to have a pond for each one of these legendary fish I was catching for the challenge. I really wanted to get the Legend 2 over with, and fortunately, I caught not one, but two rather quickly. I moved into town and caught up Ms. Angler. The challenge was complete and I was awarded 20 gems. I returned home and used up all the lumber I had just purchased for kegs and preserve jars. I set them up in their respective sheds. I delivered the iridium bar to the wizard and spent an eternity arranging and rearranging my fish ponds. I headed to the night market where I purchased a need cloud painting. I bet Maru is going to love it. I also picked up 100 cauliflower seeds. I didn't really need to as I just returned Pierre's stock list, but old habits and all that. I returned to the walnut room and didn't want another challenge right now. Instead, I used my newly acquired gems to purchase the key to the town. I can enter anywhere, anytime. That's kind of creepy actually, but it would be really handy if I wanted to deliver something later in the evening. I had a whole lot of nothing to do on day 16. I checked in on my barnyard buddies and was super excited to see that my little pigs were all grown up. They would definitely be able to truffle hunt this spring. I traveled to the Cindersap Forest, where my little forest friends sang a merry tune for me. Okay, that was the cutest. I picked up a request for them for snow yam juice and pickled cave carrot. While in the forest, I cut down all the remaining trees. At my farm, I crafted them into preserve jars until I ran out of coal. If it's not one resource I'm running out of, it's another. I used some of my stockpiled fairy dust to expedite some wine so I'd have a free keg to make the juice for the raccoons. I set up my new preserve jars and used fairy dust to finish up the pickled cave carrots. I dropped them off to the raccoons and received 25 powder melon seeds that I planted. I putzed around Ginger Island for a little while and returned home. I had surprise tokens to exchange, so I utilized my key to the town and broke into Mayor Lewis's house that night to obtain some mystery boxes, fairy dust, and iridium bars. I stopped by the quarry to mine up some coal before heading home. I had some powder melon and winter forage ready to harvest on day 17. I sold the silver and gold melons and turned everything else back into seeds and replanted them. My new fish pond was ready to go, so I added the Legend 2 and a gold animal cracker. I headed back to my in-laws and bought 2 stacks of lumber from Robin and ordered another fish pond. I decided to go to the Skull Caverns for some coal hunting. The statue of the Dwarf King offered an increased chance to obtain coal, and that was music to my ears. I spent the rest of the day there. Nothing extraordinary happened, no treasure chest rooms. But I can't complain. I left with a prismatic shard, 2 iridium bars, a bomber jacket, and 52 pieces of coal. I had a letter from Mayor Lewis on day 18 informing me that I had to buy a holiday present for Sam. I harvested more winter seeds and crafted more to replant. I used some mystic syrup to craft some blue grass for my animals. It will probably be devoured by animals that I'm at max friendship with, but I figured it might spread a bit when spring rolls around. We'll see. I spent the rest of the afternoon in the Skull Cavern. I found some treasure chest rooms, and among my prizes were some mega bombs, a dark cowboy hat, and an auto petter. I left with a nice variety of gems, 51 pieces of coal, and some iridium. I had some fan mail from Clint on day 19. He had sent me a gold bar. Gus sent me a fetch quest for a coconut. The fruit, not my kitty cat. My kegs were finished processing, so I filled them with more ancient fruit. I headed to Robin's and made lots of purchases. I picked up the furniture catalog and had nearly every addition added to my home, except for the cubby, but only because my dresser was in the way. I would have to move that. At my island farm, it was harvest day, so I scooped up more ancient fruit and pineapples. I returned to Robin's, as I forgot the main reason I was there earlier, which was to order another fish pond. I didn't have anything important to do for the rest of the day, so I started decorating my sheds and home. It was so dark in my sheds, so I was excited to add some wall lights. They were a hassle to hang up, but the effect was priceless. I still wanted to add some wallpaper and flooring, but that would have to wait. I worked on the interior of my home. I didn't get very far at all, but I did set up a nice dining room for Morrow and me to enjoy for the Feast of the Winter Star. I made sure to set an extra place for Marilda and a +1, just in case. On day 20, I had earned a total of 10 million gold. I was really proud of myself, and took just a moment to reflect on how much I had accomplished in my almost 2 years on Grandpa's old farm. I didn't have time to be too sentimental, though. I had animals to check on and ancient fruit to harvest in the greenhouse. I spent the rest of my day decorating my house. That wasn't the plan, but time got away from me. I arranged and rearranged furniture and switched out some floors and wallpapers. I didn't really have a set theme. I wanted it to be something that both Morrow and I enjoyed. Morrow was very intellectual and would need bookcases and plants to study. Add in a starry floor and wallpaper, and it would be perfect. I get the feeling that Morrow was more function over form, so I didn't want anything too fussy or frilly. Before heading to bed, I set up some kegs I had crafted and rearranged them. I did not have time to refill them. That would have to wait until tomorrow. I started the day rearranging some of my decorations on day 21. I hadn't finished my interior decorating the night before, but I was really happy with what I had put together so far. I had some powder melon ready that I turned back into seeds and replanted. I went to fill my new fish pond and grabbed a Legend 2 and the Son of the Crimson Fish. As I already had a pond for the Legend 2, I wasn't sure I could make another one, but it turns out I could. I noticed I had another pond that looked empty, so I chucked the Son of the Crimson Fish in. I added gold animal crackers to both. I refilled my kegs and preserve jars before checking on my animals. I used up most of my hardwood crafting more oil makers. I had to rearrange my shed to fit them, but it works for now. At the desert, I traded rubies for spicy eel and jade for staircases. Then I cut down the trees that had grown back. At my farm, I cut down the mahogany trees near the top and replanted them. I noticed one of my mystic trees was fully grown, so I added a heavy tapper to get the mystic syrup twice as fast as a normal tapper would. I used some of the lumber I had purchased from Robin to add some pathing around my fish ponds, and then some stone braziers. I think the farm is starting to look a little nicer. I had a letter from Marnie on day 22. She had sent me some hay. I had powder melon and winter seeds ready to harvest, turn into seeds, and replant. I refilled my preserve jars and headed to Ginger Island. I did not accept any challenges from the walnut room, but took time to chop down some trees. In town, I delivered the coconut to Gus. I accepted Clint's special order, Cave Patrol. I needed to slay skeletons. That would be fun. I sprayed myself in monster musk and descended into the deep. Ooh, fun! I had forgotten that I had decided to change the mines to the dangerous mines. The baddies were a little scary, but nothing I couldn't handle. In less than 6.5 hours, I was done, and awarded 6,000 gold. I had acquired 8 bone swords and sold them to the Adventurers Guild. Before heading to bed, I set up a cursed mannequin a skull dropped, along with the trinket shirt. On day 23, Clint sent me some explosives as a thank you for finishing up his Cave Patrol special order. George sent me some stone. I harvested and replanted my winter seeds and refilled my preserve jars. I didn't have any plans for the day, so I decorated. I updated the flooring and wall covers in my utility shed, my preserve shed, and my keg sheds. I set up some potted plants around the farm and added a bench to my front porch. As busy as I had been these past 2 years, I had to admit it was rather nice just kicking back and not doing much. Morrow had been encouraging me not to work as hard as we were financially stable. She had kept her job at the clinic on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but it wasn't to help out with the bills. I think it was to keep herself busy. It had to be a lonely life being married to me. I was never home when she went to bed, and I spent my days helping everyone but her. My decorating the house wasn't for me. It was for Morrow. For the days and nights I wasn't home, she could have a place to study or conduct her research. Her hobbies and interests didn't have to take a back seat just because we were married. I considered all of these things that evening, as I added more lighting around my house and 2 aquariums to house some of the unique fish I had saved. I'm sure Morrow would be interested in them. I set out some cookies for Santa on day 24. I had a feeling he'd be stopping by my farmhouse that evening. I harvested my winter seeds and replanted them. I also refilled my preserve jars. I moved my bee houses and rearranged some of my quality sprinklers for a little crop area. At Robin's, I requested the final home upgrade, and a cubby was added. That evening, I busied myself around my home, rearranging lamps and adding some ornate windows for natural light. I was filled with ho-ho holiday spirit on day 25. Santa had indeed stopped by, and in exchange for the cookies, I was gifted a mystery box. I harvested winter seeds and replanted them, and, now stop me if you've heard this one before, I refilled my preserve jars. It was time for the Feast of the Winter Star. I bought some festive wallpaper I would later hang in my dining room. Elliot provided some stimulating conversation. Mara was thankful to have a loving family and me in her life. I guess fixing up the house made a good impression on her. Robin cast some serious side-eye in Demetrius's direction for giving her a present she was not interested in. I gave Sam his gift, a gold star quality cactus fruit. He seemed pretty happy about it. It was time to receive my gift, and my secret gift giver was Vincent. The little sweetheart gave me a rainbow shell I added to my aquarium when I returned home that night. He told me he was glad I moved to Pelican Town. Me too. Mara wanted to spend time on her projects on day 26. That made me really happy. I busied myself around the farm planting more seeds to act as placeholders for spring. I crafted some more preserve jars and set them up in my shed. I headed to Ginger Island to harvest my ancient fruit and pineapple. Then I filled the kegs in my shed. I chatted with Maru, and she was admiring the mermaid's pendant I had proposed with. Ah! I checked the casks in the basement and refilled them with ancient fruit wine. I didn't have anything else to do, so I headed to the Skull Cavern. Nothing extraordinary happened. I made it down about 19 floors and left with some gems and trinkets. I had time before bed, so I sold the trinkets to Marlin at the Adventurers Guild before returning home. I awoke to a blustery, snowy morning on day 27. Clint sent me another gold bar. I had ancient fruit ready to harvest in my greenhouse. I crafted more kegs and set them up. I headed to the beach for some fishing. I was completely out of seaweed. It was hard to imagine that I had had so many fish ponds constructed, and it wasn't until now that I was out of the stringy green stuff. My secret is that I always save my seaweed because I always plan to be building tons of ponds. Unfortunately, I didn't fish up any today. I turned in a prize token for a houseplant and headed to the Wizard's Tower, where once again I moved around some buildings, just my extra shipping bin and a silo. I headed to bed early that night, even before Maru. On the morning of day 28, Maru thanked me for a great year. It had been pretty exciting, hadn't it? I'd cooked all of the food, slayed all of the monsters, completed the museum, made friends with everyone, and constructed some magical obelisks. I didn't have anything to do around the farm except for refilling my kegs. In town, I had Clint open some golden coconuts and artifact troves. Once I saw the ancient doll, I remembered something. I headed to the lava pool on floor 100 of the mines and cast the doll into the magma. A bone serpent presented the faraway stone. I headed to the wizard's basement and placed it in the plant pedestal. A kitty appeared from a portal and presented me with the Meow Mirror blade. It's only level 4 and not something I'm going to use, but it's a fun Terraria tie-in. I headed to the desert where I purchased some starfruit seeds. At Ginger Island, I removed some of the roots and planted the new starfruit seeds with some extra iridium sprinklers I wasn't using. I wanted to ring in the new year with Maru, but I couldn't find her at home. So I headed to the saloon. I bought myself a pink cake and chowed down. I can't think of a tastier way to celebrate. Well, except maybe for pizza. I was at 90% perfection. Just needed that gold clock. That night, I had a visit from Grandpa. Well, his spirit anyway. He told me he was proud of me and all that I had accomplished on the farm. It made me feel really good to have his blessing and encouragement. I awoke with a renewed sense of ambition. I checked Grandpa's shrine and obtained the Statue of Perfection. It will produce 2 to 8 pieces of iridium ore per day. Then it was time for farm chores. I removed weeds and wilted plants to make way for strawberries. I also planted the cauliflower seeds I had purchased at the night market. I found myself running low on seeds and purchased more cauliflower. I would have to buy even more the following day. I had time to fill my preserve jars before bed, but I really didn't have time for much else. The Statue of Perfection had spawned some iridium for me on day 2. Thanks, Grandpa! Shane had sent me a pizza, and as much as I wanted to sit around and eat it for breakfast, I had work to do. The previous evening, I had to cut down some of the grass my barnyard buddies were grazing on, as it was limiting the space they could dig up truffles. They did not disappoint me. Right away, they started finding a bunch for me to process in my oil makers. In town, I picked up more cauliflower seeds and a fetch quest from Clint. He wanted some coal, so I smashed up nodes in the quarry and turned it in. While I was there, I purchased some coal, and I know it's expensive, but I have more than enough money to spend right now. I stopped at the museum and picked up most of the rewards for donating items. I picked up a special order posted by Granny Evelyn, who wanted leeks for her husband George. If I found some, I'd save them, but it wasn't a huge priority. I got to tell you, I hate most of this stuff from the museum, and I'd just as soon throw it in a chest and hide it like I always do. But I imagine Mara would be digging around for something for one of her inventions and come across it and be like, "Ooh, what's this?" And I'd tell her I didn't like it, but she'd want to study it and say something like, "But it's for science." And I'd go along with it because she's awesome. I figured it wouldn't hurt having a bunch of bones and weird stuff out of sight up in the attic, so I set it up for her. I headed to the cindersap forest where I cleared branches, rocks, and weeds. I gathered some spring onions because they make me happy. The trash bear was hanging out down there, so I wanted to see what it wanted. Seaweed. Dude, same. I wasn't doing anything else that night, so I headed to the dock and fished for the rest of the evening. I didn't find any seaweed. I finished my farm chores early on day 3. Robin had posted a fetch quest for some stone, so I headed to the quarry. Once I gathered it, I turned it in and received a prize token. I redeemed it for a star drop tea. I fished up a seaweed and delivered it to the trash bear. He wanted a largemouth bass. I grabbed one from my fish chest and delivered it. He wanted an omelet. I cooked one and delivered it. It was getting rather late at this point, but I decided to listen to his final request. A lucky lunch. Good thing I never threw anything away. I cooked it up and delivered it. The trash bear hooked onto his leaf umbrella and soared over the valley, cleaning up, well, trash. Unfortunately, his magical powers didn't extend to people, so Pierre and Mayor Lewis remained in town. As I headed home, I realized that I probably didn't need half of the stuff I was squirreling away in chests. I think it was high time I sold a whole bunch of stuff. On day 4, I had some serious selling to do. I had chests for each season that were full of fruits and vegetables I wasn't going to use. If I ever needed them, I could regrow them. I would rather empty the chests, sell the contents, and use the deconstructor to transform the chests into wood. So that's exactly what I did. I also emptied out my refrigerators. I didn't have any plants, so I went to the Skull Cavern. In chests, I found 3 iridium bars and a seafoam pudding. It was a fairly ordinary day. I found a lucky ring, fairy box trinket, and a weapon I sold to the Adventurers Guild before returning home. I had preserve jars ready to fill on day 5. I think I grossly underestimated just how much income these fish ponds would generate. I'm not mad about it. I traveled to Robin's and ordered another shed for even more preserve jars. Even if I never found any more seaweed or ordered any more ponds, I would always have fruit and veggies I could turn into jellies or pickles. At my island farm, the ancient fruit and pineapple were ready to harvest. I returned home to craft preserve jars for the new shed, and once again I ran out of wood. I had kegs ready to refill with the ancient fruit and anticipated an awesome payday. I found a wearable dwarf helm. Yeah, that's not cute. I fished in the ocean for the rest of the night. I left with 4 pieces of seaweed. Just one more and I can order another fish pond. Mayor Lewis sent me 500 gold from the Stardew Valley Agricultural Fund on day 6. I had ancient fruit ready in my greenhouse. I headed to the mountains to look for leeks for Granny Evelyn's special order. I added them to her fridge. At the beach, I hoed up a belted coat, and I gotta admit, it looks pretty cool. But for now, I'm gonna stay in my pastels. I had one goal at the beach, to fish up enough seaweed for the last 2 fish ponds I wanted. I had a pretty great day, and I'm wondering if luck had anything to do with it. It was a bad luck day, and I found seaweed after seaweed after seaweed until I had enough, when combined with what I had at home, to construct 2 more ponds. I fished the rest of the evening. Back at the farm, I crafted more fish smokers because, why not? I had a few strawberries to harvest on day 7. When I had used speed grow for the bean fruit challenge, I had planted fiber seeds on top. When I harvested those, the speed grow was still in the soil, so that was a pleasant surprise. I got to work setting up my new shed with preserve jars before heading to the mountains. At Robin's, I bought a ton of wood and ordered another fish pond. I stopped by the mines and purchased explosives from the dwarf. Back at the farm, I crafted kegs and preserve jars and set them up in the new shed. I wasn't planning on splitting the shed, but I don't know where else I can fit another shed right now, and it wouldn't hurt to have some extra kegs. It was Sunday, so I was off to the desert, where I exchanged jade for staircases. It's silly, I probably don't need to do this anymore. After the Calico Desert Festival, I'll ease up on the staircase trade. I headed into the Skull Cavern as I was completely out of stone from crafting preserve jars. I wanted to order my final fish pond as soon as this one was finished, so I would definitely need more. The mine was pretty quiet today. Not too many baddies or treasures, aside from a completely useless auto-grabber I found that evening. That would have been like hitting the jackpot a few years ago, but now it was just going to sit in a chest. I returned home and stopped by the Adventurers Guild where I sold the Slammer and some Void and Solar Essence. At home, I realized I had a full stack of each and threw them into the shipping bin. I really didn't need any of this stuff anymore. It was dark and rainy on day 8. I waited all winter for my pigs to mature enough to truffle hunt, and they were stuck inside. I checked on my animals and refilled my preserve jars, but I didn't really have anything else to do. So I returned to the desert. I sold a bunch of gems at the end of my cavern run, but nothing exciting happened. Amidst the doom and gloom, a light shone before my eyes the morning of day 9. Like so many glittering rubies, my crop field was ablaze with the warm hue of strawberries. I harvested and shipped them for some quick cash. I filled my new fish pond with the Glacier Fish Jr. Brr, brr, brr. I was going to ask Robin for another when I realized it was her day off, so it would have to wait. In town, I picked up a special order from my dear mother-in-law, Robin's Resource Rush. I had to gather 1,000 pieces of wood and I'd be able to keep it. I would always need wood, so I accepted it. I worked on the request the rest of the day and even tore apart my tree farm. I didn't need pine tar and I didn't care about maple syrup or bee houses. This endgame stuff was feeling tedious. I needed less than 4 million gold for the clock. I was over halfway there. I just needed a few more big paydays, like the ones I'd have on Fridays from my ancient fruit wine. All of this rain was killing my buzz, and I headed up to the mountains. I finished the quest and obtained 2,500 gold, which isn't great, but I'd need the wood regardless. While in the mountains, I obtained more leeks I dropped off at Granny Evelyn's. I had some cauliflower ready to harvest on day 10, but I ignored it. I was going to wait until the upcoming egg festival to purchase strawberry seeds to fill in the space. I checked on my animals and headed to Robin's, where I ordered my final fish pond. I might rework my layout a little in the future. I exchanged a prize token for a treasure chest and headed to Ginger Island. I chopped down the trees, and when I was finished, I did the same at the desert. In the future, I'm going to change my foraging profession, as I can buy wood if I need it, so I might as well stock up now. That night, I had 16 bottles of truffle oil to sell. Between that and my fish ponds, I was getting closer to my goal. My new preserve jars were ready to refill on day 11. My big shed also needed refilled. I didn't have anything pressing to do, so I was kind of all over the place. I headed into town and made an offering at the Dog of Uncertainty statue and wanted to change my foraging profession. I utilized a fish spawning spot in the Cindersap Forest. I stump busted in the secret woods for old time's sake. I headed to the quarry mine and the skulls were a breeze. Rather than fleeing in a panic, I stood my ground and slayed each one. I cut down the trees in the quarry and sold some rings to the Adventurers Guild. That night, I changed my foraging profession to Gatherer, a chance for double harvest of foraged items, and Botanist. Foraged items are always the best quality. I headed to my island farm on day 12. Pineapples and ancient fruit were ready to harvest, and I was looking forward to that money, honey. While I was checking my sheds, I forgot that I had a second shed for kegs. I don't know how I forgot, but I did. So I will be adjusting my brand new split shed into just preserve jars. In the end, I'll have 2 kegs for sheds and 2 for jars. I feel really silly for getting myself so confused. All of my kegs filled, it was time to head to Robin's for a preserve shed upgrade. Now, Robin was technically closed. She was halfway around the counter, but I still managed to put in my request. It doesn't work every time, but if you can be lined up with the counter at just the right time, you'll still catch her. At my farm, I added Ms. Angler to my newest fish pond. Then I was off to see the wizard, as my fish pond area was a disaster. I'm not joking when I tell you that I spent the rest of the night arranging and rearranging these ponds. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I shouldn't have added that extra crop growing area at the bottom of my farm, because these fish ponds were carrying me to that 10 million. I had to get them set up a little bit nicer. Strawberries and snow white cauliflower spread out across my farm as far as the eye could see on day 13. As I gathered, I heard the pigs working overtime digging up truffles. When I finished harvesting, I went to scoop up the truffles when one of them wouldn't budge. It was a truffle crab. I've only seen one once before, as they have a spawn rate of 0.2%. I made quick work of it with my infinity blade and moved on. It was truffles galore. All of my oil makers were full, so I stashed the extras in a chest before heading to the egg festival. I purchased 440 strawberry seeds and spoke to Morrow. I figured I'd let Abigail win for once, so I left to get my seeds planted. I had nearly enough seeds for every spot. I filled in the rest with some cauliflower seeds and mixed seeds. I had just enough time to grab the truffle oil and sell it before heading to bed. I had lots to do around the farm on day 14. My preserve jars were ready to refill, and I removed the kegs from the preserve jar shed. During Robin's special order, where she asked for 1,000 pieces of wood, I chopped down the majority of my tree farm and planted acorns with tree fertilizer. Most of those trees had sprouted, so I crafted tappers and attached them to obtain more oak resin. I crafted more kegs and added the ones I just removed to the keg shed. The schedule is going to be a little off for when I refill them, but I can live with that. I took a little detour to exchange jade for staircases. I headed to the mountains to search for leeks. I found a pair and dropped them off for Granny Evelyn. At home, I decorated my preserve shed with lights, added flooring, and a wall cover. Once the shed is upgraded, I'll need to add a couple more lights. My island farm had starfruit ready, and since I didn't have any starfruit seeds and it was getting late, I put down some wheat as placeholders. It was the first day of the Calico Desert Festival on day 15. I finished up my farm chores and headed right over. I picked up my free cactus, which kind of looks like Mary Lewis. Emily was working a stall, so Sandy picked out my outfit, and it's fine, if you like brown. I was here for the Skull Cavern Challenge, so I headed over to Marlin and Gil, where I picked up Deep Dive, reached level 30 of the Skull Cavern. That should be a breeze, right? Not really. I did not check my luck, and I didn't have to. It was abysmal. I had a horrible time trying to find the ladders, and there were very few Calico Kitty statues. I had some treasure chest rooms that contained 5 kale seeds. 5? What am I supposed to do with 5 kale seeds? So useless. And a white turban. I think I already have one of those. At the end of the night, I reached my goal thanks to my tons of staircases. I did find a few nice things. A gold animal cracker for my fish ponds. I would add it to Ms. Angler. 18 cloth and a prismatic shard, plus a variety of gemstones. I turned in my egg rating of 18 to Gil, who gave me 50 eggs. On day 16, I finished up my farm chores early to head right over to the festival. Now there's 2 things I love about the festival: an excuse to run around Skull Cavern and the free outfits from Emily. So far, these outfits have all been duds, and today was no exception. It was a repeat of the Shane cosplay from last year. I picked up the Deep Dive Challenge from Marlin again and easily reached level 30 in about 4 hours. It was a very good luck day. There were more Calico Kitty statues, more monsters, but no treasure chests. I left with an egg rating of 26, and Gil was so impressed he gave me 200 eggs and my own version of his hat. At home, I gathered up my truffles and started processing them overnight. Day 17 was the last day of the Calico Desert Festival, and I have to admit I was a little disappointed. It was by far my favorite festival, but I didn't have time to be sad. I had a field of strawberries to harvest. Once finished and at the festival, I couldn't wait to see what Emily had for me. Seriously? This is the outfit I started in, but with slightly darker blue pants. Not cool, Emily. I wanted something snazzy to cheer myself up, so I traded 333 Omni Geodes to the Desert Trader for the magic cowboy hat. I love the rainbow effect. I didn't see anything particular I wanted to exchange my eggs for, so I picked up some hair bows and mega bombs. Marlin and Gil had different challenges available, and I chose Treasure Hunt, find 15 pieces of iridium. It was a good luck day, and a mummy dropped a prismatic shard for me. Later, I found a gold animal cracker I would add to my final fish pond. That evening, I finished the challenge and left a little early. My egg rating was 17, and I received 50 eggs. I spent those remaining eggs on mega bombs. Back at the farm, I gave my pink cowgal hat to Maple so she can be a member of the Pink Pony Club. I spent the rest of the night wasting prismatic shards and cloth in my sewing machine to make a prismatic outfit to go along with my rainbow hat. It took a few tries, but I did it. I'll be rocking rainbow regalia until I get that golden clock. I didn't have anywhere to go or anything major to do on day 18, so I decided to have some fun. I was fond of my rainbow look, but I wanted to change up the top. I recalled that I had a magic rock candy as a museum reward that I never claimed. Since I had the key to the town, I just waltzed right in there before operating hours and scooped it up. Back at the farm, I crafted the magic sprinkle shirt. That sounds delicious. Some of my preserve jars were ready in my fully upgraded shed, so I took the time to move them around before refilling them. Once again, I had tons of truffles waiting to be processed. 41 to be exact. I didn't have enough oil makers to handle it, so I processed them in batches. If it ever gets too out of control, I'll simply sell them. I headed to the mountains to pick leeks, and I dropped them off at Granny Evelyn's. Only one left and the special request would be finished. I putzed around the cindersap forest, grabbing salmon berries and forage just for the heck of it. Sadly, there were no spring onions. That evening, I crafted more grass starters to plant for my barnyard buddies. Eventually, they'd be stuck eating hay, but they could have the fresh stuff as long as I could provide it. I sold some weapons and trinkets to the Adventurers Guild. Some of these I'd picked up during my Skull Cavern dives at the festival, and others, I have no idea. I purchased 50 starfruit seeds from Sandy to replace the wheat I had ready at my island farm. On day 19, something felt off, and I realized that the cursed mannequin outside had switched clothes with me during the night. Something about that really creeps me out. I thought I'd be safe if it was outside. Guess not. Maru had a spooky dream about the Drumstick Nebula. What? I want Pelican Town's drinking water tested immediately. Next thing you know, she's going to be telling me the walls are melting. Anyway, I had some strawberries to harvest, so I got to work. I was refilling my kegs when I realized I had 900 cranberries squirreled away. For what? Winter? A rainy day? I don't know. I sold them. I was off to Ginger Island for my pineapples and ancient fruit harvest. I planted the starfruit seeds and refilled my kegs at home. It took me pretty much all day. I returned to the island to add some of my old quality sprinklers and some pineapple seeds just to fill in some empty spaces. This was going to be a massive payday, but not quite enough to buy the gold clock. My ancient fruit were ready in my greenhouse on day 20. I had some preserved jars ready, so I took the time to rearrange them in my shed. I crafted more kegs and set them up. I didn't have anything else to do, so I headed to the quarry and gathered ore. Back at the farm, my kegs were ready, so I refilled them with more ancient fruit. I had to refill my oil makers as the pigs had already paid for themselves several times over at this point. I went through my storage chest and started getting rid of things, like extra gemstones. While I was rooting around, I noticed I had enough material to make a bunch of oil makers. I used up the last of my hardwood and crafted them. I awoke to a thunderstorm on day 21. My strawberries were ready to harvest, and I sold all of them. I had plenty of pineapple, cauliflower, and other strawberries to process in preserved jars. These would not be missed. I crafted more kegs and filled them with ancient fruit. I checked for leaks in the mountains, but didn't find any. I smoked some fish and headed to bed. I had a feeling I was going to be purchasing the clock the following day. On day 22, I purchased the golden clock. The legacy of Perfection Farm was eternal on day 23. I grabbed some leeks on the way to the summit to finish Granny Evelyn's request. This was the last day that I've recorded my time in the valley, but I wanted to keep my promise. As soon as I was finished here, I dropped it off for her and George. I arrived at the summit and I'll let you see what happened for yourself. I'm going to leave it here, but if you enjoyed this video and want to see more like it, please like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you'll be notified when a new video comes out. Please leave your comments and suggestions down below. Please share the video and the playlist around if you can. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.